Chapter 151 Focus Band. Sandil continues to chase, use Fire Fang. Hearing this, Sandil's eyes began to turn red, and he could no longer hold back his desire to attack. In that case, let's use Ice Fang too, the purple skirt woman commanded again. Froslas waved his hand, and an icy-colored tooth phantom suddenly appeared in front of him, exuding a cold chill. Sandil opened his crocodile mouth, a spark flashed, and immediately spread to the entire mouth, directly facing the Ice Fang phantom that was rushing towards him. The energy of the fire system and the strong body collided violently. Sandil was knocked back a few steps, and the level gap between the two sides was still not small, and the opponent was using this system with a bonus. Yu immediately changed his strategy and commanded, use Rock Tomb. Rock attributed skills also restrain Froslas. Froslas, double team. The purple-skirted woman was not at all panicked by Yu's attack, and continued to command calmly. Yu's sharp eyes instantly swept over the dozen clones present. Logically speaking, with so many clones, the simulation reality should be very low. But Yu looked at the dozen identical clones and couldn't tell which one was the real one. Because both the movements and the eyes were really superb. Double team skill proficiency is so high? Yu's eyes rarely showed surprise. I saw more than a dozen Froslas rushing towards Sandil at the same time, with milky white energy appearing on their heads. Headbutt skill. Of course, Yu would not be afraid of this kind of head-on close combat, which is really Sandil's strong point. Sandil, focus energy, then use Stomp. First, he quickly completed a wave of strengthening, then Sandil quickly splashed, fell to the ground, and stomped hard. The ground cracked. The range attack immediately affected more than a dozen clones, and naturally hit the only real body. Good opportunity, use Fire Fang to chase. Sandil quickly adjusted the direction of his body, after all, the movements of reptiles are still much more clumsy. The short tail quickly pulled the ground, and the two front paws quickly crawled, and the flame instantly ignited in the mouth. Enough! Sandil's innate aggressive personality, combined with the combat awareness trained between life and death, instantly broke out. A series of airtight attacks instantly beat Froslas back step by step, especially the evil attribute skills, bite, assurance, arrogance, etc. The skills that restrain it were used continuously. Froslas, after Protect, use Confuse Ray. The purple-skirted woman trembled her eyebrows slightly, and glanced at Yu in surprise. She didn't expect that this young man's command ability was so strong, and a sense of surprise flashed through her heart. Froslas waved her skirt, and a green protective shield appeared instantly, blocking Sandil's Rock Tomb. At the same time, the other hand waved the skirt again, and a dark ball with a strange light instantly hit Sandil. Sandil fell into a state of confusion. This skill that disturbed emotions undoubtedly stimulated Sandil's emotions even more. I saw his crocodile claws constantly rubbing against the ground, making an unpleasant crunching sound. At the same time, a hint of scarlet murderous intent emanated from his extremely dark eyes. Froslas, Ice Beam! Froslas panted slightly, and instantly condensed a large amount of ice attribute energy in front of him. It was just that I didn't know whether it was because of the previous injury or the lack of physical strength. It took a full 3 seconds to emit an ice blue beam. Sandil was directly hit by this attack, and in a state of confusion, he could not make correct instructions at all, and could only passively take the beating helplessly. Yu frowned slightly and shouted, Sandil, use Hidden Power. After Sandil used up the skill disc, Yu checked the attributes extracted by Hidden Power, which was an extremely rare dragon attribute. Froslas, use the ice with the greatest power beam. The purple energy wave and the ice blue beam collided. Both sides were almost exhausted. And this last blow directly determined the outcome. A small commotion broke out in the venue, attracting the attention of many customers who were eating around, all of whom were concentrating on the final result of this game. The haze slowly dissipated, and the two Pokémon looked at each other from a distance. Sandil couldn't hold on, his limbs suddenly fell to the ground, his eyes were swirling, and he fainted. And Froslas also fell to the ground, but still he barely took a breath, because a red headband shadow slowly emerged behind him. Focus band. Hey, you murmured unconsciously. The two sides should have been tied, but because of the influence of an item, the purple skirt woman barely won the game. Hey, you laughed, put Sandil back into the Pokeball, and handed it to the medical staff beside him. Hello, sir, please pay for your meal and this lady's meal, as well as medical expenses and venue maintenance fees. A waiter wearing an apron quickly trotted forward with a treacherous smile. Hey, you looked at the bill of more than 10,000, his face darkened instantly, and his mouth twitched slightly. You know, even if the luxurious meal he ordered did not exceed 1,000 alliance coins, and the woman who fought against him only ordered a mixed noodle. The remaining more than 8,000 alliance coins are all medical expenses and venue maintenance fees. Hey, you is very suspicious that this food court is they didn't make money from selling food. The real big money came from this kind of fighting, which was similar to blackmail. Hey, you paid the money expressionlessly, and was obviously in a bad mood. Not only because of the battle that was lost by a single move, but also because of this kind of profiteer behavior. Sitting back at the table, Hey Yu was surprised to find that the blonde woman in a purple dress who had just fought with him was actually sitting at the next table. She was quickly eating the mixed noodles on the table, looking like she was sweating profusely. It was a huge contrast to her previous cold and classical beauty. Hey Yu sat quietly waiting for his meal. Less than a minute later, a table of luxurious meals came up. Smoked sausages, assorted ramen, vegetable platter. The woman on the side looked at such a rich food and couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Hey Yu smiled and said, "Let's enjoy it together. After all, you just beat me." It seemed that because of the previous battle, the distance between the two sides was shortened, and the woman was not polite at all. In fact, your command ability is quite strong, but you lack a good prop. The purple skirt woman made some comments on the previous battle. Hey Yu nodded in agreement. But this is not the main reason. It is more about the level gap. In my opinion, only by using props to fight together can Pokemon's greatest strength be brought into play. The purple-dressed woman rolled up her golden hair and wiped her mouth with a napkin quite elegantly. Hey Yu always felt that this sentence was familiar. But before he could think about it, the woman received a call and left in a hurry without caring about the food she loved so much. "Thank you, boy, thank you for this bowl of noodles, I will remember you." The woman left such a mysterious words before leaving. Hey Yu shook his head and could only helplessly enjoy a large table of food. After all, waste is shameful. Chapter 152 Oath Move. After sweeping away all the delicacies on the table like a gust of wind, Hey Yu bought a lot of food for his Pokemon. Especially Umbreon, who loves to eat all kinds of snacks and desserts. She can be said to have completely liberated her temper. Hey Yu was also happy about this. After all, after evolution, Umbreon rarely showed a cute expression like charm, and often maintained a cold and arrogant state. This made Hey Yu a little uncomfortable. Although he was very satisfied with Umbreon's current state, after all, this was the character shown by a qualified dark Pokemon. But the cute little Eevee in the past still had a considerable position in his heart. "Umbreon, don't be in a hurry, eat slowly." Hey Yu reached out and wiped the milk stains on Umbreon's mouth. This kind of cream dessert is often Umbreon's favorite snack. Hey Yu continued to stroll in the central garden square of Movili City. Along the way, he passed a vending machine and bought a bottle of soda pop. Just like that, with Umbreon by my side, we unconsciously came to a crowded place. There were two buildings with long queues. This was not surprising, after all, some iconic buildings in Movili City had long queues. But almost all of these trainers in the queue were followed by a royal three, most of them were Torchic, Mudkip and Trico family from Hone region. But there were also some Royal 3 from other regions, such as Charmander from Kanto region, Totodile family from Johto region, etc. Such a large number of Royal 3s instantly attracted countless eyes. And the signs of the two opposing buildings were Ultimate Move Teaching Studio and Oath Move Teaching Dojo. Heiyu instantly understood what was going on. The so-called Royal 3-3 refers to the Pokémon that is most suitable for new players to cultivate. In addition to their outstanding performance in each stage, and the final form can reach a racial value of about 530. More importantly, they can often learn two exclusive moves that other Pokémon cannot learn. They are the Oath of Grass, Water, and Fire attributes. Moves. Pledge of Grass, Water Pledge, Fire Pledge. In addition, there are 3 ultimate moves. According to official statistics, each has a power of 150 and a hit rate of up to 90. They are Explosive Flame of Fire, Crazy Plant of Grass, and Hydro Pump of Water type. Excluding suicide moves such as Explosion and Self-Destruct and some Pokémon's exclusive moves, this is the most powerful move discovered so far. Heiyu thought silently in his heart. According to the current Pokémon world, Alola region has not been discovered. At present, 150 is already the most powerful move in theory. Hyper Beam and Giga Impact of general attributes. Focus Punch of fighting attribute. Explosive Flame and Fire Breath of fire attribute. Hydro Pump of water attribute, pump and water spray. Crazy Plants of grass attribute. Rock Cannon and Double-Edged Headbutt of rock attribute. Heiyu understood why there were long queues in front of the two buildings. If Pokémon mastered such powerful moves, they could really fight against opponents of higher levels. But unfortunately, only Royal 3 Pokémon can learn these two types of moves, and the tuition is ridiculously high. On the sign next to it, it read: 1 month's tuition is 500,000, but it doesn't guarantee you will learn it. Heiyu's mouth twitched slightly. How could an ordinary trainer spend 500,000 in vain and then throw it away? According to the evaluation given by most people on the internet, there are very few people who can learn it. It's almost the same if not 1 in 100. But even so, there are still countless league trainers who come here for that little possibility. But judging from their dress, there is indeed no civilian. Most of them are direct trainers who are either rich or noble. Heiyu took a sip of soda pop, observing the long queue, suddenly saw a Pokémon that didn't fit in. Hey? There's Simisear, yet, how could I forget about this guy? Speaking of the oath moves of the 3 attributes of grass, water, and fire, in addition to Royal 3, there is another exception. That is the 3 monkeys of Unova region. Panpour, Panzage, Pansear. These 3 Pokémon are also the only Pokémon that can learn oath moves besides Royal 3. And there is a rumor in Heiyu's previous life that these 3 monkeys are the abandoned Royal 3 proposal. Heiyu didn't stay in front of the 2 buildings for too long. After all, this was of no use to him. It was just a little knowledge. Heiyu turned around and followed the navigation on the Pokédex and found a store called Fengye Bicycle Shop. After spending a few alliance coins, he asked the boss to take good care of his off-road bicycle. After a simple experience of Movili, after seeing all the famous features of city, Heiyu began to plan to challenge the gym. After all, he still needs to collect badges and participate in the Alliance Challenge Conference. If he wants to go further on the White Road, the Alliance Road is inevitable. The most direct way is undoubtedly to become famous in the conference. Just when Heiyu was about to go to the electric gym, he suddenly learned that Team Rockets had issued an emergency transfer order to him and asked him to gather at the base. He hurriedly put on a black robe and took advantage of the night to enter the black market again. According to the last method, he entered the base of Team Rockets again. As soon as he entered this time, a young man came up to him and said dissatisfiedly, "Why are you here so late? Are all the people in Kanto so slow?" Heiyu's mind moved, and he understood the meaning of the other party's words, which means that he was not the only one who was urgently summoned. This made him feel a little relieved. He had suspected that he was found out as a substitute before. Although after understanding the specific structure of Team Rockets, he knew that there might not be a big fight just for a small captain, but he still had some concerns. The young man in front of him shouted dissatisfiedly, "Let's go, I'll take you to see that adult." Yu was silent from beginning to end, just quietly following the young man. Many people saluted the young man wherever he passed by, and even many people saw the young man, just like mice seeing a cat. It seems that the young man in front of him has a high status. Yu guessed in his heart. But this young man did not wear Team Rocket's clothes, and there was no badge with a position on his chest. Yu guessed that he should belong to some special department of Team Rockets, such as some logistics, or intelligence department. Yu followed him all the way into the inner circle. The third floor. As a team leader, he had no authority to enter here before, but the layout inside was indeed different from the outside. There were relatively few people here, and there were even fewer combatants like Yu who had obvious evil spirits on them. Most of them were scientific researchers wearing white coats. In addition, there were various new precision instruments. Chapter 153 I am willing to die for you. Following closely behind the young man, he continued to walk inside, passing through various checkpoints and identity interrogations along the way. Finally, he stopped in front of the door to the innermost layer, which was the fourth floor. In front of the door with obvious mechanisms, he entered a string of passwords, pressed fingerprints, and scanned faces. After opening the triple verification insurance, the door finally opened slowly, and its cautiousness and confidentiality can be seen from this. "Sir, the person is here," the young man said respectfully to the call screen on the mechanism door. Then the quiet after a few seconds, the door of the mechanism also creaked and slowly opened. Yu just stood aside and watched quietly. He didn't expect that after going through 3 levels of verification, the door could only be opened with the consent of the people inside. At the same time, he had some guesses about the adults mentioned by the young man. After entering the mysterious 4th floor, Yu entered an office under the guidance of the young man. The whole office was very simple. The first thing that caught his eye was a big R logo hanging on the wall, and the floor plan of Movili City under the projector screen. Behind the desk in the office sat an elegant man in a white suit with short blue hair, who looked quite handsome. Yu's eyes explored the entire office, and suddenly condensed. He saw 3 familiar people in the corner. They were the twin brothers who had agreed to an offensive and defensive alliance with him last time, and the charming woman Rose. Team beside him, the Rockets youth knelt on one knee and said respectfully to the elegant man, "Sir, everyone is here." The elegant man glanced at him indifferently, then waved his hand to let the youth go out. Only the 4 captains from Kanto, including Yu, were left in the room. The atmosphere in the room gradually solidified. Yu did not dare to make any more mistakes in front of this mysterious adult, so he could only keep his head down. Just like that, a chuckle was heard after a long time. "Hat." The elegant man paced slowly in the room, and an invisible aura instantly enveloped the few people. "Strong man." This was the thought that suddenly popped up in Kuroba's mind. He had only seen this kind of temperament in Mr. Norman. It was an aura that belonged to the strong. On the road of trainers, they had already reached the top of countless people, just like the tip of the pyramid. This temperament that had been cultivated for a long time gradually changed from invisible to visible, that is, it evolved into the so-called aura. "Don't be nervous, you 4. After all, you can stand out from the many captains in the organization. You are also considered to be the superior." The elegant man took a handkerchief and wiped a luxury ball in his hand. He first praised the 4 people. "You may have heard of my name. I am Archer." The elegant man stood up and tightened the tie around his neck. And the 4 people of Kuroba were shocked. Archer was a celebrity in the organization. Not only did he have the experience of being promoted to a cadre, but he was also a newly promoted elite-level strongman, the right-hand man of the leader Giovanni, who focused on training. I am Haitian, Rose, Shinichi, Shinji, and I greet you, sir. Several people knelt on one knee, and Heiyu followed suit, with no flaws on his face, showing a completely loyal look. Archer sat on the sofa beside him, and the pressure on them suddenly eased. They looked at each other subconsciously, and a look of fear flashed across their faces. Not bad, you are a promising talent. Archer said a few words with a hint of appreciation. After all, with such low strength, they can still barely keep calm in front of him, which is worthy of the name of the superior among the Rocket's team leaders. At least he is barely qualified in terms of character and courage. He has just been transferred to Hone and does not have his own direct lineage, so he can train them a little. The organization is preparing to expand the Hone region to a certain extent. You four are Kanto people like me, so you must perform well. Archer said meaningfully. Heiyu and the others understood the meaning instantly. It is nothing more than intentional support and training. This adult sent a signal that he needs to train some direct lineage forces of his own. And the four of them are, since he was from a region, he had the upper hand and entered the eyes of this adult, and was included in the peripheral list at least. After taking a deep breath, Heiyu knew that he could not make a choice on his own in such matters, so he said decisively, "It is an honor for me to serve you, and Haitian is willing to die for you." Before the three people on the side could react, Heiyu hurriedly expressed his loyalty and cursed in his heart. In the past, this Haitian was always cold and taciturn, but he was actually a lackey. Heiyu ignored the contempt in the eyes of the three people. A real man is one who can bend and stretch. No, the three of them hurriedly added their loyalty, and their words were similar to Heiyu's, saying that they were willing to get closer to Archer. Archer took out 4 black medals from a drawer beside him, stared at the 4 people and said, "You don't need to obey any orders from the captain in the base. You can directly contact me through this medal in the future." Heiyu lowered his head and glanced at the medal on the table. It was a black-based medal with a few white colors. The black and white medal looked so exquisite. Archer waved his hand, let the 4 people take the medals and left. "I have no intention of talking to them more." This made a Rose who hoped to make rapid progress through friendship or in-depth communication feel a little disappointed. After leaving the room, the 4 of them looked at each other, and all of them let out a long breath and wiped the non-existent sweat on their foreheads. Heiyu also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. It was the first time to have close contact with such a powerful figure of this level, and the pressure that came over him was something that others could not understand. In the past, Heiyu had seen some powerful people with momentum and tiger bodies in some novels, and he sneered. After all, after meeting Norman, Sidney, the 2 elite-level masters, did not feel anything special. It seems that he is ignorant now. The momentum that these masters have cultivated over the years can indeed form an invisible aura that can be released and retracted as they wish. At least just now in the office, that deep sense of powerlessness surged through his whole body, just like a knife stuck in his throat, making him extremely painful and difficult to breathe. That indescribable feeling of suffocation is indeed the first time I have experienced it. This is the sadness of the weak. Heiyu sighed helplessly in his heart. Although the idea of becoming stronger has never stopped, it is only with this experience that it has become more determined. As a time traveler, he has always been proud in his bones, so he appears to be gentle on the surface, but in fact, he has a faint sense of superiority, which is superior to all his peers. He believes that he has a great advantage, and the memory of his previous life can help him a lot. Hand himself became a strong man. Except for people like Stephen, he would be restrained. But this embarrassing experience can be turned into nourishment for me to move forward again. Heiyu walked in the dim passage, and at this moment, his eyes were more determined than ever. Chapter 154, Preparing Poison. After leaving Team Rocket HQ, Heiyu walked around the black market as usual, but did not find any items that interested him. But he could feel that everyone walking in the black market was in a hurry, and there was a murderous atmosphere in the air. It's a bit strange. Yu released Murkrow, flapped his wings and stood on his shoulders, tightening his wide black robe. He did not stay in the black market for too long, and left from an exit that was not easy to attract attention. After returning to the small Pokémon Center, Yu began to think about this trip to Team Rocket HQ trip. Meeting Archer. This is the habit of reviewing that I have developed. After recalling in my mind and finding that there were no flaws or mistakes, I finally let go of my worries. Archer is a coder who was specially promoted by the leader Giovanni in Team Rockets last year. He is a new elite. This information is widely spread within Team Rockets. It's just that the other party was transferred to Hone region for no reason this time. Didn't he bring his own direct forces with him? Yu knew very little about the fights between the bigwigs of various factions within Team Rockets. He shook his head and threw these wild thoughts out of his mind. He first asked the restaurant to order a large table of food. In addition to eating for himself, he also ordered a large number of roasted lamb legs for several Pokémon, especially Sandil. Sandil enjoyed the tight feeling of biting meat very much. Although it was not as good as biting raw meat in terms of pleasure, the lamb legs sprinkled with seasoning after being roasted also had a unique flavor. After Yu finished taking care of everything in the room, he took out the poisons he purchased last time, including the black sludge. After these days, the continuous input of toxins has been barely restored. At least it can have an effect on the poisonous Pokémon around level 30. After wearing it, the poisonous Pokémon can slowly recover their physical strength. It is definitely very popular within Team Rockets. Selling it will definitely bring in hundreds of thousands of dollars. After all, Team Rocket's Royal 3, Coughing, Ekans, and Zubat are all poison attribute. And some mainstream teams within Team Rockets also mostly use poison attribute Pokémon, such as Beedrill, Mook, Nidoking, Nidoqueen, etc. etc. As a branch of many medicines, poison requires a lot of theoretical knowledge and practice. At least Yu cannot make any high difficulty poisons now. It just uses black sludge as the main material, and combines many toxins to form a mixed toxin. Yu first put on special gloves and masks, and then sealed the whole room to prevent the smell of poison from spreading. Ordered several Pokémon to guard the door, windows, and other places at any time. After all this, he slowly took out materials from the space backpack, including the poison gas of superior wheezing, Arbox toxins, and a small bottle of quillfish venom purchased last time. In addition, Yu also prepared some other fine auxiliary materials. For example, the big Pokémon that Kyuya killed last time, the Heart of Ariados, the Death Resentment of Ghastly. There are also some toxins that I usually focus on collecting. Although the level of Pokémon extracted from these toxins is not high, they are of various types. This also includes toxins extracted from the sweat secreted by the body of Pokémon. Preparing medicine is definitely not a simple task, even if it is just one branch of it, poison. The basic principles of poison, the design and optimization of poison formulas, the selection and identification of toxin materials, the operation of medicine vessels, the techniques and precautions for preparing poisons, the inspection methods of poisons, the storage and use of poisons. All of the above are the work of Yu. There are many details to consider, but fortunately, Yu has simplified the numerous difficult and cumbersome methods. You only need to find neutralizing materials to prevent the conflict between the poisons. The mixed poisons made in this way are difficult for ordinary people to remove with antidotes. Only people like Yu who are proficient in pharmacy and poisons can remove them. Fighting for a whole night, there were countless failures during the preparation of the poison, but the final result was gratifying. Yu carefully put this small bottle of purple-green poison into the storage container, which contained a mixture of toxins from multiple Pokémon, which was enough to threaten ordinary superior-level Pokémon. Unless the opponent is a steel type that is immune to poison attributes. Or poison, ground, rock, ghost attributes, etc. Pokemon with a certain resistance to toxins. Otherwise, Heiyu is still very confident in his poison. After all, the materials consumed by this small bottle of poison alone are nearly 500,000 alliance coins. Heiyu threw all the various complicated instruments on the table into a special garbage bag. Because they were all covered with toxins, Heiyu could not throw them away openly. Carefully put them into the space ring, and if there is a chance to discard them in the wild. Then take out the special antidote and wipe off some of the tiny splashes of toxins on the table. In this way, the whole room is cleaned up, and you can relax after the task is completed. But this is far from over. After all, it is impossible for others to watch you sprinkle poison on Pokemon, right? The simplest method is undoubtedly to apply poison to your own weapons, such as crossbows, daggers, and short blades. A more sophisticated method is to disguise the poison as an ordinary liquid, such as water, beverages, etc., and secretly poison the target person. It's a pity that Heiyu's current attainments in poisons are not so high. After all, he is only a latecomer. All the knowledge about potions is obtained from the channels of the Breeder Guild and the library of Chinjua Gym. The highest attainments in poison attribute Pokemon, and poison in this Pokemon world are still monopolized by those long-standing families. Among them, the most well-known is Wu. It is suspected to be the poison leader, who is known as the poison leader in the world Koga. Koga is an expert in medicine and poison, and often uses his own medicine to treat Pokemon. As a descendant of Iga Ryu, he is also a master of ninjutsu and has taught many students, including his daughter. The other party is one of the 4 elites of the current Johto Alliance and a gym leader. He is also the only 4 elite with poison attribute. The only 4 elite promoted by a gym leader. Proficient in poison attribute and in charge of pink badges. However, according to the memory of the previous life, it won't be long before he will be Team Rocket's defected and officially became a Team Rocket's cadre. At the same time, he will also resign as gym leader and pass it on to his daughter Janine. After all, as a ninja, it is normal to be proficient in assassination and poison, and Fuchsia City, which he is in charge of, is also one of the few cities that openly allows the sale of poison. Heiyu took out the crossbow and dagger he bought and applied the poison he had just prepared. It's just that although the crossbow is easy to use, you still need to practice your accuracy. Heiyu fiddled with the small crossbow and thought to himself. Chapter 155 Violet Gym. Most gyms are located in the center of the city, and the Violet Gym in Movili City is no exception. This is a gym that specializes in electric Pokemon. From the gym leader to the trainee apprentice, all of them are electric specialized trainers. From a distance, the Violet Gym looks more like a super large power station. The walls of the entire building are painted in a magnificent saffron color. There are 3 huge and thick antennas on the top, just like Thunderbolt's lightning decoration on the door plate of the gym, which looks extremely gorgeous. There is a small square at the entrance of the gym, not because the gym alone has much space, but because most of the official departments and facilities in the entire city are near the gym. For example, the only TV station in Hone region, Violet TV, stands next to the gym. The office workers who come and go in suits and carry briefcases are almost all TV station staff. There are also many people wearing trainer clothes with obvious lightning-like clothing. Most of them are gym staff or apprentices. Ding! Welcome to Zijin Gym. Heiyu just approached the induction door, and a mechanical welcome sounded beside him. A young lady who was obviously the receptionist immediately trotted forward, showing a sweet smile, and asked Heiyu the purpose of coming. "I'm here to sign up for the gym challenge." Heiyu told the truth, and at the same time handed over his alliance identity card for registration. "So it's the trainer, please take a rest here for a while, I will immediately arrange a battle for you." Seeing the identity certificate handed over by Heiyu, the expression of the receptionist was obviously more respectful. Although she must have some connections to get this job at the gym reception, she didn't want to provoke a trainer for nothing, let alone a direct descendant. "Just now you learned that I came to challenge the gym, you seem very surprised?" Yu was bored, so he just chatted. The front desk lady's the smile never disappeared, and he was operating the computer in his hand, and he did not forget to answer, "I thought you were here to visit the gym, or to sign up for an apprenticeship." Yu nodded thoughtfully, quietly admiring the exquisite interior decoration. Large gyms with a long history like this are generally the attractions of a city, so some gyms that want to generate income will provide visiting services. Just the ticket money and the sale of some souvenirs can make a lot of money. Of course, most gyms can't bring themselves to do this, but I don't know why Zijin Gym would open this service. Judging from the interior decoration and luxury, it doesn't look like it's short of money at all. Could it be gym leader Watson? No matter how short of money you are, there's no need to do something that will lower the gym's reputation, right? Each gym leader has the final say over the gym and has 100% say. This can be seen from the fact that some gyms are controlled by a large family behind the scenes for a long time. Although the alliance nominally unifies all gyms, it actually only has the right to assess and advise gyms. The real decision on the next gym successor is still made by the gym leader's own mind. In addition, there are also many cases where sons inherit their father's business, such as Fuchsia Gym that Yu thought of last night, and the gym in Lavaridge Town that he had challenged before. "Hello, respected trainer, I have registered for your gym challenge, which is expected to be in 2 hours. What mode do you want to challenge?" Each gym has its own operating method. For example, if you only pay the lowest registration fee for the gym challenged by Lavaridge Town, you must defeat 3 apprentices before you can challenge the gym leader. I wonder what this Violet Gym is like? Yu stood up and walked slowly to the front desk. Looking at the dozen different battle methods displayed on the screen, he secretly thought that there are so many modes. In addition to some serious battles, there are also some fun battles and entertainment games, which can be said to be very varied. Of course, the fees are not cheap. Even if it is just the most basic 1v1 battle with an apprentice, you need to pay a registration fee of 1000 alliance coins, and you can't get a badge if you win, just a souvenir. The challenge of betting on gym badges is at least a regular game of 3v3 or above. Master Trainer, we recommend you to choose difficult mode and superior mode. Difficult mode requires a fee of 20W alliance coins. Gym the superior side will send a senior apprentice to fight with you. After winning, you can get an electrical badge and an ordinary skill disc. Superior mode requires a fee of 50W alliance coins. The gym side will send the direct disciple of Watson leader. Of course, there is also a very small possibility that the leader will personally fight. After winning, you can get an electrical badge and a rare skill disc. After the explanation, the front desk lady looked at Yu with a smile, expecting him to make a choice. After all, this is all money. She also has a commission for the gym challenge organized by her. Although it is only 1%, there are a few more generous challengers every day, which is also a considerable fee. This kind of the profit from the commission is much higher than her fixed salary. Yu frowned and thought to himself, is Zijin Gym so short of money? Yu also asked about the difference between ordinary skill discs and rare skill discs. The former are nothing more than low-power skills such as Electro Ball, Thunder Shock, Spark, and Cheek Rub. The latter's rare discs are generally Thunder Punch, Thunder Fang, Volt Switch, and even someone had obtained Thunderbolt skill disc in the past. After thinking for a while, Yu chose the difficult mode and fought against the senior apprentice. The reason why he didn't choose the superior mode was not because of the lack of 300,000 alliance coins. After all, he still had enough training funds, with more than 2 million. Not choosing the superior mode was purely because the cost performance was too low. 500,000 was exchanged for a chance to compete with the true disciple of the gym. If he lost, it would all be wasted. Even if he won and got Thunderbolt's skill disc, it wouldn't be considered a big profit. After all, Thunderbolt was only worth about 300,000 or 400,000 alliance coins in the black market. As for the so-called opportunity to fight against gym leader, it's just for fun. At least from the information found on the internet, no one has seen Watson leader in the gym competition in the past year. Because of the current, all the battle venues in the gym were full, and the queues even lasted 2 hours, so Haeyu didn't wait foolishly. Instead, he visited the gym, and naturally passed by some beautiful viewpoints and spent a little money to buy souvenirs. But the only thing that caught Haeyu's attention was the breeding house. He didn't expect that the Violet Gym actually opened a breeding house. And on the screen of the breeding house, all the electric attribute Pokemon eggs or Pokemon cubs were listed for sale. Why does Violet Gym look like I'm short of money? Could it be that the construction of the new Violet power plant has started again? Haeyu was puzzled, but he really saw some Pokemon that made him excited. For example, an Elecid. The final evolution type of this Pokemon, Electivire, is the electric attribute Pokemon with the highest race value known so far. The race value of up to 540 is higher than that of Royal 3 is higher. The only thing that may not be beautiful is the item power amplifier that needs to be consumed in the second stage of evolution. Note, excluding Super Evolution, Legendary Pokemon, and Divine Beasts. Chapter 156 Magnemite. Haeyu's battlefield is number 6, and the senior apprentice guarding the number 6 battlefield is a young lady named Kikuta. Haeyu sat in the hall, watching the battle on the screen through the broadcaster beside him. The strength shown by this apprentice Kikuta should be the strongest among the group below the superior trainer. Naughty Thunder Bomb and Magneton are both Pokemon that are only one step away from the superior level. And when Haeyu walked along the player's channel to the audience, a burst of noisy voices also came into his ears. Come on, crush them with lightning. Release the electricity as much as you can. Come on, challenger, show your strength. As a gym, the most profitable thing is undoubtedly selling tickets for gym challenge matches, especially for those apprentices with strong strength. It is said that if the true disciples of Watson leader compete, the audience seats will be full in almost every match, so that it is difficult to get a ticket. However, these gyms with strong foundations are really good at making money. They have turned the obligations they originally needed to fulfill into profitable projects. As the halftime break ended, the game started again. Please welcome the next challenger, Haeyu. The referee sat on the platform, holding the microphone and shouted. The next thing to be held is the gym challenge with gym badges as the stakes. The two sides are challenger Kuroba and gym apprentice Kikuta. The rules of the game are a best-of-3 system. Both sides send 3 Pokemon to fight 3 games. The challenger only needs to win 2 of them to be considered a successful challenge. The challenger releases Pokemon first, and the gym apprentice releases the random Pokemon sent by the gym. Note, the random Pokemon sent by the gym must be of a similar level to the challenger's Pokemon. After both sides were in place, the referee took out the microphone and repeated the rules of the battle again. Sandil, as your first show, get ready to fight. Go. A flash of white light passed by, and Sandil with a cocky scale carapace appeared on the field. Oh my god, why is it a ground type again? That's right, how come these challengers only have the advantage in attributes? But what is this Pokemon? It seems rare. The moment the audience in the audience saw the Pokemon, they immediately started to discuss it. However, Sandil is a relatively rare Pokemon. Some Pokemon trainers can recognize it. Most ordinary residents don't know it at all. However, this does not prevent them from looking forward to the battle, because the battle between superior apprentices is often very entertaining. When Kuroba sent Sandil, gym apprentice Kikuta frowned slightly, and his expressionless face became a little ugly. In fact, it is not easy for gym apprentices like them. They either pay a high fee as tuition or sign a decades-long contract with the gym. So they don't look like ordinary people. It's not so glamorous, at least for Kikuta. She usually has a lot of pressure to cultivate. Often need to go to the wild to accept some bounties to earn cultivation funds. And this kind of gym defense is often related to the scoring agency within the gym. At this moment, she really wants to send out her trump card Pokemon to teach the cold-blooded boy on the opposite side a lesson. Unfortunately, there are rules in the gym challenge. When facing the challenger, you must use Pokemon of similar strength. Therefore, she can only send out the Pokemon sent by the gym. Take the Pokemon from the referee on the side ball. Kikuta prayed that it was not a pure electric type. The moment she saw Pokeball, she finally felt relieved. Go, Magnemite! A floating screw Pokemon with a body that looked like magnet appeared, Magnet Pokemon, Magnemite. Electricity and steel attributes. Although she didn't have to fall into the dilemma of the electric attribute being invalid, after all, Magnemite with steel attributes could learn the skill of Magnet Bomb. But both electric and steel are 4 times weaker to the ground. Kikuta didn't have much hope for the result of this game, and she could only hope that the command ability of the kid on the opposite side was a little worse, so that she wouldn't lose so badly. After all, every gym defense battle would be scored by video at the end of the month, which would affect her resource allocation in the gym. Sandil, Hone Claw strengthens itself, stomps. Heiyu did not intend to test the opponent. Sandil's fighting style has always been straightforward. Sandil sharpened his claws, and the sharp claws emitted cold light, and the attack power increased. Sandil suddenly raised his front paws and slapped the ground, and waves of ripples swung towards Magnemite along with the ground. Magnemite uses Magnet Bomb. Magnemite's only non-electric skill is this one, so Kikuta has no other choice but to command with a frustrated look. Pieces of silver-white iron lumps hit Sandil. Sandil turned his body upside down and aimed his back at the attack, using it as a shield for defense. The cocky scales turned into a shield to protect it, and Sandil easily took the blow. But Magnemite was not so lucky. Sandil's heavy stomping undoubtedly hit Magnemite, who staggered and fell to the ground without maintaining his balance. This gave Sandil a chance to pursue the victory. Sandil, use Sand Tomb, don't let it float to the sky. Sandil, who is very proficient in ground-based systems, instantly summoned yellow sand all over the sky, forming small storms, and trapped Magnemite in it. Give him the last blow, use Fire Fang. At Heiyu's command, Sandil quickly crawled to the side of Magnemite who was trapped by the yellow sand, and suddenly raised his crocodile mouth. The fire fang wrapped in fierce flames suddenly bit down. Magnemite loses his ability to fight, Sandil wins, and challenger Heiyu wins. The referee announced the result expressionlessly, not surprised at all. This Magnemite is not Kikuta's Pokemon, it was bred by the gym and specially used to deal with challengers. Therefore, its qualifications are naturally ordinary. And what about the Sandil? The fierce eyes, the shiny yellow scales on the back, the sharp crocodile claws, the ferocious and terrifying sharp teeth. In addition, the size of the Sandil is far beyond the normal size, and it is obvious that it has been carefully bred. In addition, the attributes are completely restrained. The opponent is not only immune to electric attribute moves, but also restrains Magnemite 4 times. Although in the eyes of the referee, this is an obvious match, but for the vast majority of the audience who don't understand battles and Pokemon, they began to discuss it. After all, as a senior apprentice, he was defeated so quickly. It's not that they haven't seen challengers choose Pokemon that are immune to electric and restrain ground attributes, even Royal 3 with ground attributes, such as Marshtomp and Torterra, but most of the gym apprentices can fight back and forth even when facing unfavorable attributes, and it is still a wonderful battle in the end. But it is the first time that a Pokemon of the same level is defeated in less than half a minute. Chapter 157 Electric Badge. Apprentice Kikuta's Magnemite has lost its ability to fight. Please send the next Pokemon. The referee's voice woke Kikuta from her surprised trance. She heard the audience's discussions, so she was very unwilling. It's a pity that the ground attribute is too restrained for this electric type. She just hopes that the Pokemon that Kuroyu sends next time will not be ground attribute. Kuroyu took back Sandil, shrunk the Pokeball and hung it back on his waist, and took out another luxury ball. Umbreon, I leave it to you. The Pokemon from the Dark Knight, with a smart figure, jumped between the venues, attracting countless eyes from the audience. For most ordinary people who don't know how to fight, this kind of Pokemon with a higher appearance often attracts their love. Kikuta breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it is not a ground type, there is still a chance to fight. Received another Pokemon of similar level to Umbreon from the staff beside as a response. Often, the Pokemon distributed by the gym accounted for a large part of luck. After all, who told her that the level of her main Pokemon was around level 40? However, when she saw the Pokemon randomly distributed by the gym, she was still slightly surprised and thought to herself, is it such a coincidence? Jolteon, prepare for battle. It was like a cat with its hair exploded, with yellow thunder all over its body and white hair around its neck. Jolteon is from the same lineage as Umbreon. The moment Jolteon appeared, his hair exploded instantly, like sharp thorns, and he looked at Umbreon with a ferocious look. Umbreon just glanced at him lightly, looking around with a cold and arrogant look. The charm of multiple branches of evolution was fully revealed at this moment. Whether it was the docility of Eevee, the coldness of Umbreon, or the frenzy of Jolteon, which Kuroyu had seen before, they all pushed Eevee, a Pokemon, to the peak through evolution. Eevee, which can become one of the most favorite Pokemon of trainers, relies not only on its cute appearance, but also on the mysterious evolution branches. Kuroyu's face was a little serious. The level of the opponent's Jolteon was not low, almost the same as his Umbreon, both around 28 or 29. The referee gave an order, and both sides commanded again. Umbreon, Shadow Sneak. A dark energy. The ball condenses instantly and shoots out quickly. As one of Umbreon's rare offensive skills, this period of training has not been in vain, and he has already used it proficiently. Especially in night battles, it has improved several levels in terms of concealment, and the enemy often cannot see where the attack is coming from. Ghost skills are so tricky in outdoor night battles. Jolteon uses Pin Missile. Jolteon can learn a bug attribute Pin Missile and a fighting attribute Double Kick, both of which restrain Umbreon's evil attributes. Therefore, Kikuta's mood is slightly better, thinking that this battle is still worth winning. Pin with Green Light Missile, shot out like a bullet, 3 in a row quickly stopped the flying shadow ball. Umbreon, yawn. Heiyu was not surprised to see the attack blocked. Umbreon was not good at attacking, but assisting harassment. Various transformation skills are enough to disgust the enemy. Umbreon lazily supported his body and hit Yawn heavily. Jolteon instantly felt a little tired and sleepy. This inherited skill, the proficiency is even higher than Shadow Sneak. Heiyu's mouth curled up slightly, and continued to command, take advantage of his illness, kill him, Dark Pulse. Umbreon heard this and suddenly a terrifying aura full of malice burst out from his body. A dark brown light wave instantly attacked the sleepy Jolteon. Jolteon, protect! Kikuta saw this thrilling scene and shouted instantly. The emerald green light curtain condensed and narrowly blocked the attack. Jolteon was extremely fast in energy condensation. Go over and use Double Kick. Jolteon quickly ran between the venues. The speed race value of 130 was not in vain. In terms of speed alone, it was several levels ahead of Umbreon. There was no time to counterattack, so Heiyu simply ordered to use Double Team. As the first skill disc learned, Umbreon can now condense more than 5 clones, and each one is extremely realistic. Jolteon was confused and didn't know which one to attack, so he just kicked down the 2 fake clones at random. Umbreon uses Assurance. When Jolteon got close, Umbreon jumped instantly, spun around, and used his fluffy tail to pound Jolteon. Don't give him a chance to react, strike him. Umbreon took advantage of Jolteon's unpreparedness and launched another attack. 260 power evil attribute moves were powerful. Jolteon staggered and fell to the ground. Let's fight. Jolteon uses Thunder Fang. Kikuta saw that the camera next to him had recorded the entire game, and he could only pray silently in his heart that he would not lose this game too badly. Seeing that the opponent was doomed, Kuroba quickly ordered Umbreon to use Protect Defense. Umbreon, Dark Pulse. Umbreon uses Shadow Sneak. At this time, Jolteon's sharp hair that had exploded all over his body began to become soft. Without the support of the stored electricity, the hair began to become fluffy. Jolteon collapsed on the ground, his eyes were swirling, and he obviously lost his ability to fight. Jolteon lost his ability to fight. Umbreon won, and the challenger has won 2 games first. So, in this game with the gym badge as the stakes, the winner is the challenger. Hey you! The referee plugged his earphones into his ears, and did not hear the cheers outside. He announced the final result of the game on his own. At the same time, the girl next to him held a plate with the certificate of winning the gym game, the electric badge. Heiyu smiled and took it into his hand, raised his head, and faced the light to shine with golden light. Thank you. Heiyu bowed politely to the referee and the girl next to him. This only then left the field. With the end of the game, the 6th venue naturally entered the halftime break. The next gym apprentice in the 6th venue is most likely not Kikuta. After all, there have been 3 consecutive battles. She faced 3 challengers in a row, and a badge was given away. Whether it was physical or mental fatigue, it was not enough for her to continue to support. But all this had nothing to do with Heiyu. After the challenge, he did not leave, but returned to the audience to continue watching. After all, such a gym challenge is still worth watching, and there is experience to learn and draw lessons from. Sure enough, after the 15-minute halftime break, the gym apprentice in the 6th venue was replaced by another one, and the original Kikuta was likely to go back to the backstage to rest. It's not easy to be a gym apprentice. Heiyu looked at the gym apprentices fighting hard on the field and sighed in his heart. After receiving a thunder after using Wave Skill Disc, Heiyu left Zijin Gym. Chapter 158 Power Plant. Movali City, as a large and developed city, naturally consumes a lot of energy every day, especially the power generation, which ranks first among all cities in the entire Hone region. It even exceeds the headquarters of the Alliance, Keihu City. The reason is that Watson Leader's urban transformation plan has indeed brought prosperity to Movali City, but it has also brought a huge energy burden. Therefore, old power plants are abandoned one by one. New power plants with huge power generation are constantly emerging. The most famous one should be the underground power plant and second city that was built a few years ago, New Zijin. It is rumored that the construction of this underground power plant consumed countless manpower and material resources, and the benchmark was also the power plant in Kanto region and the Valley power plant in Sinnoh region. Even Movali, in order to create momentum, City even called itself one of the 3 major power plants in the Pokemon world together with these 2 power plants. Therefore, the underground power plant New Violet was once very popular. Unfortunately, Watson later urgently stopped the project, giving the reason that it affected the ecological environment of the surrounding Pokemon. Although the project was only half built, so far New Violet can still supply a large amount of electricity to the entire city every year. Some old power plants were naturally abandoned, gathering a large number of wild Pokemon, especially various rare electric Pokemon. This place has also become one of the favorite places for countless trainers to explore. A forest with a small abandoned power plant. Murkrow is hovering over the forest, his sharp eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, guarding against all kinds of sudden accidents. Heiyu rushed through the jungle, his agile figure rolled up pieces of fallen leaves, and with light footsteps, he quickly climbed onto a boulder. This Imalga is too good at running, as slippery as a loach. Heiyu looked at the small abandoned power plant not far away, panting slightly, and said helplessly. Since after completing the gym challenge yesterday, he began to check what features near Movili City could attract trainers. The large number of waste gas power plants, which gathered countless rare electric attribute Pokémon, undoubtedly attracted Heiyu's attention. After all, he now had to cultivate 5 Pokémon, which was too expensive and put a lot of financial pressure on him. Now he finally understood why most trainers would not have more than 3 Pokémon. Not only did they have to spend a lot of time on them, but the pressure of cultivation funds also accounted for a large part of the reason. Therefore, making money is inevitable. As soon as he entered the forest in the morning, he saw a rare Pokémon Emolga. This Pokémon is mainly found in Unova region, and there are also a few branches in Sinnoh and Hone region. Due to its rare electric and flying attributes, coupled with its cute appearance, it is very popular among some female trainers. Especially some wealthy ladies like to keep some pets that are not very powerful but very cute. Bringing them to tea parties is very face-saving. It will definitely arouse the admiration and envy of other rich ladies. Heiyu will naturally not let it go. After all, you never know how crazy these women can be for the things they love. Selling it on the black market or handing it over to the Alliance in exchange for points are both good options. Originally, Murkrow could easily catch up with him with his speed, but who knew that he would use Tailwind, which, combined with Emolga's 103 speed race value, is extremely fast. Emolga is small in size, and can fly, so he is like a fish in water in the familiar forest environment. And Murkrow was left behind because he was not familiar with the complex environment in the forest, and he had to take care of his master Heiyu behind him. Emolga escaped into this small power plant? Difficult. This kind of small power plant often gathers a large number of electric attribute Pokémon, because of the various residual electricity inside. Plus, the terrain inside is narrow, and a Pokémon may jump out from any corner to attack you, so most people will not go in to explore. Over time, the number of electric attribute Pokémon gathered inside has increased, and it has become a forbidden place for humans. Although the power plant in front of him is only a small one, Heiyu guessed that there may be Pokémon above the superior level inside. To enter or not to enter? After a brief thought, Heiyu decided to enter, but the method needs to be more cautious. Heiyu took out a lot of items from the space ring, including a small reconnaissance drone and a field navigator. These are Devon produced by Corporation. The quality is absolutely guaranteed, and it can withstand the full-strength attack of Pokémon around level 20 at most. Its advantage is that it is small in size and can also be used for reconnaissance at night. Heiyu asked Murkrow to be on guard nearby, and then he concentrated on operating it. Although the operation of this reconnaissance aircraft is not difficult, it requires concentration. The electric energy here is really strong. No wonder it attracts a large number of electric Pokémon to use this place as a nest. Heiyu walked in the abandoned passage of the abandoned power plant. The rusted Aurabug walls and exposed steel and concrete recorded the traces of mottled years. This place used to be an Aurabug behemoth with huge power generation, but now it has been abandoned like this. Only ruin and loneliness remain. Ding dong. Of course, occasionally a Pokémon will make a sound. Murkrow, Tailwind, Wing Attack. After hearing the trainer's order, Murkrow was blown by a breeze, and his speed increased instantly. His black wings flashed white light, and he flew straight towards the yellow figure. Guide. Emolga was attacked and crashed directly into the Aurabug wall beside him, hurting all over. Heiyu would not give it a chance to escape this time, and ordered again, Umbreon, Dark Pulse. Umbreon condensed a wave with a dark aura, and attacked Emolga, who was tackle on the ground. Boom! With a small explosion, Emolga instantly lost his ability to fight, and Heiyu threw out a great ball. Ding dong! Looking at the completed capture, Heiyu's mood improved a little. It must be said that Emolga, this Pokémon, is really cute. Especially the electric sacs on both sides of the cheek tips. The black skin from Emolga's head to the back looks like a hood, and there is also a serrated skin above the face. What's more attractive is the yellow wing membrane that looks like a wing, connected to its arm with 3 fingers, just like a cloak. Just when Hayu was operating the drone here to explore the inner core of the power plant, a small shadow appeared on the screen and caught his attention. Is this Shiny Piku? Chapter 159 Shiny Piku. Clang, clang, clang. A fan-like sound sounded. A small unmanned reconnaissance aircraft was searching for the trace of this shiny Piku. Hayu was still very surprised to meet a Piku here. Of course, he was not planning to breed a Pikachu similar to Pikachu. It was because Piku, a Pokemon, was even more popular with those ladies than Emolga. You know, Pokemon like Pikachu usually live in groups and often survive as a group. And for Piku to evolve into Pikachu, you only need to increase the intimacy in a little bit of level. What kind of intimacy can be improved faster than family affection? This led to the fact that Piku, which was born a few days ago, quickly evolved into Pikachu under the care of his parents because of family affection. This led to the fact that the number of Piku in the wild was very rare. And the one that Kuraba encountered was a shiny Piku. The shiny and non-shiny Piku actually look similar in color, one is olivine and the other is dark yellow. It is difficult to distinguish them just by appearance. But the electric sacs on both sides of the cheeks of non-shiny Piku are pink, while the electric sacs of shiny Piku are bright red. It is very conspicuous just by looking at the cheeks. Wow, I just needed breeding funds, and there is such a shiny Pokemon delivered to my door. He still has some guesses about this shiny Piku. It is likely that it was driven out of the tribe because of shiny, so it did not evolve into Pikachu. Shiny may be a synonym for rare and precious in the eyes of humans. But among his Pokemon tribe, shiny is an outlier, so it was expelled from the tribe. If this is put on the black market, won't those rich ladies go crazy? After all, what could be more prestigious than carrying a shiny Piku? As for what to do if it suddenly evolves during the training process, there is an item called Everstone. Although the function is relatively useless, it is to prevent Pokemon from evolving to the next stage and keep Pokemon in its current form. Generally speaking, some rich people's Pokemon pets will wear this kind of Everstone to prevent sudden evolution. After all, it is quite unacceptable for a Glamour to suddenly evolve into pure ugly. Go, Pokeball! After letting Murkrow consume some of Piku's physical strength, Hayu directly threw out a Pokeball. This kind of extremely low-level Pokemon, of course, can be captured with one ball, without any accidents. Hayu continued to explore the interior of the power plant, various narrow passages, flickering arcs. During this period, he naturally encountered some Pokemon. Magnemite, Electrike, and even a zebra. Behind this door in front should be the turbine room, which should be the core of the entire power plant and the place with the most abundant energy. Hayu carefully looked inside through the crack of the door, but unfortunately the dim light could not shine in at all, resulting in only a grey appearance inside. If you want to say that the most likely superior level Pokemon in the entire power plant is behind this door. The entire turbine room occupies a small half of the area of the power plant. Just when Hayu was about to push the door in, a thunderous roar suddenly broke out from the left passage. Zebstrika? In the narrow passage, Zebstrika's body was extremely huge, and Hayu had no place to hide. Crawdaunt, protect! With an instant order, a green light curtain appeared in front of him, blocking Zebstrika's impact. Zebstrika's eyes flashed with hatred, and the surface of his body was covered with countless electric currents again, and arcs of electricity jumped between his body hair. Zebra! Zebstrika splashed its hooves again, and charged, trying to knock open the Protect shield. Unfortunately, Protect's strong defense was enough to withstand a full-strength attack of the same level. Hayu took the opportunity to take out the toxic crossbow that had been filled from the space ring. At such a close distance, it was impossible to miss. Swish! The crossbow arrow with the toxic tip pierced through the sky and pierced Zebstrika's skin. Purple mist floated into the air. The strong toxin instantly invaded the body. This toxic that could poison superior Pokémon was used on a 3-IT is undoubtedly like using a cannon to kill a mosquito on a level 0 Zebstrika. But Hayu does not think it is a waste. Let alone the emergency just now, even with Protect, Zebstrika cannot attack. But what if? Hayu cannot gamble his life on the 1 in 10,000 probability. After all, you have to know that Zebstrika can inherit Feint's skill. What's more, Zebstrika's level is not low, at least around level 30, not to mention that it is an electric attribute, which restrains most of his Pokémon. Sandil, the only one who can counter, is too low, not even level 20. This is the disadvantage of specializing in one system, which is easy to be targeted. Hayu cannot spend time with this Zebstrika in this narrow passage. What if it attracts other Pokémon? Pokémon in the dark, the situation will become a little worse. Now we are in the center of the power plant, there are definitely many Pokémon of Zebstrika's level, and most of the electric attribute Pokémon are aggressive and irritable. Hayu didn't have time to kill Zebstrika, who was poisoned. The huge noise just now must have attracted the attention of other Pokémon in the power plant. It is not advisable to stay here for a long time. Hayu directly pushed open the iron door of the turbine room, and quickly locked the door after entering. This kind of aura bug in the power plant, he has tested the door, and it is difficult for ordinary Pokémon to break it. Therefore, there is no need to worry about Pokémon outside breaking in. However, the Pokémon inside the turbine room may not be more docile than those outside. They may be more likely to attack because Kuroyu has trespassed into their territory. But as long as there are not two superior level sieges at the same time, I am sure to defeat it, Kuroyu thought confidently. But this is not arrogance, but he does have the ability. Crawdaunt has reached level 39, and Sharpedo has also caught up quickly. Reached level 37. With just these two Pokémon, they are enough to fight against ordinary superior Pokémon, and even if they have an advantage in attributes, they can defeat them. Even if there are two superior Pokémon, Hayu is confident that he can hold out for a while and get out of it safely. This is the result of a large amount of capital investment and careful training. If it is not necessary, Hayu will never provoke a superior Pokémon for no reason, but if the benefits are enough, Hayu will occasionally take a risk. After all, how can you succeed without taking risks? Life is not a progress bar. It does not mean that you will have the opportunity to climb up if you keep working hard. Sometimes you have to take an unconventional approach. Chapter 160 Mysterious Room. After entering the room, the entire vortex room was filled with various incomprehensible and sophisticated instruments, and some screens were even lit, thus illuminating the dim room and allowing it to barely have a certain degree of visual range. Hayu did not dare to turn on the searchlight immediately. What if there was a Pokémon hiding in a corner, and he suddenly turned on the light? Wouldn't it be a clear statement that I'm here, come and attack me? The entire vortex room is extremely large, and the passages in each room are intricate. Hayu first carefully pushed open a door. After checking that it was just an ordinary lounge, he breathed a sigh of relief. Then he and the Oakmans entered the room and used it as a temporary resting place. There was only one window on the ceiling for ventilation. Hey! The whole room, whether on the walls or furniture, was covered with a thick layer of dust. It looked like no one had lived there for at least a few years. Hayu shone the flashlight on a piece of dust that was obviously thinner than other places. There was a faint pattern on it. Is this a footprint? Judging from the pace of this footprint, it should have been left by someone who explored a long time ago. After all, the pattern is too light. Of course, there is another possibility. That is to leave the person who made this footprint is a woman, and her body is very light. This is why there is a thin layer of footprint pattern, so thin that even the dust almost covers it. Before Hayu carefully checked the corners of the room for other footprints, he suddenly felt the whole power plant suddenly vibrate. Boom boom! Countless tiny dust particles fell from the corners of the ceiling and walls, as if a grey snow had fallen, and the dust on the ground was covered with a thick layer again. Several Pokémon instantly took a vigilant posture. Heyu waved his hand and pricked up his ears to listen carefully. After all, the abandoned, although the power plant is small, the materials used to build it are very solid. It is obviously not a simple thing that can make such a solid audiobook building vibrate. Heiyu's expression gradually became solemn. Heiyu first filled the crossbow with arrows. After everything was ready, he carefully opened the door and stuck his head out, slowly walking inside. The entire vortex room was extremely wide. Under the dim light, it was almost impossible to see the end at a glance. Only darkness could be seen. There were not many sounds in the entire space. In addition to the footsteps of Heiyu and several Pokémon, there was only the occasional ding-dong noise. Heiyu guessed it was probably the sound made by the little Pokémon living here. As they got closer to the place where the noise just broke out, Heiyu could clearly feel that the energy in the air became abundant, so that it was difficult to breathe smoothly in the entire sealed space. Crawdaunt was exploring the way in the front. As soon as he approached the center, the expression on his face was a little strange, and he felt uncomfortable all over. It seemed a little depressed, a little dazed and scared. It was impossible to make a rogue Pokémon like Crawdaunt, who was fearless, show such an expression. Moreover, Heiyu's Crawdaunt had experienced countless baptisms of blood and fire. For a moment, even Heiyu was a little stunned. You know, even when facing a powerful superior level Pokémon, Oakman, Crawdaunt still marched forward bravely. Heiyu stepped forward to comfort the Pokémon immediately. After all, even Crawdaunt was like this, and the performance of the other Pokémon was even worse. Except for Sandil, who didn't feel anything, the other Pokémon were more or less afraid of this unknown feeling. As if they were afraid of this kind of thing in their blood. Could there be a powerful electric attribute Pokémon in it? Heiyu was puzzled. After thinking about it, there was only this possibility. After all, the electric attribute naturally restrained the water and flying attributes. But it can make several Pokémon feel so scared. Could it be a quasi-elite level? Quasi-elite Pokémon are above level 60. So far, Heiyu has seen only a handful of Pokémon of this level. Heiyu continued to carefully explore various complicated passages, sometimes walking into a dead end, sometimes walking to a fork. Of course, there were more empty rooms and countless dust. During this period, he naturally encountered many traces of Pokémon, but it seemed as if someone had cleaned them up. In addition to some scratches and obvious signs of fighting on the wall, he did not encounter any Pokémon. It was not until Heiyu explored the fourth passage that he finally found something wrong. Because there were human footprints on the ground, including Pokémon, judging from the clarity, it seemed that they were left not long ago. Heiyu hid his body and quietly groped inside. It was just that from the depths of this passage, there seemed to be a hint of fragrance floating out. The smell of food? Heiyu gradually approached and saw that there were obvious signs of human presence in the room. Not only was there no dust, but the whole room looked extremely clean and tidy. The corner was filled with a lot of food and water, as well as some daily necessities. In addition, there was a bonfire inside, and there was an iron pot on it, cooking food. It seems that someone used this place as a temporary station. I didn't encounter Pokémon all the way just now. I guess they were also cleaned up by this person. Heiyu explored around, trying to find traces of humans. Unfortunately, he was disappointed. There was no one in the room. Heiyu slowly walked to the bonfire and looked at the matches that had not yet burned out. That person should have been here just now, otherwise where did the noise come from? When Heiyu was about to get up and leave the room, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the corner, and the whole room instantly sparkled. Not good. Heiyu rushed back instantly, and at the same time, the Pokémon beside him opened the protective shield. A green light curtain emerged, successfully blocking the attack of the unknown creature. Heiyu immediately stared at the creature that attacked him, a canine creature with sparks all over its body. The body fur is blue, with yellow mane, and the scarlet eyes shine particularly brightly in the dark night. The yellow mane is in the shape of lightning, and the hanging on the body, with two inverted horn-like erect hairs on the top of the head. Discharge Pokemon, Manectric. After Kuroyu rushed out of the passage, he found that the light in the center of the hall had been turned on, and a girl with short black hair and tight clothes stood in the middle. The girl's face was familiar. Kuroyu murmured in confusion, "Apprentice Kikuta?" It was the gym apprentice girl he defeated when he challenged Zijin Gym yesterday. But the girl at this time no longer had the resolute expression of yesterday, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and the murderous intent in her eyes could not be concealed. "Manectric, use Thunder Fang." Before Heiyu asked why he was attacked, Kikuta waved his hand again and directed Manectric to attack. The target of the attack was Heiyu. Chapter 161 Kikuta. I didn't expect you to be able to avoid it. It seems that you are not the kind of waste who eats and waits for death. Kikuta's face was full of sarcasm, and his gnashing teeth expression was completely different from the gym challenge yesterday. Heiyu's heart was thumping and he was panting, secretly frightened. I figured it out. In fact, I had been discovered as early as when I entered this small power plant. The footprints at the door were nothing more than attracting me to explore inside. And the smell of food and the traces of fire in the central room of the hall were also he stayed to lure Heiyu. Finally, he secretly sent Pokemon to attack. But Heiyu still had one thing he didn't understand. Why did this woman want to kill him? Was it because he defeated her in the gym battle yesterday? A normal person's mentality shouldn't be so narrow-minded and twisted, right? Heiyu had no time to think about it, and released several Pokemon to deal with it together. At the same time, he asked, "Why did you suddenly attack me? Do you want to violate the laws of the League Trainers?" Heiyu's tone was full of strong condemnation, as if at this moment, he had turned into a judge of justice. Speaking to people in a human way and speaking to ghosts in a ghost way. Heiyu has been very skilled in this aspect. Humph, the moment you entered this power plant, you deserved to die. Kikuta took out two Pokeballs with both hands, and two Pokemon appeared around him again. One of them, Magnezone, floated beside it, and the yellow horn on its head kept turning, looking ready to go. The other Pokemon had smooth furry skin all over its body, and the tail had a red ball at the end, which glowed in the dark, and its expression was very cute. Ampharos. The energy fluctuations emitted by the three Pokemon were extremely strong, especially the Magnezone, which emitted superior level fluctuations. Before Kuroyu could react, golden chains appeared on the bodies of the two Pokemons, Manectric and Ampharos, respectively, with flashes of lightning on the chains. The momentum of the two Pokemons rose again, and for a moment they were not inferior to the superior level Magnezone. Two words popped up in Kuroyu's mind instantly. Positive and negative characteristics. These two characteristics are quite unique in the Pokemon world. There are very few Pokemon that have this characteristic, and the most famous ones are Plusle and Minun. If there are Pokemon with positive or negative characteristics that cooperate with each other, then the special attack will be improved. There is no doubt that the characteristic of Ampharos is positive. On the contrary, the characteristic of Manectric is negative. The two Pokemon cooperate with each other, and the special attack of both of them is improved under the amplification of each other. Kuroyu swallowed his saliva. The Pokemon team of the opposite Kikuta is really a perfect match, and it is definitely a deep study into research and consideration. No wonder he could become a superior apprentice in Violet Gym. At least in terms of knowledge of electric Pokemon, he definitely has outstanding ability, and knowledge is precisely one of the manifestations of a trainer's strength. It just so happens that my Magnezone has just completed evolution, so use your life to sacrifice it. Kikuta's face gradually became ferocious. Heiyu didn't bother to argue with him. The 3 Pokémon on the other side were much stronger than his side, not to mention that they also restrained the attributes of his Pokémon. The electrical energy in the power plant was extremely rich, which could be said to have taken advantage of the time, place, and people. "Hey, you ordered, Murkrow, haze." When Murkrow heard the trainer's order, he instantly understood the trainer's mind. An endless grey haze spewed out of his crow's mouth, which gradually spread throughout the room as his wings flapped. Heyu rolled up his wide robe, blew away the fog in front of him, took several Pokémon back into the ball, and disappeared in the fog. "Damn it, Manectric, Odor Sleuth." The haze lasted for more than 10 seconds before it dissipated. During this period, Kikuta did not dare to attack recklessly and could only let a few Pokémon guard him. After all, in such a field battle, the life of the trainer is the most important, and Kikuta is also a master who is proficient in field battles. In this case of obstructed vision, Kikuta did not dare to act rashly. No, this man must die. If he discovers the secret of this power plant, how can I become stronger and rise step by step? Kikita's eyes hidden under the short hair became fierce. At this moment, she did not look like a 20-year-old girl at all, but like a desperado. Murkrow flapped his wings. In the dark power plant, the black feathers blended into the surrounding environment. The Sky Overlord from the Dark Knight was now fleeing in a panic with the trainer. "Murkrow, let's go upstairs first." Heiyu's face changed slightly, he glanced at the spiral staircase in the corner, and hurried towards it. The entire power plant has 3 floors in a pyramid shape, and the higher it goes, the smaller it gets. The first floor where Heiyu was just now is the largest in area, and it is also the most dangerous with the most Pokémon. There may still be a few Pokémon on the periphery, but the core ones have all been cleared by Kikuta. Kikuta has a superior level Magnezone, and 2 Manectric and Ampharos that are infinitely close to the superior level. With the combination of positive and negative electric characteristics, they can also reach the superior level of strength. Just from the Pokémon team, it can be seen that Kikuta is definitely not any opponent he has met before. It's hard to deal with. Heiyu leaned against the dim wall and sighed with an ugly face. But more of it is puzzled, why then Kikuta must kill him? And the other party said that he should die the moment he stepped into the power plant. Could it be that this power plant still hides some secrets? Heiyu had no time to think. After hastily laying a simple trap at the staircase, he hurriedly shuttled through the corridors of the rooms on the 2nd floor. From the violent footsteps behind him, it can be clearly judged that Kikuta is approaching at a rapid speed. Heiyu hid behind a wall, ready to fire his crossbow, and carefully aimed at the exit. Once Kikuta dared to come out of the staircase, he would be shot by Toxic's crossbow in an instant, and then he would be poisoned to death in a few seconds. Heiyu quickly adjusted his breathing, half-crouched, turned his head to aim. Hoo hoo hoo. With the footsteps gradually disappeared, and Heiyu could only hear his own breathing. His eyes gradually focused, and his eyes narrowed to emit a sharp light. Now Heiyu was more like a hunter quietly waiting for his prey to take the bait. It was just that the prey seemed to have noticed something was wrong, so it lingered at the stairs and did not come out. Just as Heiyu was concentrating, a black shadow flashed at the stairs. Swish, swish, swish. 3 crossbow arrows were fired in succession, and the black shadow was nailed to the wall. When Heiyu was delighted, the searchlight was shown over. What appeared was actually an ordinary Pokémon corpse. Not good. Heiyu instantly realized that the other party was fishing and his position had been exposed. Murkrow, run! Heiyu hurriedly left the corner and fled deeper. And sure enough, countless attacks suddenly attacked the corner where he had just been. Its power is so strong that even a Pokémon that is good at defense may not be able to withstand it, let alone humans. Chapter 162 Electric Maze. In a dim room. Crawdaunt, Dragon Dance, Sharpedo Superimpose Acceleration Characteristics, Murkrow Tailwind State Full Blessing, Sandil Use Hone Claws, Umbreon close to me, protect at any time. Heiyu gave orders to the Pokemon that were about to fight, especially the amplification skills. This is not a formal battle, but a real field battle. Therefore, Heiyu had enough time to bless Pokemon with various buff effects. Of course, I believe Kikuta would not miss it. Or the opponent's positive and negative Pokemon have already enjoyed the amplification blessing from the beginning. Heiyu made a gesture, asking Pokemon to converge their bodies, and at the same time carefully groped in the dark. Now the two of them are like hunters in the dark forest. Who will attack first? Who will be discovered first? It will have a great impact on the battle situation. In the silent environment, every sound is particularly clear: breathing, footsteps, wind. Heiyu's forehead was covered with sweat, and a drop of sweat fell on the ground. The sound of water splashing could be clearly heard. Ampharos, Dragon Pulse, Manectric use discharge. Magnezone, Electrical Field. As a crisp female voice sounded, in an instant, the dark field was filled with flames. The entire dark power plant lit up in an instant. The arcs in the air gradually spread, forming a huge field. The electric field increased the increase of the electric attribute again. When Heiyu saw Kikuta exposed himself first to attack, he also reacted instantly. The crossbow in his hand was fired instantly, and the crossbow arrow with toxic shot out quietly. Humph! This little trick! Kikuta looked very disdainful and released another Pokemon to resist the toxic crossbow arrow. Including the Pokemon that was shot dead at the stairs just now, Kikuta has let 2 Pokemon resist the attack for her. Heiyu looked at the opponent, this life-consuming Pokemon that he didn't feel bad about using, and he knew in his heart that this was probably the wild Pokemon that the opponent had captured, not the main force. It's useless to kill more of this Pokemon. After all, the opponent didn't intend to release it to command the battle, and used it as a consumable. Crawdaunt, Crunch. Murkrow, use Gust. Sharpedo, stack the acceleration characteristics to the limit, and then Crunch. Sandil, use Rock Tomb Assist. Umbreon, prepare for defense. Heiyu watched the dragon-shaped purple light wave attacking this side and hurriedly responded. Although Dragon Pulse is not its own move, its power is definitely much weaker, but the dragon type is the dragon type, and it is extremely domineering. Crawdaunt opened its pliers, and the evil attribute energy condensed. Directly crushed the dragon head. After experiencing the blessing and amplification of Dragon Dance, Crawdaunt's strength has reached its limit at this moment. Sharpedo rushed left and right in the room. The acceleration feature made it impossible to see his figure clearly, and he could only watch from a distance. Seeing a blue figure flash by. Use Magnet Bomb to target Sharpedo. Launch Aurabug Bomb that sucks the opponent, the attack will definitely hit. Kikuta reacted instantly and chose Magnet Bomb to restrain Sharpedo. Although there was a bomb controlled by magnetic force aimed at Sharpedo. No matter how fast it was, the magnet bomb behind it was like tracking it. Bang! The final attack hit, the magnet was tightly attached to Sharpedo's body, and Sharpedo's acceleration characteristics were completely destroyed by the magnetic suction. But fortunately, Sharpedo's speed was still very fast with the blessing of Tailwind, and he quickly got away and returned to Kuraba. Interesting, look, come on, you deserve my attention. Magnezone, use Magnetic Field Control. Magnetic Field Control, by manipulating the magnetic field, the special defense and physical defense of Pokémon with positive or negative characteristics are improved. Kikuta's Pokémon have formed a system. Not only are they very skilled in cooperation, but even the core is determined. Magnezone's magnetic field control and electric field are dual core amplifications, combined with the original positive and negative characteristics. At this moment, Ampharos and Manectric are no less than ordinary superior Pokémon with various blessings. Sandil, use Stomp. Heiyu does not expect Sandil to be able to make any effective attacks, but hopes that the assistants can play a role. Kikuta, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes towards the ground-type Pokémon, and he commanded in a cold voice, Magnezone, Fulner Float. Fulner Float, use the magnetic force generated by electricity to float in the air, allowing Pokémon on the same team to float for a certain period of time. Manectric and Ampharos slowly floated in the air, and the ground-type Stomping was directly immune, and the two floating Pokémon could not be attacked at all. Heiyu frowned again, looked at Kikuta with great fear, and thought to himself. Have you solved the biggest disadvantage of specializing in one system? Such Pokémon specializing in one system are indeed very easy to match with the core and system team. For example, Kikuta in front of him, the three Pokémon have formed a cycle system team. But there are also disadvantages, that is, the team specializing in one system lacks changes, it is difficult to conduct multi-attribute joint defense, and it is easy to be targeted. The biggest disadvantage of the electric attribute is undoubtedly the ground attribute, which is not only immune to attacks, but also restrains the electric system. Especially Magnezone, which is 4 times weaker to the ground with electric plus steel. At this moment, a Fulner floating that can make Pokémon float successfully avoids the huge disadvantage. This is also an inevitable part of countless teams specializing in one system, including Kuriba, who will also consider how to counter the insect fighting and fairy systems that restrain Dark in the future. This is a part that every trainer who chooses to specialize in a certain system cannot avoid. Now it seems that the Kikuta in front of him handled it very well. Crawdaunt, use Ice Beam, Murkrow, Hidden Power, Umbreon, Shadow Sneak. Kuriba gave orders again and conducted a series of offensive commands, while Sharpedo and Sandil were left by his side for defense. Ampharos, use Thunderbolt. Manectric uses Spark. So it's 3 against 2, but Kuroyu is always at a disadvantage, not only because of the various amplifications performed by the opponent. It's because the advantage of attribute restraint is too great. Crawdaunt with water attribute and Murkrow with flying attribute are restrained and never dare to go all out. After all, the electric skills under various amplifications of the opponent are not to be underestimated. The amplification of negative and positive electric characteristics, the amplification of electric field, and the superposition of attribute restraint. Not to mention that the opponent may have used some amplification skills before, just like Kuroyu, to make Pokémon perform blessing amplification in advance. This can't go on. Magnetic field manipulation greatly improves the special defense and defense of the two Pokémon. Even if the attack hits, it can't cause much damage, it's simply a drop in the bucket. Heiyu instantly realized that he couldn't fight like this, and hurriedly took back several Pokémon, and fled to the first floor from the spiral staircase in the corner again. Looking at Heiyu's embarrassed back, Kikuta was not surprised, but began to laugh wildly. Heiyu, run away in a panic. It's fun to let you have hope. And often the moment when hope is shattered is the most desperate. The smile on Kikuta's face began to gradually become crazy. Chapter 163 Honkrou. On the first floor of the power plant, the battlefield shifted again at this moment, and Heiyu's Pokémon barely resisted with tacit cooperation. Heiyu, you moved all the way to the periphery, you are not trying to escape, right? Kikuta had a mocking smile on his face, as if he saw through Heiyu's little trick. When Heiyu heard that Kikuta discovered his movement to move outward, but the latter part of the sentence, which was intended to escape, made him feel relieved. Fortunately, he didn't find my purpose. As long as I can meet him. Heiyu's eyes kept scanning the surroundings, trying to find a wild Pokémon. And Kikuta was still commanding the Pokémon to attack with overwhelming skills. Manectric uses Spark, Ampharos, Dragon Pulse. Kikuta quickly commanded the Pokémon and released several electric Pokémon at the same time. The level was not high, only more than 20 levels. But the collective attack they released and the lightning gathered together were also powerful. Crawdaunt, use Crunch to resist Dragon Pulse. Sharpedo, speed up, stop Manectric from approaching. Umbreon, hold the magnet bomb, don't let it affect Sharpedo. Heiyu responded quickly, calmed down, and observed the battle situation keenly. Sharpedo used his speed to the extreme. Without the influence of the magnet bomb, the acceleration characteristics combined with the water jet made him a water assassin. He approached Manectric covered by spark at a very fast speed, opened his ferocious shark mouth without hesitation, and launched a crunch attack. He fought with Manectric with a series of electric currents. At this moment, Sharpedo had already been reborn after his talent improvement. The battle situation was in a stalemate. Heiyu relied on the tacit cooperation of 5 Pokémon to barely resist Manectric and Ampharos under various amplifications, including several lower-level electric attribute Pokémon. And the opposite Magnezone did not launch any attack because it had to control the 2 skills of electric field and magnet suspension. Otherwise, once Magnezone enters the field, 3 superior-level fighters are not something that Kuraba can resist. I admit that you are a bit Satoshi Ming, but how can you, a flower living in a greenhouse, compare to a thorn like me who has experienced wind and rain? Kikuta laughed wildly and wantonly, and did not hide his dissatisfaction with the direct members of the alliance in his words. As Ampharos and Manectric exchanged positive and negative electricity again, the special attack was improved again, and the combination of their characteristics was perfect. We only need to get rid of Kra, who was struggling to support the front. Don't, this battle is about to decide the winner. Of course, it is also a matter of life and death. Suddenly, Heiyu caught a glimpse of 2 weak cub Pokémon in the corner, 2 wild plus and Minun. Heiyu smiled. Finally found a wild Pokémon, although it is later than I thought, but it is barely in time. Heiyu changed his previous cautiousness and laughed wantonly, and the space ring in his hand flashed with silver light. A palm-sized dark stone appeared in his hand. Heiyu raised it above his head, and under the illumination of spark, it emitted a strange light. High-level dusk stone. Kikuta also noticed Kuroyu's actions, but he was very disdainful in his heart. Murkrow's strength among several Pokémon can only barely rank in the top 3. Even if he completes the evolution and becomes Honchkrow, I'm afraid his strength is not as good as Crawdaunt, and it has almost no impact on the battle situation. Murkrow noticed the dusk stone in Kuroyu's hand, and a strong attraction appeared instantly. The throbbing feeling from his blood made him very excited. Although he wanted to evolve as early as when he got the dusk stone, his master said to wait and find a higher quality one. Later, when he got a higher quality dusk stone, Kuroyu asked him to settle down. Although he was very eager to evolve in Covet, he could not disobey the master's order. And now, is it finally going to evolve? The Murkrow who has been waiting is finally going to evolve. Endless covet burst out from his eyes. Regardless of the various electric skills that were chasing him on the front battlefield, Murkrow obeyed the order and flew towards Heiyu. The pitch-black, extremely dark dusk stone exuded endless luster. Murkrow gradually approached the dusk stone, and strands of black energy overflowed, and white light suddenly illuminated the entire venue. Humph, do you want to turn the tide in the battle? Although Kikuta didn't think Murkrow's evolution would have any impact on the battle, he still ordered Pokémon to interrupt evolution. Once Pokémon evolution is interrupted, it is very likely to be irreversible. At the least seriously injured, no progress in strength. In severe cases, death on the spot, energy collapse, and destruction. One of the most severe punishments stipulated in the Alliance Law is to interrupt the evolution of Pokémon. The starting point is death penalty. Kikuta is so bold, she is obviously a woman, but in terms of decisiveness and ruthlessness, she is not inferior to some dangerous people walking in the grey area. Heiyu smelled a trace of the smell of a tyrant in her. Crawdaunt, Sharpedo, do your best to stop, cover Murkrow evolution. At the same time, he threw the dusk stone in his hand, and saw Murkrow flying in the air directly grab it with his crow claws. Subconsciously touching the dusk stone, directly aroused the majestic and pure energy inside, and instantly, tiny cracks appeared. Dark black mist gushed out crazily, and wisps of dark mist wrapped Murkrow's whole body. The dusk stone was like being broken and exploded directly. The eyes of all Pokémon were attracted. After just 2 or 3 seconds, a white light burst out in the air, and the energy fluctuations in the light ball continued to rise. Murkrow has successfully completed evolution. No, maybe it should be called Honkrou Gaga. A sharp and hoarse stinging sound. Honkrou felt that he had endless power, which was an energy he had never felt before. At this time, Honkrou felt extremely comfortable all over his body, and his eyes were full of confidence. Honkrou, you are the overlord of the sky, it's time to show your power. Heyu raised his arms and shouted, it's time to start counterattacking. Reverse the situation. Honkrou, use Snatch on Crawdaunt and Sharpedo. Honkrou didn't understand the trainer's instructions, but he still followed the instructions out of trust that he had cultivated over a long period of time. Snatch, just like its name. It can take the opponent's recovery moves or ability changes for your own use. At this moment, Honkrou used Snatch in the Dragon Dance state on Crawdaunt and Snatch in the acceleration state on Sharpedo to the limit. All of them were refined and used for his own use. At this moment, Honkrow's body's increase has reached its limit, or it would be more appropriate to call him a killer in the dark night and a hegemon in the sky. Chapter 164 Overconfidence. Heiyu's eyes were shining, and this was what he was waiting for. Murkrow evolves into Honkrou, and its characteristic changes from the original mischievous heart to overconfidence. Honkrou, show him your true strength, use wing attack on the Minun in the corner. Ga. Honkrou screamed excitedly, and his hoarse roar resounded throughout the power plant. His whole body was like a black lightning, and he quickly attacked the wild Pokémon in the corner. Kikuta was also very worried after seeing the actions of Kuraba and Honkrou. She also understood Kuraba's intention. He wanted to stack the overconfidence characteristic by defeating wild Pokémon. The overconfidence characteristic, every time you defeat an enemy, your self-confidence will burst, and your attack power will increase, and you will get an increase. No wonder he was walking towards the periphery just now. Originally, she thought Kuraba wanted to escape. Now it seems that Kuraba's looking around is clearly looking for wild Pokémon. Damn it, stop him. Manectric uses Spark, Ampharos uses Thunderbolt. Kikuta stamped her feet anxiously, she also understood that the balance of this battle might really tilt. Both Pokémon launched their proud electric attribute attacks, trying to restrain Honkrou with flying attribute. It's a pity that Honkrow's speed has reached an incredible level now, even the speed of skill release and pursuit can't match it. You can only see 2 skills chasing Honkrou from behind, but they can't catch up and are left behind. Heiyu showed a faint smile of victory at the corner of his mouth. Although Honkrow's speed racial value dropped by 20 points after evolution, from the original 91 to 71. But don't you see how many amplifications are stacked on Honkrow's body now? Dragon Dance, Tailwind, Acceleration State. Now Honkrou is the real king from the Dark Night, the overlord of the sky. Honkrou approached the 2 timid wild Pokémon. And his black wings shone brightly, flapping down vigorously. Minun and Plusle instantly lost their ability to fight. Gah! Honkrow's feathers exploded with excitement, and he screamed and yelled, and his overconfidence trait was successfully triggered. Confidence bursting. Use your attack to announce the time of counterattack. Honkrou, Sky Attack. Hearing the black feathers with the command, Honkrou flapped his wings again and flew high. Now he felt extremely confident, with a sharp look in his determined eyes. A pale blue flame gradually began to burn on Honkrow's body and gradually spread throughout his body. A firebird descended from the sky with unparalleled power. This move inherited from Sky Attack, a skill with a power of 140, the most powerful skill discovered in the flying system. And the longer the charging time, the greater the power. Honkrou, who had completed charging on the ceiling of the power plant, swooped down and hit Ampharos directly in front of Kikuta's horrified eyes. Even the protect shield was directly shattered. Bang! He was directly blasted into the ground, and the explosion resounded throughout the power plant. When the smoke cleared, only Ampharos could be seen embedded directly in the steel plate underground, losing his combat ability, and his life and death were unknown. Han Crow shouted excitedly again, and the overconfidence characteristic was superimposed again. With a physical attack racial value of up to 125, plus various amplifications, Han Crow has completely become a killing machine at this moment. As long as the skill hits, it will be the end of life for Kikuta's Pokemon. I'm afraid that only Magnezone, who has reached the superior level, may be able to withstand the next attack, but Kuroya will not give her that opportunity. Han Crow, use Sky Again attack, target Manectric. Crawdaunt, rush up and use Shell Blade to hold Magnezone, Sharpedo use Crunch, Umbreon use Helping Hand. Heiyu gave an order and quickly completed the command of several Pokemon. Kikuta swallowed his saliva, and a rare panic appeared in his heart, but he remained calm and said, "Don't be afraid of him, I have real superior level Pokemon, no matter how high their boost is, there will always be a time when it is exhausted." I don't know if Kikuta is comforting himself or soothing the panic of Pokemon. Magnezone, Flash Cannon, Manectric uses Wild Charge. Both Pokemons were ready to go, using their best moves, because the outcome was about to be decided. The first to attack was naturally Sharpedo, who kept the water jet state at all times, so that even if its acceleration state was taken away by Han Crow, it could still maintain its high speed. Opening its ferocious shark mouth, Crunch skills were launched crazily, leaving bloody wounds on Manectric. As the ace Pokemon in the front, Crawdaunt naturally faced the strongest Magnezone, with Umbreon on the side assist. For a while, he was able to fight neither sideways. But the only thing to be careful about is that he cannot be hit by the opponent's powerful electric attribute skills. Luckily, Crawdaunt, who has been following Heiyu for a long time, has rich combat experience and has been fighting with Magnezone back and forth so far. Once he finds that the opponent has used electric attribute skills, he will instantly use water jets to escape and increase the distance. At this moment, Han Crow, who was circling in the sky and whose entire body was burned by light blue flames, has accumulated power to the limit. Heiyu's eyes suddenly lit up and waved his hand. Han Crow, Sky Attack, use Sky Attack on Manectric. Han Crow swooped down again. Like the scythe of the god of death, and the black figure quietly harvested Manectric's life again. Boom! This attack caused another explosion. After the smoke cleared, Manectric died and the life force all dissipated. In the current battle, Han Crow's strength is no longer something that any Pokemon can stop. Ga. Although Han Crow felt that his strength was rapidly draining away, the feeling of being full of strength was too wonderful. It felt excited. As the Pokemon around Kikuta gradually fell, some died or lost their ability to fight. But without exception, Kikuta was now at the end of his rope. With only one Magnezone, he could not stop the siege of so many Pokemon from Kuroba. Magnezone's physical strength gradually ran out, and he was forced into a desperate situation. Ha 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 ha. I didn't expect that I was so talented that I missed the skill snatch, but since you want to take my life, I won't sit there and wait for death. Kikuta laughed crazily, with a hint of self-mockery and sadness in his words. Originally, she had so many advantages that she was even so arrogant that she let Kuroba complete the evolution. All this came from her erudite wisdom. She boasted that she was extremely smart and completed the electric Pokemon team. In just less than 2 years, Pokemon has been trained to the superior level, and both strength and talent are far superior to peers in the gym. Otherwise, it would be impossible to become a superior apprentice in less than 2 years of joining the Violet Gym, but today he was careless and fell here. Magnezone uses explosion. Kikuta's eyes were red, and her body was trembling slightly. She almost gritted her teeth and said this. It can be seen that she is also very nervous. After all, no one can be calm in the face of death. She is indeed a ruthless person, ruthless to the enemy, and even more ruthless to herself. Chapter 165 Sadness. Heiyu ignored Kikuta's suicidal command, but silently asked all Pokémon to use Protect to resist. The white light on the surface of Magnezone's body gradually emerged with huge energy. When it reached a critical point, bang boom! The explosion resounded throughout the world. The entire power plant trembled, and the Pokémon outside the forest all sensed the violent energy fluctuations and fled in all directions. The walls of the power plant were slightly deformed, Audiobook became soft, and the ground in the center of the site was directly blown into a big hole, and the thick steel plate was in Magnezone's explosion, as fragile as paper. Heiyu hid in the emerald green protective shield and watched silently. As time passed, the smoke in the air gradually dissipated. Heiyu carefully held the dagger and slowly approached the big pit formed by the explosion. When he walked to the edge of the pit, his eyes were locked on the pit, and he saw a woman with tattered clothes lying quietly there. It was Kikuta. Her physical condition looked very bad, her breathing was so weak that it was almost unnoticeable, and the various bloody wounds on her body were all caused by the explosion. Heiyu rushed forward to subdue her and used Pokeball locked up several Pokémon recycles that lost the battle. Only then did he have time to interrogate Kikuta. Ahem. Kikuta coughed weakly twice, and instantly felt a sweetness in her throat, and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her skin, which was originally quite delicate, had already been burned beyond recognition by the raging fire, and some parts had even been scorched. Heiyu shouted sternly, "Speak, why did you attack me?" Kikuta's eyes, which were originally closed, slowly raised and looked at Heiyu with a look of deep disdain. Why should I tell you? I just want you to guess for the rest of your life. You will live in fear all day long for murdering the apprentice of Zijin Jim. Kikuta's face, which was ugly because of the explosion, became distorted again, and she even wanted to raise her hand to attack Heiyu. Unfortunately, she was now so weak that even raising her hand was like a child attacking. Heiyu's eyes were fierce, and he instantly drew out a dagger and stabbed directly into her palm. Ah! Kikuta screamed miserably, but she still mocked him, cursing, "Madman, how can a member of the Alliance who has lived in luxury since childhood like you understand the hardships of civilians like us who are climbing up step by step? You don't know what I've been through, so you don't know what price I can pay to become stronger?" Kikuta even ignored her almost useless palm and cursed at Heiyu, and the spitting stars showed her current violent emotional fluctuations. Since she joined the gym, she has come into contact with countless members of the Alliance. In Kikuta's view, these people have the best resources, but they don't know how to cherish them, don't know how to work hard, look down on others, and are extremely arrogant. They don't know how to fight at all, they are all embroidered pillows, flowers in a greenhouse, and they only know how to fight by relying on the suppression of their levels. Can they really become qualified trainers? Tactical matching, rotation between Pokémon, selection of skills and props, and even the command of trainers. For these second generations who know nothing, are they really worthy of becoming a trainer? This is a question that Kikuta often thinks about late at night. In fact, her name is not Kikuta. Her real name is Tiener. She was born in a small village in the southern part of Hone region. She was an orphan since she was a child. Therefore, she grew up without a surname and experienced the warmth and coldness of human nature since she was a child. Therefore, she vowed to become a trainer. Just like the village chief in the village chief with a Puchayana can be said to have the final say in the village. She also wants to become such a superior person. Unfortunately, as she grew up, reality gave her a hard blow. There is no way to get Pokémon. She could only venture into the wild to catch Pokémon, commonly known as the bug catcher. She was lucky enough to successfully capture a Wurmple, and through her own efforts, she gradually became a trainer. Unfortunately, as she traveled and became stronger, she met a member of the Alliance, and the opponent's Combusken defeated her Dustix with just one hit. Even because she was too heavy-handed at the time, when she sent the Pokémon to the small Pokémon Center, it was already on the verge of death. Originally, there was a cure opportunity. But it was the damned trainer of the Alliance. The member of the Alliance who had Combusken directly used his right to jump the queue and lined up in front of her. Combusken was not injured at all, but because of this delay, her Dustix was not rescued and eventually died. At that moment, she felt like the sky was falling. A lowly civilian like you should live in the mud for the rest of your life. Do you really think you can break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly? A bug is a bug. Even if you evolve into a butterfly, you can't change your lowly genes. Faced with the ridicule of the trainer of the Alliance, she couldn't hear anything. Only the wailing of Dustix before his death echoed in her ears. Buried Dustix in a pit in the wild, lived in the suburbs in a daze, and lived like a savage. Until one day, a flower suddenly emerged on the soil where Dustix was buried. It was a chrysanthemum, symbolizes the meaning of whiteness. She laughed, her laughter was full of madness. Ha 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 ha. From now on, I'm not Tiener, I'm Kikuta. Kikuta was unwilling to let her life go by like this, nor was she willing to let the murderer of the Combusken trainer go unpunished. She also tried to call the police, but unfortunately, before she could describe the case, Miss Jenny refused to grant the case because of the difference between the direct trainer and the ordinary civilian. She could only secretly take revenge on her own. She dug the poison powder disc out of the pit, took out the poison sac of her beloved Pokémon, took out the toxin, and finally, took advantage of the direct trainer of Combusken not being prepared, put it into the food. She succeeded in revenge. For safety reasons, Kikuta left a foreign land. It also means starting over. She found that she was very interested in electric Pokémon, so she began to work hard step by step. Finally, with a strong determination, she successfully became an ordinary gym apprentice. It took Kikuta a long time and systematic learning to make up for the gap between herself and other apprentices from wealthy families. After joining the gym for 2 years, she realized how superior her talent was. If the Alliance trained her vigorously, she believed that she could undoubtedly become a superior or even a quasi-elite trainer. But there was no way. She was just an ordinary civilian with no background, no origin, and no backing. Perhaps if she worked for the Alliance for decades, her descendants might become a direct trainer. But Kikuta was really unwilling, so once by chance, she came to this power plant during her outdoor training, and discovered a secret that made her rise. Do you know what creature is the cruelest to you? It's a butterfly. In the process of cocooning and becoming a butterfly, the butterfly will self-destruct. It will melt itself, using the silk it spits and the digestive fluid it secretes to melt itself by hand. Then, it will grow a brand new head, torso, antennae, and butterfly wings. Kikuta was lying on the ground in tattered clothes, and the blood blurred her eyes. In the haze, the figure of the boy in front of her actually overlapped with the direct trainer of Combusken at the beginning. She seemed to have become the weak girl who cried with Dustix in her arms again. In the transformation of life, the insect sacrificed its own life and dedicated itself to a gorgeous rebirth and destruction. Breaking the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Chapter 166, Special Magnetic Field. So that's it. I didn't expect that this power plant actually has a special magnetic field of helping hand Pokémon evolution. Hey, you finally understood why the other party said he would die today as soon as he entered the power plant? This special magnetic field is really too precious. Because it can help some Pokémon to evolve, most of which use thunder Pokémon that stone evolution can also evolve in this special magnetic field. For example, Magneton evolution becomes Magnezone, and Nosepass evolution becomes Big Nosepass. In addition, this special magnetic field also contains extremely rich electric energy. Pokémon training in it is undoubtedly twice the result with half the effort, which is equivalent to an upgrade cheat for electric Pokémon. Once this special magnetic field is reported to the Alliance, it will definitely get a very generous reward, which can really change the fate of ordinary civilian trainers. In fact, when the original Kikuta found traces of people, she thought about sharing this special magnetic field in her heart, but when she saw that it was Heiyu, the child who defeated her yesterday, she couldn't help but have a murderous intention in her heart. This is her natural hatred for the direct trainers of the Alliance. The hatred for the direct trainers of the Alliance prompted her to avenge her beloved Pokémon. After completing the transformation, she went far away and became a glamorous gym apprentice. Also, it was the hatred for the trainers of the Alliance that made her lose her footing and eventually lost her life in this special magnetic field that helped her rise. No wonder this Magnezone is probably evolving here too. If Heiyu guessed correctly, the special magnetic field should be on the 3rd floor of this power plant. Looking at the tortured Kikuta, Heiyu mercifully rewarded her with a quick death. The dagger in his hand flashed with a cold light, and a trace of blood flashed across Kikuta's neck. The gym apprentice who took the initiative to attack and had several offensive and defensive conversions with Heiyu in the power plant was officially dead. Heiyu glanced at the messy battlefield, and for a moment, his mood suddenly relaxed. It was really thrilling, but fortunately, it was also a gain. Welcome to join the team, Han. Han Crow. Han Crow flapped its wings and flew back to Heiyu, slowly landing on his shoulder. Heiyu only felt his shoulders sink. The current Han Crow is no longer like Mer Crow, and both weight and body are bigger. Heiyu's future shoulders will not be able to stand for a long time. He smiled and shook his head and said, Han Crow, you used to stand on my shoulders to see the world, but now I will sit on your back and fly in the sky. Ga. With a cheerful growl, Han Crow, a Pokémon known for its cruelty and cunning, actually showed a rare smile. As the battlefield was cleaned up, Heiyu had time to observe the evolution of Han Crow. Crow. Normal Han Crow is about 90 centimeters tall, but Black Feather's Han Crow is about 150 centimeters. What's more surprising is that its wings are extremely well developed. When it spreads its wings, it will appear even larger than Black Feather's previous flying Mount Firo. Normal Han Crow can barely carry people and it is difficult to fly high or far, but Black Feather's one can carry 2 or 3 people, let alone one person. Han Crow has not only changed in size, but also in appearance. It is different from the black feathers of the whole body during the Mer Crow period. Although Han Crow's body is still mainly black, there are white feathers on the face and chest. The inky black skin there is wholly white mixed in the hair, but it does not seem out of place, but has a different kind of beauty. In addition, there are red feathers inside the wings and a ball of red fluff at the tail, which is a bit like the blood red stained with blood. While it is beautiful, it is also mixed with a hint of horror. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is undoubtedly the gentleman's hat made of feathers on the top of the head. The sharp eyes are slightly narrowed, as if it is an eagle catching prey and ready to go. In addition, the orange claws have also transformed into black, which looks more powerful. Heiyu has no doubt that if this claw is slapped down, it will definitely be able to twist a person's head. Heiyu can't wait to take out the Pokémon Pokédex from the space ring and take the Pokémon after Han Crow is taken back. Ball shrinks and buckles on the back. Beep beep. Han Crow, the big boss Pokémon, the evolution type of Mer Crow, becomes active at night and is known for leading many Mer Crows to gather in groups. Level 34, Gender, Male, Attributes, Evil, Flying, Characteristics, Overconfidence, Height 15 meters, 0.9 meters above the average level, Weight 40 kilograms, 279 kilograms above the average level. Note: Superior qualifications, Outstanding energy control, Outstanding physical strength, Outstanding skill comprehension. This Pokémon has elite qualifications. Mastered skills: Peck, Wing Attack, Haze, Pursuit, Astonish, Sucker Punch, Gust, Nightshade, Assurance, Taunt, Feint Attack, Snatch, Night Slash, Bluff, Nasty Plot, Protect, Tailwind, Double Team, Steel Wing, Hidden Power. Inherited Skills, Drill Peck, Feint Attack, Roost, Sky Attack. After listening to the report of Pokédex and looking at the various information displayed on it, Yu felt very happy. The high-level Dusk Stone is indeed worthy of its reputation. It has the effect of improving the qualifications of Pokémon. Today, Honchkrow has completed a perfect transformation from top to bottom, from the inside out. At present, Honchkrow should be the one with the highest qualifications among all my Pokémon. Yu released Honchkrow again, and felt the evil energy overflowing from his body, and immediately realized that his evolution energy had not been consumed. In the next short period of time, the level will probably increase quickly, because the remaining energy of the Dusk Stone will be slowly digested. The only pity is that the Mischievous Heart, this god-level characteristic, has disappeared, although it has Becometh Trust over trait is also very good. But if Kuriba has to choose, he will definitely choose Mischief. After all, one is definitely at the top of the trait list, and the other can only barely rank in the 30th. Although it is very good among more than 200 traits, it can't be compared with Mischief. Note, more than 200 traits exclude the characteristics of legendary beasts, fantasy beasts, and the characteristics of the Sun and Moon Pokémon that have not yet appeared. This can be seen from the best trait voting website given by the Pokémon League every year. But being overconfident is also good. Honchkrow, who is full of confidence, becomes braver and braver as he fights. Yu stroked the inky black fur on Honkrow's body with a slight smile on his face. Yu set up a simple camp directly in the hall of the power plant. After releasing all the Pokémon, he treated their injuries and restored their physical strength one by one. Anyway, the special magnetic field on the 3rd floor has been there and will not run away, so he is not in a hurry to explore it now. Who knows if the insidious and cunning Kikuta will set up some traps on it. He had to make sure that the Pokémon and himself were in good condition before going to the 3rd floor of the power plant. The cautious habit he had developed over the years made him do this subconsciously. Fortunately, there are enough healing potions prepared before. Yu first fed a small bottle of recovery potion to each Pokémon in the fierce battle. This potion, made of the heart of grass attributed Pokémon as the main material, has an extremely good healing effect. In the Breeder Guild, it is often very popular and in short supply. Many trainers will go to the Breeder Guild in each city to buy potions. Yu obviously doesn't need to lose face to buy, because it can produce it by itself. Thank you for your hard work. Yu looked at the Pokémon who accompanied him in the life and death, and an inexplicable feeling of emotion rose in his heart. Just Claw. Giant Shark. Gaga. Mooncloth. Enough. Chapter 167, Feng Shui Treasure Land. After Yu finished repairing, he cleaned up the battle scene and even corroded the body of Kikuta with poison. He couldn't leave any evidence or traces, even if no one could find this abandoned power plant. As for the body with corroded face, he didn't need to do much treatment. In a day or two, carnivorous Pokémon would smell the smell and eat it up. Not a single bone residue would be left. After Yu replenished his physical strength, he walked towards the 3rd floor. He hadn't been there during the battle just now. Therefore, in order to prevent any traps, Yu was extra careful and couldn't capsize in the gutter. But when he slowly pushed open the door of the 3rd floor, he found that everything was overthinking. There were no traps at all. The room on the 3rd floor was the smallest. After all, the entire power plant was pyramid-shaped, but even so, there were still 100 or 200 square meters. The entire 3rd floor seemed empty. Except for a pillar in the middle, it looked like a morgue at a glance. Generally, there is no sunlight, it seems a bit eerie. In the air, Yu can clearly feel that he can't breathe. Obviously, this is a sign of abundant energy. However, his Pokémon don't seem to like this kind of energy. After all, they have water and flying attributes, so they naturally don't like to restrain their electric attributes. In addition, Heiyu found that the closer to the central pillar, the more abundant the energy in the air. And the middle pillar still emits arcs from time to time. When Heiyu approached, the dagger in his hand fell off and flew towards the middle pillar. Sure enough, there is magnetic force. Even the dagger is sucked over. It seems that this is really the legendary special magnetic field. It is really a feng shui treasure land. It is undoubtedly an excellent training ground for electric Pokemon. Heiyu paced the entire third floor, checked inside and out, and didn't find anything strange. Heiyu is thinking about a question. How to deal with the special magnetic field here? Report to the Alliance? This option is ruled out. He killed a gym apprentice here. Although the Alliance may turn a blind eye to it because of his second-level authority, Zijin Gym is not a pushover. Heiyu does not want to get into any trouble. Besides, he still has to climb up in the Alliance. If he wants to get involved in the White Road, there must be no stain on his resume. This is what he values. Hide this and save it for later use? This option is feasible, but it will not bring any benefits in the short term, and he does not plan to capture electric attribute Pokemon in the future. Tell Du-Wan? After all, the gym in Rustboro City is rich in Nosepass Pokemon, including several big Nosepass in Du-Wan's team. But after thinking about it, he gave up this option. Although his relationship with Roxanne seems to be quite good, after all, the other party is a gym leader of the Alliance, and after getting to know each other, Heiyu also found that Du-Wan is a very principled person. If he finds something from the clues, Heiyu is not sure that the other party will stand on his side. After thinking about it, I can only hide this place temporarily and let it go to waste for future use. Heiyu touched his chin and looked at the entire third-floor space, his heart he said thoughtfully. Walking out of the abandoned power plant again, it was already dark at night. He had been fighting inside for a whole day. Of course, the fighting might not last long. More time was spent exploring the power plant and dealing with the battle site. Heiyu could clearly feel that the Pokemon around him were carrying a trace of blood and murderous aura. Today's trip to the power plant was really exciting. But it also made him and the Pokemon grow a lot. Darkness is wrong, it should be Honchkrow as usual, night is your main battlefield. Heiyu couldn't change his words for a while, but still ordered Honchkrow to explore the way. A black shadow flashed in the night. Now Honchkrow has already excelled in flying skills, U-turn, flying dive, straight sprint, almost no shortcomings. Moving and transferring between small spaces is also his forte, especially in some complex terrains that require agility and maneuverability, which will be shown. After the experience of time, Honchkrow has become a master of flying. There is no doubt that if he goes to a flying ring competition, he will definitely win the champion. However, the recipe for evolution needs to be slightly changed. Go back, we need to do some research, we can add some high flash fruit to improve the speed of nerve reaction. Heiyu walked in the forest, watching the surrounding jungle with caution. After all, no one knows if a Pokemon will suddenly appear in it to attack. Especially at night, active Pokemon are often very aggressive, and most of them are carnivorous. Crawdaunt and Umbreon on the side also followed closely, observing the surroundings keenly, especially Umbreon's cold eyes seemed to be able to freeze. After evolution, Umbreon's personality has indeed changed a lot, but when facing Heiyu, her master, she will still relax and lie lazily in his arms, just like Eevee in the past when he was in the form. Heiyu could vaguely see the shadow of the little Eevee on him. Slowly, he walked out of the forest. After just a few steps, Heiyu felt something was wrong. He always felt that there were pairs of eyes staring at him in the dark. Heiyu suddenly found a golden shiny in the bushes and immediately shouted that something was wrong. Crawdaunt, you scald there! A stream of hot water shot out and suddenly attacked the unknown Pokemon in the bushes. Meowth meow! The bushes burst into a bunch of angry growl Pokemons. As cat Pokemon with shiny coins on their heads jumped out, Heiyu's face changed slightly. Meowth? There's also a Persian? Heiyu said in surprise. After crossing into this world, he was constantly learning all kinds of knowledge, but there were many Pokemon, and each Pokemon had a variety of complex knowledge. For example, the basic knowledge of a Pokemon, such as skill matching, attribute restraint, and the complex ones include ecological environment, genetic genes, etc. It can be said that it is impossible to learn all the knowledge in this world. Even Professor Oak, the number one in the current scientific research community, dare not say that he knows all the knowledge of all Pokemon. Therefore, Pokemon Pokédex was born. When crossing over, the first batch of Pokemon that Heiyu learned about included the Pokemon Meowth. It was because of Team Rocket's talking Meowth left a deep impression on him. Meowth is a Pokemon of the yokai type. It becomes energetic at night and likes round and shiny things. It lives in groups and robs trainers. Heiyu saw that these Meowths were staring at the space ring on his left hand, and he understood instantly in his heart. They were staring at the shining ring in his hand. Chapter 168 Superior Level. As more and more Meowths jumped out of the bushes, they eventually gathered to more than 20, and they had become a small tribe. The leader was naturally the Persian. Judging from the energy fluctuations and the might he exuded, his level was probably about the same as Honchkrow, who had just completed evolution. In terms of strength, he was not to be feared, but there were too many of them. Heiyu had to be careful. After all, sometimes a large number of ants could kill an elephant. Honchkrow, use gust. Honchkrow flapped his wings, and 2 gusts of wind rolled out with the black feather wings, forming a small whirlwind, attacking the Meowths below. Meow. Under the command of Persian, all the Meowths took off the gold coins on their heads, gathered together, and formed a shield for defense. Gathering treasures. Black Feather, who was watching the battle silently from behind, noticed that Persian's tail suddenly stood up, and instantly realized that this was a sign of an attack. Crawdaunt, rush over with water jet, use shell blade. The next second, Crawdaunt, who heard the order, was instantly wrapped in the water, and with a kick of his strong and powerful legs, rushed directly towards Persian. At the same time, he did not forget to accumulate power and swing his right pincer in the air, and the water gradually formed a shell blade. After Crawdaunt completely blocked Persian in the front, Honchkrow began his crazy slaughter. Black Feather would not show any mercy to these Pokemon who tried to sneak attack him. In the dark forest, Honkrow's black feathers wrapped his body, blending into the night. The screams of Meowths resounded in the forest. Honkrow's overconfidence was brought to the extreme at this moment, and he became more and more courageous as he fought. Confidence bursting. At the same time, Honchkrow has a better grasp of the trait of overconfidence. This makes Heiyu happy. In the future, he can often find these weak tribes to train Honkrow's overconfidence. After all, this trait requires a little psychological emotion, thinking that he is the most powerful, and giving himself a hint of confidence. Crawdaunt, use Brick Break to give him the final blow, Heiyu said in a voice without any emotion. Crawdaunt understood it instantly, jumped up directly, and the huge pincers suddenly chopped down. Meow Persian's head was slightly twisted by the beating, and the fighting attribute Brick Break is very effective against Persian with average attributes. Crawdaunt is only one step away from the superior level, several levels higher than Persian, not to mention that one is a wild Pokemon in the wild, and the other is a trump Pokemon carefully cultivated by Heiyu. Soon, the winner was decided in just a few hits. When the group of Meowth saw that their leader had been defeated, they immediately scattered and fled. Cat Pokemon have always been known for their intelligence and cunning. Naturally, they would not stay here and die in vain. Heiyu was not interested in chasing. There are very few wild Pokemon with high qualifications, and the probability is even infinitely close to winning the lottery. Besides, Persian, the most valuable among them, has been subdued by him. Yu threw a Pokeball to subdue it. After a simple use of Pokemon Pokédex to check, there is nothing outstanding. The qualifications are relatively ordinary in all aspects, and there is no inherited move. However, he has learned a move of water by himself. Pulse. However, Yu did not let Persian go so easily. After releasing the unconscious Persian, he ordered Crawdaunt to use the knock-off skill. Knock off the opponent's props. Persian, who was still unconscious, was hit lightly again. A surge of black energy, and a huge silver-white pearl suddenly spit out of Persian's body. What a pity, I thought there were some rare treasures, but it's just ordinary money and jewelry. Yu felt a pity. Although this kind of jewelry is already valuable, it's no problem to sell it for a small 100,000. But it was really different from what he thought. Originally, he thought that as the leader of a small tribe, he should at least store some rare treasures and carry them with him. After all, Persian likes to collect all kinds of precious and shiny things the most. Which attribute prop is not shiny? Even the black glasses Sharpedo was wearing had a faint sheen on their surface. The forest in the early morning gradually came to life as the Pokemons woke up. The morning sun shone on the trees, and spots of light gradually appeared on the ground. Some small Pokemon appeared in the bushes. All night, Yu was in Movili Forest outside the city. At night, due to the soaring danger level, Yu did not dare to make too much noise, so he slowly walked out of the forest until the early morning. Along the way, he also killed many Pokemon that were active at night, and the Pokemon also got a good exercise. Crawdaunt, use Crunch. Yu looked ahead with a serious face. Crawdaunt fought fiercely with the shocked Ursaring. Just as the wounded Ursaring was clamped by Crawdaunt's pincers and used Crunch, losing his combat ability, blue-black energy gradually emerged on the surface of Crawdaunt's body. As more and more energy gathered, finally when it reached a certain limit, the momentum on his body suddenly rose. Yu said with surprise, Crawdaunt, your level has finally been raised? Superior level. When Crawdaunt was fighting in the power plant before, her level had reached 39, which was a level that had 1 foot in the superior level. Although Yu knew that the breakthrough might come quickly, I didn't expect to upgrade again in such a short time and reach the superior level. Superior level is not just a cabbage for some cats and dogs. This level can already serve as some small and medium level leaders in the Alliance, and is considered the backbone of the entire Alliance. Even in Team Rockets, this strength can also be certified as a squadron leader, and it is not a problem to manage 3 team leaders and hundreds of soldiers. And reaching this level is undoubtedly a turnaround for some ordinary people. No matter what job they do, they can get a high income return. Joining the Alliance only requires decades of diligence, and you can win a direct lineage status for your descendants. A skill suddenly appeared in Crawdaunt's mind, and he subconsciously wanted to use it. Before that, he danced a fierce war dance all over his body, and his momentum condensed again and rose. It is a bit like Dragon Dance, but it is obviously much more unfamiliar than Dragon Dance. Yu recognized this skill in an instant. It's Swords Dance. After using it, it can greatly increase the attack of Pokemon. After reaching the superior level, Crawdaunt learned the Swords Dance in her bloodline. Although many Pokemon can learn Swords Dance as their levels increase, those Pokemon all have to reach level 50 or even 60 before they have the opportunity to learn it. Crawdaunt only needs to reach level 40, the superior level, to learn Swords Dance on her own, which is one of the rare advantages of this Pokemon. Chapter 169, Sorting the Spoils. Black Feather was in high spirits when he was happy. Although it was only a short day, he felt as if he had been in another world. Walking in Movili, the outskirts of the city finally saw the silhouette of the city, and Yu's pace could not help but speed up. Finally we are here. Life in the wild is really not that good, and we are always nervous. No wonder so many trainers don't want to live in the wild overnight. Yu saw the city clearly visible, and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. After entering the city, it was already 6 or 7 in the morning. Some office workers and vendors had already gone out early and entered their respective jobs. Yu was walking on the street, but because he stayed in the wild all night, he was stained with some unpleasant smells, and coupled with some tattered trainer clothes, it undoubtedly attracted some people's attention. Although some people were talking behind his back, no one came out to point fingers. Because Yu's outfit was obviously that of a trainer, coupled with the Pokemon on his waist ball was undoubtedly telling these people that Kuroya was a distinguished trainer. He was also an experienced trainer who was capable of staying overnight in the wild. Kuroya didn't want to be treated as a monkey, so he hurriedly quickened his pace and returned to the small Pokemon Center. After entering the room, he immediately checked whether there were any eavesdropping or traps in the room. He dared to relax and go to the bathroom to take a good bath. Although he could no longer smell the faint smell of blood after special treatment, he was cautious. Kuroya still washed his body inside and out so that any Pokemon with a keen sense of smell could not smell the blood. This trip is really fruitful. I don't need to worry about breeding funds for a long time in the future. This trip not only captured a lot of electric Pokemon, including a shiny Piku, a level 36 Ursaring and Persian. In addition, there were the spoils of the apprentice Kikuta, which Kuroya had not had time to check. Now this batch of Pokemon balls are neatly placed together, arranged according to their level and rarity. Kikuta is indeed a superior apprentice, with quite a lot of savings, more than 1 million alliance coins, but they are all stored in an alliance savings card and cannot be moved for the time being. You have to find someone in the black market to crack the password, then wash it, and finally it will flow into your wallet. Of course, there is another way to sell this savings card directly at a low price. There is a deposit of 1 million in it. Although you may only get about half of it, it is absolutely safe. Although doing this will lose a lot of money, who can blame you for not wanting to get infected with the murder of Kikuta? Kikuta's other miscellaneous items are not many, they are very ordinary. The only precious one is an amplification item, a very common attribute item, magnet. Wearing it can increase the power of electric attribute moves, and the amplification of this magnet reaches 10%, which is a prop worth nearly 1 million. After Kuroya hurriedly sorted everything out, he found that there should be no flaws along the way, and the battle scene and corpses in the power plant were also dealt with, so he lay down on the bed with peace of mind and prepared to rest. After a night of rushing, he was now extremely tired. Finally, he could have a good rest. As expected, as soon as he touched the pillow, Yu fell into a deep sleep. Umbreon curled up beside the pillow, protecting Yu's safety at any time. When Yu woke up again, the sky outside the window was already full of red clouds. It was already evening. Yu touched his rumbling stomach and went directly to the small Pokemon restaurant downstairs to have dinner. He also ordered some of their favorite food for several Pokemon. Sandil, eat slowly, no one will snatch it from you. Yu looked at Sandil, who was wolfing down a leg of lamb on the ground, and touched his rough skin lovingly. Among all of Yu's Pokemon, only Sandil liked to eat this kind of meat. But Sandil's swift eating really surprised some other people in the small Pokemon restaurant. Just when he hurriedly finished his dinner and was about to leave, a pale-faced young man, accompanied by 2 black-clad bodyguards, suddenly stopped him. The young man was thin, with pale cheeks and a hollow look in his eyes. He looked only in his 20s, but he always felt weak when he walked, and he obviously looked like he had indulged himself too much. But clothes make the man, and the young man was dressed very well, wearing all branded clothes. Noticing someone suddenly blocking his way, Sandil subconsciously bared his teeth and took a fighting stance. This sense of combat readiness was something he had developed since he was a child. Umbreon also looked alert. As a Pokemon who usually guards so many black feathers, she naturally had to help her master responsible for safety. How much is your Sandil? Name your price. The young man looked at Yu with a proud face, holding his head high, as if he was giving alms. When Hayu heard this, his originally kind face instantly turned cold, squinting his eyes and glancing at the young man and the two black-clad bodyguards behind him. "Get lost!" A fierce light flashed in Hayu's eyes. The momentum of Hayu, who has been in the black zone for many years and has stained his hands with the blood of countless people, is naturally not something that two ordinary bodyguards can resist. He walked around the three people and walked out of the small Pokemon Center with a sneer on his lips. After a long time, the young man reacted and cursed at the two bodyguards beside him. "Damn, didn't you say you are a superior security guard? Why were you scared just now?" His behavior undoubtedly caused dissatisfaction among many people. After someone secretly reported to Miss Joy, the young man was soon asked to leave. Although the young man was arrogant, he also knew that this was the small Pokemon Center. He bowed to Miss Joy and left in a hurry. After all, although his family was quite powerful and could barely be considered a third-rate family, it was undoubtedly a giant in the eyes of ordinary trainers, but in front of the Joy family, it was really no different from an ant. Even the strongest head of their family had to be respectful when facing Miss Joy. After walking out of the small Pokemon Center, the young man looked around and did not see the figure of Hayu just now. He ordered the two bodyguards on the side, "Damn it, hurry up and find the trace of that person for me. A playboy like him likes to capture all kinds of strange Pokemon. Strength is not important, but it must be strange and rare enough. Because only in this way can his identity be highlighted, so that he can have face in the circle of playboys." Originally, when he saw Hayu's Sandil, he was confused and didn't know what Pokemon it was. After asking the bodyguard next to him, he learned that it was a rare Pokemon. He then asked for money to buy it, but he was rejected. Chapter 170 Selling. For Hayu, the young man just now was just a playboy who didn't know the height of the world. This little episode did not affect his mood. Then he changed his outfit into a standard black robe and mask in the black market, and Hayu entered the black market of Movili City again. Where there is light, there will be darkness. The black market of Movili City is definitely among the top black markets that Hayu has experienced in terms of prosperity. After all, Movili is one of the most economically developed cities in the Hone region. The city is not only developed on the surface, but also drives the economy of some grey and black areas. After entering the black market, Hayu immediately revealed the Team Rocket's logo on his robe. The Team Rocket's logo is still very useful here. After all, the biggest behind-the-scenes controller behind the black market should be Team Rocket's. Otherwise, Team Rocket's would not be able to set up a base here. Therefore, a Team Rocket's identity can get a lot of preferential treatment in the black market, or avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. It must be said that the trading market in this black market is indeed very prosperous, with crowds of people in the stall area, and rare items on each stall are endless. Various rare materials and props, high-level and high-qualified Pokemon, are all placed one by one for others to choose from. Here, as long as you have enough money, you can buy anything. Here it is a paradise for the rich. Of course, it is not enough to just be rich. You must have enough strength to take the things you bought out of the black market. If you only have money but no strength, you will be eaten to the bone here. Here, the most primitive law of the jungle is believed. The strong will be strong, and the weak will die. Hayu first went to several stores in succession and sold all the miscellaneous Pokemon on his body. It took a long time to sell them all. The alliance coins on his body have increased to 400W. Hayu followed the information he found on the Team Rocket's website and walked into a dark alley, and finally stopped in front of an ancient wooden house. He raised his hand and knocked on the door slowly with a sense of rhythm. With a creak, the door opened directly. The one who opened the door was an ugly old man with a bumpy face. He looked at Hayu inquiringly. Hayu understood the other party's intention, so he slowly lifted a corner of his robe, revealing Team Rocket's. Rocket's R logo, and then he was allowed to enter the house. There was no light in the whole house, only a candle, barely holding a little light, so it looked extremely dark. The ugly old man sat on a wooden chair, looked at Yu expressionlessly and said, "You should know the rules, right?" "Yet." Yu responded in a low voice, his face hidden under the mask, no emotion could be seen. The rules the old man mentioned were to help deal with shameful money, or to decipher some savings cards, and the high commissions to be drawn. Yu took out the Kikuta savings card, coldly said, "There are 1 million alliance coins in it. According to the rules, as long as you can successfully decipher the password and wash it out, half of it will be yours." The ugly old man's expressionless face suddenly showed a smile. Such $1 million order is not seen many times a month. "Wait here." After leaving a word, the ugly old man took the savings card and walked into a small room on the side. Yu just folded his hands and sat quietly on the chair waiting, not worrying that the other party would run away with the money. After all, no one dared to provoke Team Rockets in the black market. What's more, he found out about the other party's whereabouts from others on the Team Rockets website. It is said that this old man has opened a store here for more than 10 years, and his reputation has always been very good. Team Rockets had also invited him to join, but unfortunately he was rejected. After a long time, just when Yu was getting impatient, the ugly old man finally came out with a red face. After throwing down an anonymous savings card, he drove Yu out. "He has a strange temper," Yu muttered to himself. So far, the alliance coins he has on him have exceeded the 500W mark. With such a large sum of money, he doesn't have to worry about cultivating funds for a long time in the future. It's time to find an opportunity to improve my Poke Blocks production technology. I can't keep standing still. As the saying goes, when you have money in your hands, you can't help but want to spend it. The same is true for Yu. Instead of letting the money stay in his hands and become an asset that can't generate benefits, it is better to spend it and use it to make rapid progress. Yu first walked into a high-end store, where it was obvious that both the decoration and the goods were much better than other stores. Declining the enthusiasm of a receptionist, Yu began to browse alone. The things sold in this store were quite diverse. In addition to Poke Blocks, various precious materials and medicinal materials, and even some special Pokemon parts were sold. Yu finally stopped in front of a counter of a Poke Blocks making machine. At present, his making machine has been replaced by the Breeder Guild and is already very good. But who doesn't want better? Yu saw a component worth 300,000 alliance coins. If he could install it on his Poke Blocks production machine, it would speed up the production process. "Give me another batch of black tree fruit, ebony, dark flower, evil fruit, choose the ones with better quality, don't fool me with the bad ones." Yu saw that the quality of the things sold in this store was pretty good, and he was too lazy to run around anymore, so he just bought them all at once. And Yu also pretended to show Team the Rockets logo secretly dispelled some people's inappropriate thoughts. The receptionist looked enthusiastic and asked indirectly, "Excuse me, is this sir buying these materials to give to others or for his own use?" Obviously, they recognized that Yu was most likely a breeder. The materials he bought might not show anything, but the parts of the Poke Blocks making machine were too obvious. Even if they were just junior breeders, every breeder who could make Poke Blocks was a money printing machine, and they were all special talents that all major forces were vying to win over. Glancing at the bold receptionist in front of him, Yu saw from his nervous expression that it should be the boss behind him who asked him to come out and ask. Let the people behind you stop thinking about it. Team Rockets is not something he can do. Provoked. Yu naturally knew that the other party was so cautious, it was nothing more than being afraid of his identity as Team Rockets. After spending nearly 600,000 alliance coins, the money just laundered through Kikuta's savings card was consumed again. In addition to an Ursaring and a Persian, Yu now only had Shiny Piku and Imalga as loot. These 4 Pokemon are all relatively expensive, and they were not sold casually by Heiyu like the previous miscellaneous Pokemon. In addition, there is also a magnet item. Don't rush to sell it. Anyway, you are not short of money. Let's go to Team Rocket HQ first. Chapter 171, Rocket Point. Enter Team Rocket again HQ, this mysterious base hidden in the black market. Heiyu was full of emotion. According to the memory of the last time he came here, he was familiar with various terrains and did not walk around the periphery, but went straight into the third floor. In theory, this floor requires the permission of the squadron leader level to enter, but Heiyu is directly under the archer cadre. Therefore, the permission is naturally upgraded. Even as a squad leader, he can enter the third floor. Compared to the first and second floors outside, this is undoubtedly much quieter, and even seems a bit empty. The crowd is sparse, almost all of them are members of Team Rockets. Heiyu came to the exchange list screen of Team Rockets. The reason why he did not choose to sell Pokemon in the black market outside was for the exchange list in front of him. He was really envious of the various treasures in the exchange list. Compared to the secretiveness of the alliance, each time the permission is upgraded, a higher exchange list can be seen. Team Rockets is undoubtedly much more generous. Even if you are just an ordinary Team Rockets, soldiers can also see the exchange list of the quasi-god. However, the countless zeros at the end are really daunting. Heiyu walked to the exchange office on the side, which is the place where Team Rockets exchange points. Team Rockets points are called Rocket Points, which are somewhat similar to the points system of the Alliance. There are quite a few people in the exchange office, but most of them are just joining in the fun. There is only one person queuing at the reception window. Suddenly, there was a noise at the queue window in front, and the people who were watching the fun all gathered around. "Sir, are you sure you want to use up all the rocket points in your account?" The receptionist asked cautiously. He was just a logistics staff and naturally did not dare to touch these squadron leaders. "That's right, stop talking nonsense, help me exchange it for the Bulbasaur with number 004, the middle-aged man in the queue said impatiently. The middle-aged man had the squadron leader's badge on his chest. He had just reached the squadron leader at this age, and there was almost no development in Team Rockets. However, it takes a lot of rocket points to exchange for a Royal 3. The squadron leader in front of him probably saved up rocket points for several years before he could exchange it. Tisk 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 tisk, I didn't expect Guji to actually exchange for Royal 3. It's probably because he is unwilling to give up. He wants to use this Royal 3 to cultivate to a higher level and try to be promoted to captain. The squadron leaders who were watching the excitement pointed at the squadron leader who exchanged for Royal 3 and talked about it. And the one who exchanged for Royal, the captain of 3, had a blank expression on his face. After silently accepting the incubators and Pokemon eggs handed over by several reception staff, he left the exchange office. The captains of the other group saw that there was no excitement to watch, so they simply left without interest. Heiyu saw that the reception window was finally empty, and hurried over to sit down. "Hello, does this gentleman want to exchange any items? Or do you want to exchange rocket points?" The receptionist said to Heiyu very attentively. However, after seeing the captain badge on Heiyu's chest, he was still slightly surprised for a second or two, but soon reacted and said, "Sir, if you want to apply for a promotion to the captain position, please go to the service hall." Heiyu did not speak, but pushed the 4 Pokeballs that had been prepared long ago from the space ring. Exchange for rocket points. Heiyu's words were very brief, but the receptionist did not dare to be negligent at all, and hurriedly put the Pokeball into the detection instrument on the side. He pressed the button and the instrument started to work. Rows of information suddenly appeared on the screen on the side, and the people watching the excitement in the exchange office were attracted. "Hello, sir, the level of Ursaring and Persian are both above level 30, and the qualifications are also very good. They can be exchanged for 600 rocket points for you. Can you take a look at it this way?" The receptionist took out a freshly printed paper from the data window, on which were marked various information of the two Pokemon. 600 rocket points converted into alliance coins is about 600,000. Although the price is slightly lower than the market price, it is still acceptable. After all, rocket points are much more valuable than alliance coins. This can be seen from the rocket points exchange rules. Team Rocket's rocket points can be exchanged for alliance coins, but alliance coins cannot be exchanged for rocket points. Hei-Yu agreed, and then put his Team Rocket's ID card on the operating table in front of him and performed simple operations. Finally, after pressing the confirmation button, the Pokeball in the groove of the detection machine disappeared instantly. Pokeball transmission technology. For this practical technology, Team Rockets naturally conquered it without a doubt and applied it to all aspects. Just this, sir, these two Pokemon. The receptionist looked at the two newly made papers and it was not easy to judge the price of these Pokemon. Emolga was okay, it was just a little cute, but it didn't have much practical effect. But that Piku was actually shiny. Yes, this Piku is a different color. Hei-Yu nodded calmly and said confidently. The receptionist was in a dilemma and looked worried. He didn't know how to deal with it. You should know that there has never been a precedent of shiny Pokemon in their base before, so it is difficult to judge the price. Even the value displayed on the instrument is the value of normal Piku, because the instrument also judges the value of Pokemon based on the database. After all, the different colored Pokemon is no different from ordinary Pokemon in terms of value. In fact, because the different colored Pokemon is too special, it is driven away by the tribe and lives alone in the wild, and its development is somewhat malnourished. The machine is cold and only looks at the data. But for humans, different colored Pokemon is undoubtedly rare, and rarity means preciousness. This is why the machine cannot determine the specific value of shiny Pokemon. After all, people who like this kind of thing really like it, and they are willing to pay a sky-high price for it, even if it means losing everything. People who don't like it sneer at it. Most of these people value practicality, and shiny Pokemon can't make them stronger. It's just a different appearance. Sir, the exchange office has never had a precedent for Pokemon with different colors. How about this? I suggest that you put it on the bounty website of Team Rockets. The receptionist said at first that the exchange office couldn't give a price, but was afraid of angering Hei-Yu, so he gave a good suggestion. Hei-Yu thought about it and put it on Team Rockets. Rocket's bounty website is indeed a solution, but it consumes a certain amount of rocket points every day. But as long as you sell the different colored Pokemon, you will get at least thousands of rocket points, and it may even be far more. Hei-Yu has made a decision in his heart. After looking through Emolga's data, he decided to exchange it at a price of 150 rocket points. So, Hei-Yu's rocket points in Team Rocket's account have reached 750 rocket points, which is worth about 750,000 when converted into alliance coins, but no one should be stupid enough to exchange it. After all, alliance coins are easy to get, and rocket points are hard to get. Chapter 172 Sea-Tide Incense. After completing a series of rocket point deposit operations, Hei-Yu did not rush to leave the exchange office. Instead, he walked to the exchange list to the side and observed it carefully. After all, although he could not buy any rare items with 750 rocket points, some ordinary materials and props were enough. And he happened to be interested in one of the rare prop materials, called Sea-Tide Incense. This incense is a rare Pokemon prop. When Pokemon wears it, it can increase the power of water attribute moves. From this point, it seems to be repeated with the attribute prop Mystic Water. But Hei-Yu is interested in another function of it. Just put the Sea-Tide Incense into the water where the water attribute Pokemon lives for a long time, which can speed up the level of the water attribute Pokemon and slightly improve its qualifications. This is a very comprehensive water attribute prop. Therefore, it is very popular. There are many teams in Team Rockets that cultivate water attribute Pokemon. Rocket's soldiers will rent this item. However, with the rocket points that Hei-Yu just earned, he didn't need to rent it. He directly used 700 rocket points to get it. The staff on the side hurriedly turned on the intercom, and seemed to be talking to the person in charge of the warehouse. Not long after, the tied incense was delivered. This is a dark blue incense with 3 small holes on the top, which exudes a faint intoxicating fragrance. The bottom is in a tripod shape, which can be placed on the ground. Hayu couldn't wait to open the lid, and the diameter of the incense was full of colorful colors. Color, like a psychedelic. Seeing Hayu treat this precious item so roughly, the receptionist's eyes twitched, and he muttered in his heart, "Don't you know how to cherish the item?" Although he muttered in his heart, his hands did not stop at all, recording the incoming rocket points and the exchange records of the high KO incense item on the computer. This is the gap between people. In Hayu's opinion, such a small number of rocket points is not enough to exchange for any rare treasures, and it is useless to save them in your hands. It is just a string of useless data. It is better to quickly exchange it for effective combat power. This is the highest value of rocket points. For this group of weak logistics personnel who are barely qualified to be called trainers, 700 alliance points are equivalent to 700,000 alliance coins. It is enough to be their breeding funds for more than a year or even several years, or to buy a Pokemon cub with good qualifications, which is also promising in the future. How can it be spent on such trivial props? The remaining rocket points are not enough to exchange for too many things. It's useless to keep them on you anyway. Hayu continued to look through the exchange list, and finally found an item that satisfied him in the sundries category. Mask customization. The mask here is naturally not an ordinary mask, but a special human skin mask. You only need to fit it tightly on your face to instantly change into another person's appearance. It is a must-have item for walking in the gray area to kill people, steal treasures, and escape. It is also a major feature of Team Rocket's to the outside world. It seems that only Team Rocket's has mastered this technology in the entire Pokemon world. As for whether the Alliance has it, Hayu doesn't know. After all, with the nature of the big families and senior executives in the Alliance, this high-end technology is generally not given to ordinary civilian trainers. What's more, this technology is obviously not conducive to their rule, so it will not be promoted. It takes some time to customize the mask. After Hayu simply filled in his requirements, he silently left his dormitory address in Team Rocket HQ. Although he doesn't live in Team Rocket HQ, but as a team leader, he naturally has a room. Dark skin, ordinary appearance, preferably not easy to attract attention in the crowd. Hayu's requirements are very simple, that is, to be hidden enough. Finally, it costs 50 rocket points to customize it. The purpose of coming to the exchange office has been completed. All Pokemon have been sold, leaving only a different colored Piku, ready to be posted on the official website of Team Rocket's bounty. Some people have started to leave messages under the post to bid. On the Team Rocket's forum, a bright post was posted on the front page. You know, if you want to post on the front page, you have to spend dozens of rocket points every day. Every second is burning money, so almost all the posts posted on the front page are for sale or bounty of various rare items. Miracle Seed for sale, send a private message with the price, or exchange for rare items, the price difference can be negotiated. It was a message for selling grass-type items. Hayu looked at the time the post was posted, which was 2 hours ago, but at this moment there were already thousands of messages below. Excluding some people who were just joining in the fun, there were also hundreds of people who were interested in Miracle Seed items and made bids. Among them, the vast majority of them used Alliance coins to bid for the purchase price, which was generally between 500,000 and 800,000 Alliance coins, which was in line with the Miracle Seed's 7% increase in the appraisal certificate. In fact, if the grass type was not a popular attribute, it was estimated that the high price of 800,000 would not be offered. If it was replaced with an item with a niche attribute like a silk scarf, the price would be estimated to be lower. Of course, There were also a few people who exchanged items, such as someone who bid and wanted to exchange it with a 5% increase in poison sting. However, it seemed that the two parties did not reach an agreement. In Heiyu's opinion, the value was similar. Although the increase in poison sting was 2% less, it was also within the range of normal items. It did not fall below 5% and become a broken item. In addition, Team in Rocket's environment, poison attribute items are naturally more valuable than Miracle Seed, a grass attribute amplification item. It depends on how much the owner of the post is willing to pay for the difference. After all, the owner of Poison Sting is the most attractive. Heiyu simply flipped through various posts and gained some experience. He immediately posted his post in the most prominent place on the homepage. But he found that he had no rocket points. For this reason, Heiyu could only sell the magnet item he got from Kikuta. Investing 50 rocket points just received can last for about a day at the rare item sales section of the official website. One day is enough. After all, the traffic on Rocket's website is terrifying. You can see that there are thousands of comments on the post just 2 hours ago. Although the number of views is not visible, it is probably not less than hundreds of thousands. Shiny Piku, exchange for precious high-quality cubs with evil attributes, or Rocket Point Alliance coins, the price can be privately chatted. Heiyu did not do anything fancy, but posted the information of Piku. In addition, he also took a few ordinary photos, mainly to show the cuteness of Piku. After all, it is difficult to ask this kind of Pokemon to have a certain combat power. The vast majority of people are interested in it, and almost all of them are because of its super high appearance, especially those rich people who have too much money to spend. Chapter 173 Middle Captain. After leaving the exchange office, Heiyu walked towards the service hall of Team Rocket HQ. In addition to selling the Pokemon in his hand, he also had another purpose. Promotion to the position of Squadron Leader. The position above the team leader in Team Rockets is the Squadron Leader. The biggest difference between the two is that when you reach the position of Squadron Leader, you can receive a fixed allowance every month. Although it is not much, only 20 rocket points, but over the years, it is also a considerable income. What's more, after reaching the position of Squadron Leader, your subordinates can lead a team independently and go out for development. Go to some small villages and towns with a small number of people to establish branches. In short, you can cultivate your own trusted subordinates. This is also some of the assessments that Team Rockets uses to hone those who have just been promoted to team leaders to see if they have a certain degree of political tactics. Every position in Rockets contains its deep meaning. This is a job system that is not inferior to the Pokemon League. When I walked to the hall, it was still the same as before. Heiyu walked to the service window, knocked on the glass with his hand, and slapped the captain's medal and identity card on the window. The staff member who was slacking off came back to his senses and hurriedly said in fear and trepidation, "Sir, what business do you want to handle?" Heiyu said coldly, "Promotion." A secret training room, surrounded by a sealed space, covered with special glass, and a special box on the second floor, which seems to be for some big shots watched. In the center of the training room, there was a battlefield of medium size. Judging from the appearance, it was not made of simple materials. In fact, this battlefield could withstand quasi-elite level battles, that is, even if 2 level 60 Pokemon fought here, it would not be damaged. At this moment, a promotion assessment for squadron leaders was being carried out in the center of the field, but it seemed different from the ordinary assessment. This battle was actually a doubles battle. Nido King, Nido Queen, cast earth together power. 2 identical men on one side of the field shouted in unison. 2 2-meter-tall giants stomped their feet, and endless waves of waves came from the ground, attacking the enemy's assessment Pokemon. The attack hit the assessment Pokemon that was struggling to hold on, and finally it couldn't hold on and fell down, and the twin men were instantly ecstatic. The referee announced the result expressionlessly. Captains Shinichi and Shinji have successfully completed the squadron leader promotion assessment. Heiyu watched silently in the dark. The twins who completed the promotion on the field were the twins who had agreed to form an offensive and defensive alliance. Their trump card Pokemon is a Nidoking and a Nidoqueen. It's really a pair. The style of twins. The two towering beasts are also superior level, no wonder they can pass the doubles battle assessment. However, Heiyu is alone, so the assessment is naturally one-on-one. Heiyu put on a mask and was not prepared to deal with the twins. After all, he believes that less is more. Walking into the field from the battle channel and passing by the twin men, Heiyu just pretended to glance at them casually and then retracted his gaze. The two twin men did not find anything unusual and were still chatting excitedly with each other. Heiyu listened to the conversation behind him and smiled coldly. "Brother, we finally passed the assessment. The combination skill of double earth power that we trained was not in vain. Hehe, of course, we have been promoted to squadron leader, and we have a foothold in Hone region. We don't have to be as restrained as when we were squad leaders. What about the slut and the pretty boy before the boss? We have agreed to form an offensive and defensive alliance." "Bullshit, it's just a verbal agreement. If those two know what's good for them, they will follow our lead. If not, humph." When Heiyu walked into the assessment site, a middle-aged man with some pockmarks on his face had a slightly bright look in his eyes. "Hey? Another one to be promoted to squadron leader? Why are so many people being promoted recently?" the middle-aged man muttered in a low voice. He looked Heiyu up and down, focusing his eyes on Crawdaunt behind him, and nodded in appreciation. Not bad, you cultivate Pokemon very well, you must be Haitian, right? Get ready for the assessment." The middle-aged man didn't waste any words and directly turned on the assessment button on the spot. An iron cage suddenly appeared on the battlefield opposite Heiyu, and a ferocious Flygon was imprisoned inside. The energy fluctuations emanating from its body also reached the superior level. Flygon flapped its wings in the narrow iron cage, rolling up fine yellow sand. It used to be just an ordinary flight, but it could raise dust. I can't imagine how shocking the scene would be if the sandstorm skill was used at full power. But fortunately, Crawdaunt's ice attribute moves restrain the opponent 4 times, which is an attribute advantage. And if the opponent uses sandstorm to increase himself, he can also use rain dance to compete for the weather. Heiyu silently formulated a general plan for the battle in his mind. The mind surged rapidly, which was a must for every trainer. Heiyu keenly observed that Flygon's mood seemed to be wrong, and there was a hint of mania in his eyes. With his eyes slightly narrowed, he asked the middle-aged man, "Sir, what are the rules of the assessment?" The middle-aged man stood in the second-floor box, overlooking the venue below, rubbing his beard and jokingly said, "Originally, according to the rules, it was a one-on-one head-on victory over a superior Pokemon, but you were unlucky, little guy, and you actually drew the most difficult dragon. I'll give you some leeway. No limit on the rules, no limit on the number of Pokemon. You just need to defeat this Flygon within 10 minutes. The middle-aged man's words were a little bit profound, but Heiyu did not comment. The number of Pokemon can indeed have an advantage to a certain extent. Ants in large numbers can kill elephants, not just talk. But the ants here refer to at least dozens or hundreds of Pokemon. In a superior level battle, low-level Pokemon rarely get involved. Often the aftermath of the battle of superior level Pokemon is enough to shock Pokemon below level 30 to death. This battle still depends on Crawdaunt. As for Sharpedo, Honchkrow and Umbreon, they can only play auxiliary roles. Heiyu said in his heart. After all, the gap in strength between the two sides is too big. One is a powerful dragon-type superior level Pokemon with rich dragon blood. The other is just an evolution type of Corphish that can be seen everywhere. The racial values and individual Pokemon of both sides are not comparable. But Heiyu still has confidence, not only in the trust of Crawdaunt, but also in the confidence in his own cultivation. "My lord, I'm ready. Please open the cage. Chapter 174 Draco Meteor. Although Kuruba was confident about the assessment, he was still a little surprised that the middle-aged man changed the rules for him. After all, there were not so many good people in Team Rockets, and none of them were good men and women. It should be Archer's relationship, right? Kuruba speculated in his heart. As a coder parachuted here from Kanto region, Archer's every move naturally attracted the attention of countless people below. Including Kuruba and the other 3 people, the fact that they were taken in as confidants was not kept secret for too long, and soon some captains below knew about it. Therefore, opening some small back doors for them was also the consensus of these people. Kuruba took a deep breath and threw out 3 Pokeball, Sharpedo and Honchkrow were all released, and exuded a powerful aura. In the second floor box, the middle-aged man crossed his legs and watched the battle below with interest. When he saw several Pokémon of Hayu released, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. There was a slight surprise in his eyes. With his knowledge, he could naturally see the excellent qualifications of these Pokémon. At least from the appearance, it must have cost a lot of money to cultivate them. It must have been a big investment. Could it be that this Haitian is a core figure from a faction in Kanto region? The middle-aged man sat up straight, and looked at Hayu with a slightly more serious look. Ting 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 ting. As the iron cage slowly opened, Flygon flapped its powerful wings, and endless sand and dust instantly swept across the venue, flying into the air, emitting waves of rage's roars. Honchkrow uses Taunt, plus Confuse Ray, Sharpedo Water Jet, Superimposed Speed, Ice Fang. Crawdaunt, Rain Dance. Flygon is one of the few Pokémon that can upgrade and learn Dragon Dance on its own. Once it reaches the superior level of evolution, it can automatically master the Dragon Dance skill. So Hayu must let Honchkrow perform Taunt as soon as possible, and must not let this powerful Dragon Pokémon strengthen up. Otherwise, with powerful Dragon skills such as Dragon Claw and Dragon Rush, Hayu will not have a chance to win. Honchkrow used his wings to move, and a very annoying taunt expression appeared on his face, making Flygon look even more rage, with scarlet light flashing in his eyes. Before he could react, a ball of chaotic light with a dark color suddenly hit him. Flygon flapped his wings violently, rolling out 2 yellow sand storms. 2 storms like the abyss suddenly swept the entire venue. Flygon's proficiency in the skill Quicksand Abyss has reached perfection. It can actually change its form and transform into a twister. You know, even Sandil, who is proficient in ground-based skills, can only barely transform into a wall. The overwhelming yellow sand instantly swept half of the venue and gradually rushed towards the Pokémon on the side of Hayu. Iron Lobster will naturally not be outdone. These days, he has also taken a lot of sunny and rainy rhymes, plus cast form's close-fitting coaching. In understanding the weather skills of Rain Dance, it can be said that he has made great progress. Crawdaunt instantly raised her pliers above her head, and the air on the ceiling of the venue gradually became humid, and several dark clouds floated. After just a few seconds, countless raindrops fell, and as more and more dark clouds gathered, it gradually formed a downpour. Rain Dance's weather blocked Sandstorm's invasion. The battle for weather was evenly matched. After all, Flygon had to focus on defending the other Pokémon, so he couldn't focus on the battle for weather. Therefore, he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Honchkrow, Tailwind, help everyone. Crawdaunt, use Ice Beam, Sharpedo, Ice Fang. Sharpedo's original acceleration characteristics had already been superimposed to a good state, and now with Tailwind's blessing, he turned directly into a blue lightning and rushed towards Flygon, opening his hideous shark mouth, with blood flowing from his sharp shark teeth. Giant Shark raised his mouth and bit down suddenly. In an instant, endless cold invaded Flygon's body. As a quadruple restraint, Ice Fang was powerful. Flygon would naturally not sit and wait for death. He had been experimented with manic potions by Team Rockets, and had just been hit by Han Crow's confuse ray, in a state of confusion. At this moment, he was already unconscious, with only the most primitive instinct left in his body. Counterattack, attack, kill. Flygon escaped instantly, suddenly raised his sharp claws, and slashed down. Dragon Claw, as the most signature skill of dragon Pokémon, almost only some pure-blooded dragon Pokémon can learn it, and its power is naturally very good. In the blink of an eye, Sharpedo, whose speed was increased to the extreme, was slapped away, and the domineering of the dragon type was fully revealed. Han Crow, Dark Pulse Harassment, Crawdaunt, don't confront it head-on, use roundabout tactics. Of course, you would not be stupid enough to close with Flygon. Combat fights desperately, after all, dragon Pokémon are famous for their best physical fitness. As a battle of outnumbered, Black Feather is very good at commanding. Although the opponent's individual strength and energy are strong, they can't resist the proper coordination on his side. The combat power displayed by a Pokémon with or without a trainer is completely different. If this Flygon can have a knowledgeable trainer to command, there may be a chance to meet Black Feather. And the middle-aged man watching the battle in the box had a strange light in his eyes, and kept muttering, "Interesting, really interesting." But before he could continue to click comment, the door behind him creaked. The middle-aged man thought it was one of his subordinates who had entered rashly, and turned back impatiently to get angry. "Who is it?" "I don't know, my Lord Archer, I have offended you." The middle-aged man immediately knelt on one knee, bowed his head and admitted his fault. His expression could not hide the tension. Archer ignored this person, but sat on the sofa by himself, looking at the Black Feather who was fighting below, with an inexplicable expression, and I don't know what he was thinking. The battle below has come to an end. Flygon, who was besieged by several Pokémon from all sides, could not hold on after all. When Crawdaunt made the last attack on ice when the beam hit, Flygon, who had been frostbitten all over, finally launched the final big move. "Oh no, it's Draco Meteor." You really didn't expect that Flygon actually mastered such a skill. After all, Flygon can only learn Draco Meteor through teaching. No matter it is self-upgrade, skill disc or inheritance, it can't learn this move. Before the battle, Yu was still thinking that it's impossible to have such bad luck that a Flygon he encountered can master Draco Meteor. I didn't expect that he could encounter such a low probability. Gather all together and use Protect. Yu gave the command. After all, although Draco Meteor is powerful, it is a range move after all. You just need to gather all your defenses to take down Draco. Meteor is not difficult. Bright meteors streaked through the space, and extremely beautiful meteors fell straight from the sky, sweeping the entire battlefield. Crawdaunt was at the front and used Protect, and Sharpedo and Han Crow behind him also used Protect. All the Protect power gathered into one point. Bang 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 bang. No, several meteors fell, and the explosion sounded throughout the venue, and the flying yellow sand in the air disappeared instantly. Chapter 175 Promotion. Although Draco Meteor needs to charge for a long time to perform this move, the skill's action swing is obviously very long, and after using it, the special attack will be greatly reduced due to the reaction force. But it is currently the most powerful Dragon-type move, excluding the exclusive and special moves of the legendary beast. It also proves that Flygon, a powerful Dragon Pokémon, is powerful. The qualifications for being able to comprehend Draco Meteor's move are definitely not bad, at least in terms of comprehension. Flygon doesn't have much physical strength anymore, continue to pursue the victory. Crawdaunt, use Swords Dance to strengthen yourself. You let the other two Pokémon temporarily deal with Flygon, and Crawdaunt took the opportunity to use Swords Dance to strengthen. This move was comprehended by himself through blood after breaking through the superior level. Compared to Dragon Dance increases both attack and speed, Swords Dance only increases attack power, but the increase is much greater than Dragon Dance. As for which of the two amplification skills is better, it depends on one's own opinion. Crawdaunt, give him the last blow, shell blade. Boom. Crawdaunt's strong and powerful footsteps suddenly stepped, high splash, condensed a shell blade in the air with her pincers, and went directly to Flygon. Flygon, who was already seriously injured, could not move quickly, and with Sharpedo and Honchkrow watching him, he could not find a chance to escape or dodge. Water is invisible, but also visible. The huge water blade condensed, and wisps of mist overflowed. As the blade light shone, water mist rose. The water blade swept past instantly, and the originally gentle water turned into the sharpest blade. Flygon took the blow and fell from the air, shaking up a large piece of dust. He collapsed to the ground with his eyes swirling. Flygon has lost his ability to fight, and Haishan has passed the squadron leader assessment. The referee on the side announced the result of the assessment expressionlessly. Heiyu smiled faintly, and was not surprised by the result. His Pokémon had made great progress during this period, and each one had surpassed its own level. Crawdaunt stood on the field, and the five-pointed star on his head shone brightly under the light. Heiyu stepped forward and touched Crawdaunt's body, praising her softly, "Not bad, your skills have improved a lot, and the connection between various skills in battle is much faster." Heiyu glanced at Flygon, who fell in the middle of the venue, and staff had already started to enter to clean up. He was about to leave to the service hall to update his identity. The secret door in the corner suddenly opened, and the man who talked to Heiyu before the battle came out, but he no longer had the original high-handed attitude. Instead, he followed a man in a suit with a bowing look. The man in the suit was Archer. He walked out of the secret door without any expression on his face, and Heiyu instantly felt a fierce momentum coming towards him. And came. Heiyu's expression suddenly tensed up, and even Crawdaunt, who was originally leisurely, froze up and showed a vigilant posture, as if he had encountered a natural enemy. Crawdaunt's body reaction told it that the person in front of it was very dangerous. Archer glanced at Crawdaunt casually and said, "Not bad, he was promoted to squadron leader, and he is still a promising talent." Heiyu bowed quickly, bent down, and saluted, and praised, "It's all thanks to Team. I dare not take credit for the cultivation of rockets and the adults." Archer nodded slightly, showing no emotion, and just waved his hand to let the man next to him leave. Only Kuruba and Archer were left in the whole venue. "How did you get that shiny Piku?" Archer's voice was emotionless. Although it was a question, it was in an unquestionable tone. Kuruba's brain also reacted instantly. The other party probably had great authority in Team Rockets. He could even check such a secret. "You know, when I put it up for sale, I used an anonymous name. My lord, it was in Movili. It was found in an abandoned power plant on the outskirts of the city. There is a special magnetic field there. I am willing to present this shiny Piku, including the location of the special magnetic field, to you as a gift." Heiyu dared not hide anything. Although he was a little reluctant, he still had to give it up with great pain. After all, Archer, the cotter, took the initiative to ask, and he couldn't do anything. Archer, who was wearing a suit, nodded, with a flash of appreciation in his eyes. He was obviously very satisfied with Heiyu's answer. But he still waved his hand and said, "No, I won't take advantage of you, a little guy. Tell me, what do you want? Whether it's rocket points or precious Pokémon or props, as long as it doesn't exceed the upper limit of the value of this shiny Piku, it's fine." Heiyu stood there respectfully, lowering his head to think, but he didn't reply for a long time. Facing a strong man of this level, he really didn't have much say in front of him. If he wanted to forcibly take this Pokémon away, it would be just a casual move, and he could only offer it with both hands. Otherwise, with Archer's strength and status, killing him is no different from crushing an ant. This is the sadness of the weak. Only the strong can have the right to speak. Seeing that Heiyu didn't reply for a long time, Archer was a little impatient and said, "Go ahead, I don't like to owe favors to others." Yu was slightly relieved when he heard Archer's words, and then he boldly said, I have been attracted to the evil Zorua and Absol for a long time, I don't know. Yu hesitated and hesitated. Archer was also slightly surprised and stared at Yu said, You dare to ask? The rarity of these two Pokemon is almost comparable to quasi-gods. Yu thought there was no hope after hearing this, and his eyes were a little dim. He was just about to ask for a reward. But although I can't give you these two Pokemon directly, I can give you a chance. As long as you can make great contributions in the missions in the next few days, I will have a reason to reward you well. Archer didn't reveal too much. He glanced at Yu who was lowering his head again, re-entered the secret door, and disappeared from the field. Yu just raised his head, he took a deep breath and suppressed all his dissatisfaction. In his opinion, what Archer said to him just now was just empty talk. He should have asked for some practical rocket points or alliance coins. However, the situation was stronger than the person. Yu could only suppress his unhappiness, bowed again, and said respectfully to the slowly closing secret door, It is my honor to serve you and relieve your worries. I will send you off respectfully. Archer did not respond, but a teasing voice could be heard faintly from the passage. Haha, this shiny Pico LT. Serge should be very interested, right? I can make a lot of money from him again. Chapter 176, The Direction of Pokemon Training. Although Yu felt a little pain for losing a shiny Pokemon, his face remained calm. He went to the service hall and updated his ID card. From today on, he is also a squadron leader. According to the regulations, I can lead some of my men to open up branches of Team Rockets, but now I am Archer's direct subordinate, there is no need to send them out to take risks. Thinking of this, Yu's dissatisfaction was slightly dispelled. Walking into Team Rocket HQ's residential area, entering his single dormitory, the decoration inside is very simple, except for some basic daily necessities, there are only some grey decorations. But this is just the captain's residence. Now that I have been promoted to squadron leader, I can choose a luxury apartment again. Yu is not in a hurry to change his residence, after all, his human skin mask has not been delivered yet. Yu is in the corner of the room, and the first thing he does is to arrange the accommodation environment for Pokemon. First, he inserts the convenient pool device in the corner, takes out the already prepared Tide incense, and puts it in the corner of the pool. Crawdont and Sharpedo gave a comfortable growl as soon as they entered the water, and felt a strange breath entering their bodies, and they felt warm all over. Kuroyu saw the comfortable expressions of the two Pokemon, and it was worth his huge investment to buy this Tide incense. Lance, the senior investigator of the Alliance, launched the Champion Challenge again. The genius girl Cynthia dominated the younger generation of Sinnoh region and has now gone to Hone region to participate in the Evergrande City Conference. While combing Honchro's hair, Kuroyu looked through the big news that happened in the Pokédex in recent days. There were two of them that interested him more, but before he could take a closer look, there was a knock on the door. When Kuroyu opened the door, he found that it was a logistics staff member who appeared with a small exquisite gift box. Kuroyu did not care about the other party's flattery. After showing his name and ID card, he took the gift box back to the room. This human skin mask is really well made. Looking at the human skin mask in front of him, it was well made and as thin as a cicada's wing. Yu slowly put the human skin mask on his face, feeling a little cold. After every inch of skin was tightly fitted, he began to look at it in the mirror. He couldn't help but sigh, it was worthy of Team Rockets. The technology of this human skin mask is really superb, it can definitely be mistaken for the real thing. Even if someone is only 1 meter away from you, it is estimated that they can't find it, because it is too realistic. Even a mole on the face, a hair is made very real. Yu in the following days he didn't leave Team Rocket HQ, but lived in the luxurious apartment he just got after updating his identity. After all, he was busy these days, so he didn't have time to calm down and acquire knowledge. It just so happened that Archer-sama issued an urgent task in 3 days, and Heiyu was too lazy to travel back and forth, so he just stayed here. In a well-decorated apartment, Heiyu sat at the desk, carefully studying the knowledge in it, and at the same time, he wrote furiously on the paper beside him. There were 6 big words on the top of the paper. Pokemon Training Plan. Pokemon Progress. In recent days the span is too big. First, Murkrow evolved into Honchkrow, and then Crawdaunt broke through the superior level. So Heiyu must think carefully about the future training direction of Pokemon. Crawdaunt is the first ace Pokemon to follow him, and it is also the strongest Pokemon in the team. It has always been a frontline attacker. Under various amplifications, the output power of water attributes is explosive. Adaptability characteristics, so it can effectively increase the power of Pokemon's own skills, but it will also speed up the consumption of physical strength. The characteristics themselves are mostly passive skills. Some powerful Pokemon can use the characteristics at any time, such as Mr. Norman's Slaking, which can temporarily abandon the lazy characteristics. In addition, the training of various skills still cannot be left behind, and the teaching of Crab Claw Hammer should also be put on the agenda. As one of Crawdaunt's most commonly used skills, it must be mastered. Heiyu wrote on the plan book. It is just a general direction, and it needs to be detailed later. Detailed rectification and adjustment. Then there is Sharpedo. As a high-attack and high-speed assassin in the team, the only 2 things he needs to master are the acceleration characteristics and various biting skills. In the future, this direction will still be the main focus, and there will not be much change. Sharpedo may also be trained to swim faster in the sea. Umbreon is also one of the Pokemon that followed Kuroyu earlier. Originally, its level in the team was ranked 3rd, second only to Sharpedo and Crawdaunt. But with Honchkrow using the advanced Duskstone evolution, after jumping several levels, its level was surpassed. Currently, Honkrow's level has reached 34, while Umbreon is only 33. What's more, the dusk in Honkrow's body is the remaining energy of stone has not been digested yet. But even so, Heiyu still has high hopes for Umbreon, and there is no shortage of various precious resources. As the only meat shield in the team, he often eats some poke blocks and medicinal materials that enhance physical strength. In terms of resistance to attack, it is the strongest in the Pokemon team. With the synchronization characteristics, it can harass the enemy Pokemon very well, catch the enemy off guard, and instantly turn the situation around. Combined with the skills of Refresh, it can be said to be tried and tested. Substitute, Protect, Toxic, Attract, Yawn and Wish, the future Umbreon will become the most difficult existence in Heiyu's hands. As long as he doesn't die, he can drag the enemy to death with these disgusting skills. Finally, it is Honchkrow, which is also the most powerful Pokemon in the team. The biggest change in plan among Eamon. After all, Murkrow was originally cultivated as a supporter, but now after evolving into Honchkrow, the characteristic of mischief has changed to overconfidence. From a supporter to an attacker. The cultivation plan naturally needs to be changed. That is, the original poke blocks are not applicable, and a new poke blocks needs to be customized based on the various data of the body. As for skills, the only inherited skill that has not been mastered is Roost. Heiyu is going to find a skill instructor, which can be regarded as twice the result with half the effort. In addition, try to add some bird Pokemon bone powder to Honkrow's usual food, so that the body can grow stronger. The proportion of Honchkrow poke blocks also needs to be adjusted, and the proportion of flying crane fruit needs to be increased again. Chapter 177 4-Man Team. Just like that, 3 days passed quickly. Kuroyu also received an urgent mission, and it was an urgent mission directly issued by Archer. Kuroyu erased all traces of his life in the room, and walked out of the residential area after confirming that there was nothing left behind. According to his last memory, he walked towards the depths of the 3rd floor. During this period, he was not blocked or examined due to his position as a squadron leader. Only when entering the 4th floor, he successfully entered after showing the badge given by Archer. "Master Archer, your subordinate, Kuritan, wants to see you." Hayu knocked on the office door and said respectfully to the inside, "Come in." A sonorous voice came from inside, and Hayu dared to push the door carefully. Before, except Hayu, almost everyone else in the room had arrived. In addition to the twin brothers and the charming woman Rose, there was also the young man who led him last time. This person seemed to be a confidant cultivated by Archer, and he was a little earlier than the 4 of them. "I won't say much nonsense. This mission was assigned by me personally, so it is top secret. No one knows about it except you. You will form a team to complete the mission. The mission will be carried out in a month. You will be trained by Wu Xin during this month and get familiar with each other." Archer stood up and patted the shoulder of the young man next to him. The young man called Wu Xin seemed to be very trusted. Haeyu's eyes flickered slightly, and I don't know what he was thinking. On the side the charming woman Rose looked very interested, while the eldest twin brother had no expression on his face, and the second twin brother looked unconvinced, but at the signal of his eldest brother, he suppressed his dissatisfaction. Archer naturally observed the various expressions and movements of the people, but he had no intention of intervening. After all, if Wuxin couldn't control these 4, then he didn't need to train them vigorously. "In this month, I will invest a lot of resources in you. I hope you won't let me down. Wuxin, take them to get combat equipment." Archer waved his hand and asked them to leave. Including Hayu, they looked at each other with their eyes and noses. But no matter what they thought, they still looked very respectful. They bowed to Archer first, then slowly retreated and left the room quietly. "Master Wuxin, may I ask what the mission is this time? Why do you attach so much importance to it?" The 5 people in the corridor were silent, so Rose broke the silence first. The tingling voice did make people feel a little hot, but everyone present was team superior in rockets. How could such a trick work? Wu Xin glanced at the 4 people and said in a deep voice, "Even I just learned about this mission. In a word, talk less, ask less, and do more." The twins were not happy when this was said. The 2 of them had just been promoted to squadron leader and were a little inflated. In addition, they thought they had the advantage in numbers and had a dominant position. "Hey, don't be mysterious here. Tell us the mission quickly. Don't think that we will obey you just because you have the support of Archer-sama. After all, we have to rely on fists here. Speak up." The twin brother spoke first. This person seems to be straightforward, but in fact he is not cunning. He can't hide anything in his heart. He looks careless and outspoken. Although the elder brother pretended to stop him, only God knows what he was thinking. Hayu followed the 4 people silently. He didn't want to get involved in this small team of intrigue. But compared to the dissatisfaction when Wu Xin led me last time, this time he is much gentler. Hayu knew what was going on. It was nothing more than looking at people to serve them. For Team Rockets is the most common place. Now he is Archer's direct subordinate, so it is not strange for Wuxin to show a gentle expression to the 4 of them. Whether it is to win people's hearts or to form his own small circle, such hypocritical performances are indispensable. Smiling Tiger. This is the label that Hayu gave Wuxin in his heart. However, Wuxin, who was walking in the front, suddenly stopped at this time, and his young and handsome face maintained a gentle smile. This mission was carefully planned by the adults. I don't know how many connections were spent. For this, he even specially. So I warn you, it's best not to do anything weird during the mission, otherwise I will kill you with my own hands. Although Wuxin still looked gentle on the surface, everyone could feel the cold murderous intent from his words. Rose immediately echoed, "Master Wuxin, I will definitely follow your lead." Hayu also nodded, indicating that he would definitely obey your orders. Only the twin brothers looked at each other with a very ugly expression, and said, "Humph, we will naturally not delay the master's task, but I am afraid that you are not strong enough to lead the whole team?" Obviously, the twins meant that if they wanted to convince them, they must show their strength, otherwise they would not be worthy of the position. Wuxin's originally gentle face suddenly sank. Feeling the dull atmosphere in the air, He Yu and Rose looked at each other silently and retreated to the corner. "Hey, you are right, here it all depends on strength." Wuxin chuckled and took out a shrunken luxury ball from his arms. Everyone's eyes were drawn to see what kind of Pokemon this handsome young man designated as the captain could take out. Gang! Everyone only heard a Pokemon growl, and instantly felt the temperature around them drop by several degrees. A chill surged into my heart. A big purple fat man suddenly rose from the ground and floated in the air. The scarlet eyes exuded an ominous breath, grinning, revealing a mouth full of white teeth, and the corners of his mouth seemed to be silently mocking. "Shadow Pokemon, Gengar. If you drag your feet when performing the mission later, I will let him know what it means to live a life worse than death." Wuxin did not have a gentle smile on his face this time, but warned with a serious meaning. "But it's true, anyone who is mocked like this will probably fight back." He Yu and Rose looked at each other, and through the breath exuded by Gengar, they instantly thought in their hearts, "Superior level." And it is definitely not the kind of superior level that has just broken through. It is definitely a superior level that has been settled for a long time and is one of the best. Just from the aura exuded in terms of quality, it is at least above level 50, and it is very likely to be the peak of the superior level. In other words, the level is around level 57 to 59. After all, level 60 to 70 is the quasi-elite level. There is no doubt that this Gengar alone is enough to teach Black Feather's Crawdaunt a lesson, or the twin brothers Nidoking and Nidoqueen. A peak superior Pokemon is enough to bring dozens of Pokemon that have just entered the superior level. Chapter 178 High-Tech Equipment. However, He Yu had no intention of challenging the authority of Captain Wuxin. When the two twins saw the powerful Gengar, their faces were slightly ugly, and they were in a dilemma. They just wanted to have more say in the team to facilitate future development. Now it seems that the gap between the two sides is too big, and their previous tests are useless. They can also distinguish the specific level of this Gengar, especially when they see their Nidoking and Nidoqueen showing fear, they feel a little regretful. Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight, Wuxin suddenly smiled, and his deep eyes swept over the four people again. "I don't care which Team Rocket you were originally from, superior in HQ, once you join my team, you must obey my orders. Within this month, I will lead you to a secret place for special training, and you must make rapid progress. This mission must not fail." After the unintentional warning and the shock of Gengar, the twin brothers became much more honest, and did not say any taunt words when they went to the equipment warehouse, which embarrassed everyone. They walked all the way to the core of Team Rocket HQ, and experienced various inspections and guards during the period. Even though they were squadron leaders, they could not avoid various inspections. Finally, they stopped in front of a white building with 4 big words on it: Research Center. "After you go in later, be careful when you speak. There are high-end talents in my Team Rocket's research, and they have strange tempers. If you anger anyone, I can't protect you." Wuxin warned everyone again, and only felt relieved when he saw that the twin brothers did not make any more trouble and were very quiet. He went forward to negotiate with the 2 guards at the door. He Yu took the opportunity to observe. There was a Pokemon next to the 2 guards, which was very characteristic of Team Rockets. One was Weezing and the other was Arbok. But what really attracted his attention was that the level of the 2 Pokemon reached the superior level. Only Team Rockets could have such a big deal to let 2 superior trainers serve as guards. At the same time, he was also curious about the research inside. After entering the building, He Yu found a special smell in the air. When passing by each room, there were also various new precision instruments inside. Researchers in white and green coats were working day and night on their research. Master Wuxin, aren't we here to collect combat equipment? Why are we here? Rose leaned closer and asked Wuxin curiously. However, Wuxin seemed to be a little unfavorable to women. He smelled the fragrance at the tip of his nose and pushed Rose away with an unnatural look on his face. Don't ask too much. You will know when you get there. After passing through the passage, you can see the room at the end. With Wuxin leading the way, everyone walked to the door and knocked on the iron door. After the door opened, a large research institute came into view. Compared with the rooms outside, the various instruments inside were more complicated, and it was also the room with the most researchers. Professor Zilanu, your subordinate Wuxin, is here to receive the latest high-tech combat uniforms under the order of Lord Archer. Wuxin bowed to the mushroom-headed researcher who led the group. However, Professor Zilanu didn't seem to care much about the arrival of several people. He had been focusing on the data research on the machine. Waved his hand and asked several ordinary researchers to receive him. When Yu heard Professor Zilanu, his heart was shocked. Of course he was familiar with the name. In his previous life, he remembered that this person was one of the many professors of Team Rockets. He mainly conducted research on scientific weapons and had planned the Red Gyarados project. Most importantly, this person had tried to capture Ray Cow. Although he failed in the end, it is enough to show that this person is definitely a dangerous person. Yu followed everyone and came to a huge transparent glass, which stored the high-tech combat suit currently developed by Team Rockets. Everyone, this is the combat suit that our research team spent 3 years to develop. It can withstand the attacks of the highest level of superior without damage. The most important thing is that it is waterproof, fireproof, and electrical. It can be used in various strange environments, whether you are under the water pressure of 10,000 meters on the seabed or at the bottom of the lava in the crater. In addition, there are various functions, such as night vision, space storage, and condensed energy protection shield. The receptionist on the side kept introducing the combat suit, and directly praised the combat suit to the sky, as if it was omnipotent. However, Yu still felt quite novel. After all, it was the first time he saw this kind of high-tech research in the Pokémon world. In the past, he thought that people in this world were not interested in scientific research and only studied Pokémon. Now it seems that Team Rockets is doing scientific research, so the Alliance must be involved, but the information is blocked, so it is difficult for ordinary people to know. After showing their identity cards, Yu and his companions received a set of combat uniforms. The entire combat uniform is blue and white, and looks like an ordinary coat, but once put on, it will instantly fit the body and completely conform to the body curve. At the same time, a pair of glasses will extend from the edge of the ear, just like the high-tech in the movie, and all kinds of data will pass through the eyes. At the same time, there are multiple buttons on both sides of his arms. You don't need to think about it. It must be the missile launch mentioned just now, or some protect shield. What's going on here? The Rose suddenly exclaimed. It turned out that when she pressed the first button of the combat uniform, a laser suddenly appeared on her chest. Fortunately, it did not hit the precise scientific research equipment, but shot at the wall, but even so, it shot a hole directly. This power is probably not weaker than the superior level Pokémon using Hyper Beam's power. Yu had a clear understanding of the power of scientific research in this world for the first time. Then, the few people were like Lu Lao Lao entering the Grand View Garden, fumbling with the combat uniforms. Fortunately, with the help of the scientific researchers, they barely mastered it. Okay, let's go quickly, don't disturb their research here, Wu Xin said to the few people first. Yu also followed the others and left, but before leaving the room, he looked back at Professor Zilanu, who seemed to have sensed something, and the professor also cast his eyes. The two looked at each other from a distance, and Yu quickly retracted his gaze, pretending to be nothing, and left the research center. Chapter 179 Beach. Buzz 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 buzz. A small helicopter was hovering over the beach, and the sound of the propeller stirring was particularly uproar, but fortunately there was no one on the beach below, so there was nothing to worry about. 5 figures in white combat uniforms fell from the helicopter, holding the ropes in their hands, and stepped steadily on the beach. Yu glanced at the 4 people beside him, shook his head and forced himself to be alert, and then he had time to observe the surrounding scene. The sea was not far away, and what they were stepping on was a beach. Waves hit the shore, and violent tides surged onto the beach. Some violent tides in the distance even reached a height of more than 10 meters. There is also a cliff on the coast not far away. Black reefs stand at the bottom of the cliff, feeling the violent beating of the waves, splashing water, and carving out a series of amazing works. Wing mules often fly over the beach, and you can often find Pokemon shells under the sand. There are Crustle, Krabby, and even Kingler. How can you tell the difference between Krabby and Kingler? This is also very simple. Kingler's left pincer is much larger. As a breeder, Yu's knowledge of various Pokemon far exceeds that of trainers of the same level. Put Kingler's shell into the space ring. After all, this is also a good material. After the shell is crushed into powder, it can be added to Pokemon's food to supplement nutrition. Master Wuxin, is this our special training ground? Rose did not miss any opportunity to get close to Wuxin. She swayed her body and approached him, saying in a charming voice. However, Wuxin still didn't seem to fall for her tricks. She hurriedly pushed away the snow-white skin close to her body and coughed, said, "Yes, this beach is where you will be training for the next month." As he spoke, Wuxin took out 4 space rings from his pocket and distributed them to the 4 people. After Yu caught it, before he had time to check the contents, he heard Wuxin's words. There are a lot of resources in it. If you give Pokemon a green potion every day, it can speed up the level increase. This is one of the benefits that only captains and above in the organization can enjoy. After hearing Wuxin's introduction, Yu looked around and found hundreds of green potions in the space rings. Each of them exuded a bright green color. At the same time, strands of energy overflowed. Just then, the older twin brother suddenly asked, "There are no Pokemon here. How can we conduct special training? Are we going to let the 4 of us fight?" Yu nodded in agreement. He had already observed the surroundings and found almost no traces of Pokemon. Wuxin did not answer his question, but stared at the waves in the distance. The ocean current pushed the waves towards everyone. One wave aroused another wave, and one wave was stronger than the other. Gengar suddenly rushed to the coast, letting the waves hit his body. The huge tide burst out. The strong water pressure washes Gengar's body. Yu has understood the meaning of special training. Tidal body training? Use the energy of Pokemon's own body to resist the power of nature, over and over again, to train Pokemon's physical strength. You can use skills to block the waves, or you can let Pokemon use their bodies to bear it like I did, but you must pay attention to the waves at night, which are often the most turbulent. At that time, even superior Pokemon may be swept into the waves and die. After Wuxin simply warned everyone, he went alone. One person walked deeper into the coast, apparently to train alone. Leaving only 4 people in place, you looked at me, I looked at you. Yu also shook his head, smiled and walked towards the coast, releasing all Pokemon except Sandil and Umbreon. The other 3 also followed suit to find their own positions and let the Pokemon train. During this time, Yu also captured some of their Pokemon information. There is no need to say much about the charming woman Rose. They had fought in the valley last time, and her Pokemon were still the same ones. Among them, the more eye-catching one is Venusaur. It seems that she has also reached the superior level, but this woman has kept it a secret and has not even processed the promotion to squadron leader. Yu once again labeled Rose as scheming. As for the twin brothers, in addition to the ace Nidoking and Nidoqueen, there are also a group of powerful Pokemon. But from the team matching, it is not like him or Rose who specializes in one system, but a mixed team. Of course, the most eye-catching one is the Gyarados, which seems to be the twin brothers' Pokémon. Even from a distance, a huge blue carp can be vaguely seen. The dragon figure, with its strong body, rushed towards the huge waves. Although it was swept into the huge waves, it would reappear soon and continue to fight against the endless waves. There was also a Golduck that was very conspicuous. The ruby between its eyebrows flashed slightly, and its eyes emitted dazzling blue light. It shouted "Ga" and used the psychic trick. The huge waves in front of him suddenly stopped in the air, and then lost power and fell to the ground like ordinary water flowers. A white light flashed, and it turned out to be the flying Pokémon Pidgeot of Rose. Seeing that it was glowing with white light, it rushed over to the fierce waves. Bye! The sharp sound of growl spread across the entire coast. Kuroyu silently observed that everyone's Pokémon was not weak. In addition to the guaranteed superior level, the second Pokémon of the three people was also infinitely close to superior. Rose's Pidgeot, the twin brothers Gyarados and Golduck, should all be above level 38. But my Sharpedo has reached level 39, and there is a high probability that it will be able to break through to level 40 superior within this month. Kuroyu looked at the shark head with only one fin exposed in the sea, swimming rapidly, and returned to Sharpedo entered the sea like a dragon entering the sea. Crawdaunt stood by the coast. Whenever the tide was the most turbulent, it would use its huge pincers to beat the waves, directly using its huge force to violently destroy them, and the scattered water splashed on the surrounding beaches. The sun descended from the sea level until the fiery red color of the sunset gradually faded. The tide also began to slowly subside. Han Crow landed next to Heiyu with a wet body panting. Heiyu patted Han Crow's body with relief, and immediately took out a towel and a dryer to comb Han Crow's hair. Han Crow, who had been using Sky Attack on the sea water, could clearly feel that this skill has improved significantly compared to 4 hours ago. From being directly hit by the violent waves for the first time, to gradually being able to resist the waves, and finally breaking through the waves. Every little bit of progress was seen by Heiyu. Everyone, thank you for your hard work in training. Heiyu encouraged the three Pokémon. Chapter 180 Lapras. When night fell, the four left the coastline and ran to the cliff to camp. As for Wuxin's whereabouts, the four did not know. Heiyu hid in his tent, and Crawdaunt was guarding the door. Although there were few wild Pokémon in this place, he was not only on guard against wild Pokémon, but also his three good companions. How is this potion made? I can only smell that there is a purple mist fruit in it. Holding the green potion in his hand, Heiyu sighed. He was sure that this potion that could increase the speed of Pokémon upgrades was definitely made by a breeding master. And it is very likely that it was a high-level breeder, otherwise it would be impossible to prepare such an efficient and precise potion. Heiyu took out various testing instruments, but unfortunately, in the end, he only analyzed a few auxiliary medicinal materials in it. It is too difficult to rely on the physical object to deduce the formula. At least it is not something he can do now. After testing these potions and finding no problems, Heiyu also fed the Pokémon with confidence. More than 100 potions should be equipped for 3 Pokémon according to this number. However, Heiyu has 5 Pokémon and may not last for 30 days. I will go to carry out the mysterious mission in a month. This unknown danger is really a bit nervous. After careful consideration, Heiyu decided to concentrate resources first and upgrade the levels of Han Crow and Sharpedo first. After all, everything has its priorities. For now, it is not a wise move to invest resources in Umbreon and Sandil. After all, these two have never appeared in the Black Zone, and they are their own Pokémon. Besides, the levels of Han Crow and Sharpedo are close to the superior level. Maybe before the month comes, I can have 3 superior level Pokémon? Heiyu fed the potion and watched the changes of Pokémon quietly. Star spots appeared on the surface of the 2 Pokémon, just like the stars twinkling in the night sky. These star-like spots began to emit a faint light. As time passed, more and more energy particles gathered from the air and continuously injected into the bodies of the two Pokémon. The next morning, Heiyu woke up slowly, but he didn't wake up naturally, but was awakened by the noise outside. When he opened the tent, he saw the twin brothers arguing with Rose, a woman. Heiyu was about to when I approached to ask. I saw a wounded Lapras lying on the beach, wailing in pain. The upper part of Lapra's body is blue, and the lower skin from the chin to the tip of the tail is white. There is a bulge on the head and spiral structures on both sides of the head. There is a grey shell on the back with many uneven bulges and 4 fins. The first 2 fins are larger. A circle of ice crystals surrounds the shell, and there are 4 lines on the ice crystals, just like a 5-line score. At this moment, Lapra's body is covered with deep and shallow wounds, and some places even ooze blood. The blood flows along the huge body to the beach and mixes with the sea water to form dark red ripples. Humph, you two should not go too far. I was the first to find this Lapras. What do you mean by suddenly interfering? Rose asked angrily. The whiteness of her chest rose and fell, revealing a beautiful scene. But now it was obvious that no one was paying attention to these, because their attention and eyes were attracted by the rare Lapras. Lapras is a smart and kind Pokémon. It is very cold resistant and not afraid of the ice sea. It has a high IQ that can understand human language. It likes to carry people on the sea. When it is in a good mood, it seems to use a beautiful voice to sing. Because it almost never participates in fights, it is captured in large numbers, and its number has dropped sharply and it is on the verge of extinction. In addition, Lapras has a racial value of 535. Because of the above reasons, Lapras has always been synonymous with rarity, and rarity often represents preciousness. Someone once offered a sky-high price of tens of millions just to buy a Lapras cub. Although there are certainly rumors and exaggerations, it can also be seen from this that this Pokémon is precious. There is no doubt that the rarity of Lapras is even higher than the Royal 3, almost second only to the various regions' quasi-god. Humph, you found it. If it weren't for the 2 of us brothers helping to injure Lapras, with your strength, you would have let Lapras run away long ago, right? The younger twin brother said bluntly. Rose's face was also very ugly. It was indeed as he said. The Lapras in front of him had reached the superior level. When he was catching and fighting just now, it was because of the loud noise that attracted the 2 people. Just then, the 3 of them found Heiyu, who had just come out of the tent, and their faces changed. Even the voices of their quarrels became much quieter. At the same time, they all looked at Heiyu warily, obviously not wanting him to get involved. Seeing the 3 people going to a distance to argue and discuss, Heiyu didn't make himself bored, but just looked at the 3 of them with interest. Lapras is a group Pokémon, often a clan. There are dozens or even hundreds of Pokémon in a group, and when they are in danger, they will make a song-like cry to attract the attention of their companions to come to the rescue. Heiyu looked at the Lapras who was wailing constantly, and did not remind the others. After all, they did not treat him well just now. Heiyu released several Pokémon for skill training, and did not go to the beach. As expected, not long after, a very spectacular scene appeared on the coast. Dozens of Lapras formed a majestic picture, spewing out ice beams to freeze the sea surface, gliding towards the coast. The injured Lapras made fierce calls and seemed extremely excited. Damn, it's the companion of this Lapras. Rose glared at the twins angrily, and then hurriedly tried to throw out the Pokeball to capture it. Unfortunately, these are destined to be in vain. Want to capture his companion in front of dozens of Lapras? As expected, when the Pokeball was about to hit, countless water guns shot over and knocked the Pokeball away. Finally, the 3 released the Pokémon and fought back, but in the end, the tribe rescued Lapras. The 3 worked in vain. Damn, bitch, you did it on purpose, didn't you? I haven't settled the score with you yet. If you hadn't been pestering me, I would have subdued it long ago. How could it be rescued? Yu leaned against a reef and watched the quarrel between the three. While the three were not paying attention, he found the place where Lapras was injured just now and collected some blood as a material specimen. Tisk tisk, I didn't expect there were traces of Lapras in this sea area. I can record it. It's a good choice to capture it or sell it to intelligence dealers in the future. Yu thought to himself. Chapter 181 Special Training in Progress. Claw. 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 Beside the coastline, a huge lobster was waving its mighty claws, beating the waves. Even in the face of fierce waves, Crawdon still did not retreat at all, waving its claws continuously, hammering down one by one. This action was repeated thousands of times, and finally at a certain moment, Crawdon suddenly splashed, looking at the fierce waves coming towards her, raised her right claw, the invisible water flow gathered, and the huge claws suddenly smashed. The waves that were originally overwhelming were cut off, and countless water splashes scattered and fell on the beach. Suddenly, at a certain moment, the aura on Crawdon suddenly rose, and her level was upgraded. Crawdon, who had just broken through level 40 and reached the superior level not long ago, was promoted to the next level again. Perhaps it was because of its own accumulation of strength. However, it was more of a resource investment. Every day, she soaked in the pool of sea-tide incense, took intermediate poke blocks and special poke blocks, and the green potions she took in the past few days played a driving role. With all these factors combined, Crawdon's level was increased rapidly. Just when Yu was happy about it, another good news came one after another. Sharpedo also broke through the superior level. Facing this double happiness, Yu was still somewhat calm. For him, this news should be considered unexpected, but also reasonable. The level of Sharpedo itself is infinitely close to the superior level, and he has been taking green potions these days. This potion of Team Rockets is really good. No wonder only captains and above are eligible to enjoy it. In terms of level increase, it can indeed speed up the speed of Pokémon. The most important thing is that the medicine is mild and there is no discomfort or side effects. Yu half squatted on the beach, stroking Sharpedo in the shallow water, feeling the uneven and rough scales on the other side. I need to change your poke blocks and usual diet, Yu muttered to himself while looking at the waves in the distance. Both main Pokémon have reached the superior level. The primary poke blocks at this level are no longer applicable, and the nutritional increase in all aspects is difficult to have a great effect. Pokémon at this level generally take intermediate poke blocks. For Yu to make this level, poke blocks are not good enough, they can only be purchased from the market. If poke blocks don't work, then you can only start with diet and nutritional supplements. Sharpedo usually takes poke blocks that are mainly mid-level dark poke blocks and mid-level water-type poke blocks purchased from the market. And the formula of the poke blocks I customized for him needs to be changed. Phoenix fruit, Rindo berry, lotus fruit. Yu sat in the tent and wrote furiously, comparing the data one by one. The poke blocks he made were not mainly for improving the energy level, but had various special functions. For example, it increased the resistance to the skills of fighting an electric Pokémon, made Sharpedo's body stronger, and sharpened Sharpedo's teeth. If Crawdon's training was to intercept the waves every day and constantly beat her pliers, then Sharpedo's training was to swim in the sea and swim against the current under the waves to increase the proficiency of the acceleration characteristics and the control of the water attribute energy. For this reason, Sharpedo's exercise volume was very large every day, and the training was very hard. As the only mount in the sea in Yu's hands, Sharpedo was highly expected by him, and his expectations for it were very high. And Crawdon was even more, needless to say. As Yu's first Earl Dervish Pokémon, plus it is the absolute trump card of the team, is destined to be an important member of Kuroyu's future on the road to strength. Sharpedo's breakthrough made a lot of noise, naturally attracted the attention of Rose and the twin brothers. Kuroyu keenly observed that there was a hint of dissatisfaction in the eyes of the three. But that's right, originally everyone's strength was about the same, and they were all simmering to see whose second Pokémon could break through the superior level. The one who broke through first undoubtedly took the lead in this secret confrontation. Therefore, seeing Kuroyo's second Pokémon break through the superior level, the three seemed to be stimulated, and no longer argued about the previous Lapras, and they all put their minds into training. Within a few days, the second Pokémon of the three also broke through superior. The twin brothers were Gyarados and Golduck, and Rose's was naturally the flying Pokémon Pidgeot from last time. But Heiyu felt a little strange, because their captain Wuxin on the surface, did he really leave them here and not care about them? I haven't seen the other party in the past few days, as if he disappeared directly. Heiyu shook his head, threw away his random thoughts, and continued to devote himself to Pokémon training. The sunset was setting, and the red sunset dyed the waves into a saffron color. From a distance, it looked like the sea was burning, like a wave of fire. Han Crow flew on the sea, facing the endless waves, his body flying energy emerged from the surface of the body, and he plunged into the waves. Using the endless tides to polish the body, this unique training method can really work wonders. Of course, the premise is that those Pokémon with rock and ground attributes cannot do this. You can properly train their water resistance, but throwing them into the sea like this will undoubtedly kill them. Watching the disappearance of Han Crow on the silent sea, Heiyu did not panic. As Han Crow's trainer, he naturally knew how capable he was. Sure enough, within a few seconds, a black figure flew past the sea surface at a very far distance. Just when Han Crow was about to reach the beach, a person flew high in the sky, and Han Crow's whole body was covered with white light, and a few black feathers fell off. Gaga! Han Crow's wounds and physical strength were instantly restored, and his wings folded, landing on the reef beside him. Roost skill. After using the skill, it will enter the roost state for a short time. In this state, the Pokémon will temporarily lose the flying attribute, and at the same time, quickly restore physical strength and injuries. The tide gradually subsided, and the training for the day was over. Heiyu wiped the wet feathers for Han Crow in his arms with relief. He was still a little happy that Han Crow finally mastered the last genetic skill. In addition to the mastery of skills, the level was improved rapidly, and the dusk left in Han Crow's body during evolution was also improved. The energy of the stone made him level up faster. Now with the green potion given by Team Rockets, he is improving day by day. His level is increasing rapidly. As for whether he will be too frivolous, Heiyu is not worried. The Dusk Stone has the purest energy left. Even if he absorbs it all at once, his level will not be frivolous. Moreover, Han Crow insists on using the waves to refine his body every day, and has already polished his foundation to be extremely hard. Thanks to Hui Run sent me a great god certification. This is the first time I have received a large gift. Thank you very much. Chapter 182 Storm Tornado, additional chapter for the Great God certification rewarded by Hui Run. The daily training is still going on, but because there is no one here, the daily training is very boring. Heiyu can still bear it. After all, he could only talk to himself in front of the endless ocean before. It was much more boring than now. What's more, he now devotes his mind to Pokémon training and knowledge mastery every day, and arranges every day's time. He doesn't feel bored. On the contrary, he lives a very fulfilling life. But the other three are different. They can be in team. Those who have made it to the level of squad leader in Rockets are not mediocre and kind-hearted people. Although they cannot be seen on the surface, they are almost all murderous and vicious people in their hearts. They have almost all stained their hands with countless blood and lives, which makes them not as gentle as Heiyu. Instead, they have been walking in the black zone for many years and are used to quick success and quick profit. They will use fighting to solve any disagreement. In addition, they are not in harmony with each other, so it is inevitable that there will be some friction during training and life. Almost all the people present climbed to the position of squadron leader by stepping on countless corpses. How could they give in peacefully? Therefore, quarrels are inevitable. Brother, do you feel that the Pokémon are a little sluggish recently? Brother, you have noticed it too. I have the same feeling. Do you think it is the woman who did it? The two brothers whispered to each other. After all, they had investigated in advance that Rose was good at using poison. The twin brothers felt something was wrong. The long-standing grudge over Lapras broke out at this moment. Just when Heiyu was still studying the knowledge in the book in the tent, there was a burst of fighting outside with flames. Nidoking, Nidoqueen, use Thunderbolt. A flash of lightning flashed past quickly, bombarding the figure in the sky. Heiyu looked closely and found that it was Rose's Pidgeot. The Thunderbolt used by the two Pokémon made the whole sky full of electricity, but the Pidgeot in the air flashed calmly and appeared in another place in an instant. Agility was used very skillfully and had reached the point of instantaneous release. Gyarados and Golduck resisted Venusaur head-on. Although the two water attribute Pokémon were restrained by the grass attribute, don't forget that water and ice have been inseparable since ancient times. Both water attribute Pokémon have more or less mastered ice attribute moves, and Golduck also mastered a little psychic. Therefore, on the front battlefield, they suppressed Venusaur, who restrained them. As for the battlefield in the air, it was even more impossible to mention. Nidoking and Nidoqueen's various long-range moves bombarded the flying Pidgeot in the air. Pidgeot could only use quick continuously. Attack and agility dodged, and had no power to fight back. Rose's face was very bad. She couldn't win the frontal battle alone. But in fact, Rose was also very innocent. She was just mixing some poisons normally. After all, her Venusaur had poison properties, and mixing some toxic for it to take was normal. It's just that some toxins will inevitably spread through the air during mixing. Although this kind of toxin that can be spread through the air does not have much power, it will inevitably affect the state of Pokémon. In addition, it was a south wind, and the four people's tents happened to be arranged in a vertical row. When no one noticed, the toxins naturally blew to the vicinity of the two brothers' tents. It can be said that this was a misunderstanding. But the two brothers would not listen to Rose's nonsense. Because of the previous Lapras incident, they had disliked this stinky woman, and now they took action directly. After all, you mixed poison, and my Pokémon was affected by the toxin, which is always right. You can't say that you have no responsibility at all. Venusaur, use Petal Dance. With the boost of the sunny day, Venusaur was extremely fast, and its front feet suddenly lifted into the air. The bumps on its back, similar to the warts on the back of a toad, absorbed endless sunlight energy. Soon, countless gorgeous petals emerged from its back and kept falling in the field, eventually forming small flower twisters. Seeing this scene, the twin brothers looked at each other and shouted at the same time, "Brother, brother, use that trick! Gyarados, Twister! Golduck, Blizzard!" The huge dragon energy gathered between heaven and earth, and soon rolled up the water vapor on the beach. A surge of twisters blasted towards the small tornado formed by the petals. Just before the two twisters collided, Golduck suddenly opened his eyes after a long period of calm mind. The psychic in his body was still in a very surging state. He opened his flat duck mouth and spewed out a cirrus with a lot of ice and snow from his mouth, carrying endless coldness. The original twister instantly turned into an ice crystal tornado, and its power increased again. The combination of Twister and Blizzard formed a huge Osiris Twister. And the Osiris Twister also hit directly at the Petal Twister performed by Venusaur. Dance formed Flower Twister. Two twisters collided. Boom! Bang bang bang! The battle between the Snow Tornado and the Flower Tornado. The two huge tornadoes were like two roaring dragons, madly rolling up endless storms, which was the most powerful symbol of power between heaven and earth. With the might of destroying everything, the twisters rotated, making a deafening roar, and swept up the sand on the surrounding beaches. For a moment, countless sands flew all over the sky, like a sandstorm, covering the sky and the sun, making the whole world dim. The wind whistled past. Heiyu covered his eyes with his hands to prevent the wind and sand from blinding his eyes, and just stood by the sea cliff, quietly watching the battle between the three people. This kind of combination skill. Heiyu was also shocked by the snow tornado. The combination of blizzard and twister skills was really amazing. Counting the double earth performed by the twin brothers before power. This is already the second combination move. Sure enough, none of the captains who can stand out from the tens of thousands of captains in Kanto region are mediocre. Rose has a strong tracking skill and poison method, and her Pokémon combination is the Sunny team with Venusaur as the core. Although the twin brothers' Pokémon team is not systematic, they understand each other and have trained multiple powerful combination skills. The Pokémon they cultivated, whether it is Nidoking, Nidoqueen or Gyarados Golduck, are also the best among the Pokémon of the same level. The world's talents are like Crucian carp crossing the river. While Heiyu was sighing, he found that there was a Pokémon figure on the edge of the sea, flying towards this side. The Pokémon figure was orange all over, with 3 claws at the end of each of its sturdy limbs. The boundary between the legs and the body was clear, but the connection between the arms and the body was very smooth. It was Dragonite. Dragonite's wings are very small compared to its body, and it has a wing membrane that can lift it into the sky. Dragonite has large, grey eyes, a rounded nose, and small nostrils. There are 2 long, thin antennae and a small horn on the top of its head. Dragonite's striped abdomen is cream-colored and extends to the tip of its long tail. The cute expression, coupled with its smooth, fat body, was once praised as one of the most popular Pokémon on the official statistics website. Chapter 183 Dragonite, Extra Chapter for the Great God Certification of Warun who gave a big reward. A series of roars in the air gradually sounded in my ears. High in the sky, the Dragonite flapped its short wings behind it, showing a puzzled expression, looking at the ongoing battle below. Dragonite, use the storm to stop them. A slightly warning voice sounded, and Muxin behind Dragonite looked at the messy beach below, and spoke calmly without a trace of emotion. Dragonite's originally cute expression instantly became serious, and finally the pair of small wings like an angel flapped quickly, the flying energy gathered, and a strong storm was born out of thin air. Attacked the battlefield on the beach, and the attack location was exactly the center of the collision between the 2 twisters. Yellow sand covered the sky and the ground, and sand and stones flew. In the roar of the strong wind, the 2 twisters gradually dissipated. Just one blow. What a strong storm! Heiyu was still in shock at seeing a quasi-god, but now he was amazed by this sudden storm. The strength of this Dragonite is probably about to reach the level of a quasi-elite, Heiyu thought to himself, and hurriedly climbed onto Honchkro's back and flew towards the beach below. Dragonite, this Pokémon must be level 55 to come from Dragonair evolution, which means that the Dragonite in front of him is at least level 55 or above. As for why Heiyu judged that this Dragonite was not a quasi-elite above level 60, it depends on Honchkro's reaction. If it is a quasi-elite, then his Honchkro will definitely feel great pressure when facing this Dragonite. But now his Honchkro just looked at the Dragonite with some awe, but did not show a fearful expression, nor was he suppressed by the kind of "what's wrong with you? We agreed to have a special training, but why did you really fight?" Wuxin jumped off Dragonite's back and questioned the 3 people. The attack just now was obviously not a simple sparring, it was obviously aimed at life. The 3 of them remained silent because they knew that explanations were useless in this situation. In Team Rocket's, there was no sympathy for the victim because they thought it was a sign of weakness. That's why the twin brothers didn't complain. Rose was obviously a little guilty and turned her head away unnaturally, not daring to look at Wuxin's stern warning. But without exception, everyone glanced at the huge Dragonite behind them, especially the invisible power emanating from it, which made the only 2 flying Pokémon on the scene breathless. Gyarados and Pidgeot both looked humble and lowered their heads to show their submission. The tyranny of the quasi-god was fully revealed at this moment. Heiyu came late, showing an appearance of not knowing anything, but in fact, it was really none of his business. He just expressed neutrality. Rose on the side glanced at Heiyu with a murderous look, obviously dissatisfied with his neutrality just now. After all, neutrality is a very delicate matter. Heiyu and Rose had just agreed to form an alliance with each other to fight against the pressure brought by the twin brothers, but now Heiyu expressed neutrality, which was undoubtedly a betrayal of the private agreement between the two. At this moment, Rose looked at Heiyu with obvious dissatisfaction on her face. Humph, I've been away for only a few days and there's already internal fighting? How can I let Master Archer hand over the task to you with confidence? If the headquarters had no intention of developing the Hone region, resulting in insufficient manpower, do you think such an important task would be the turn of you little squadron leaders? Wu Xin paced back and forth on the beach, making a rustling sound. The air was filled with a depressing atmosphere, not only because of the strong pressure brought by Wu Xin, but also because there was a living Dragonite standing behind him. I think you are too idle. There is something here that can help you stretch your muscles. Wuxin took off a luxury ball from his waist, pressed the button, and a red light flashed, releasing a Pokémon. This Pokémon has thick arms, and there are two things like detonators on its back, with a pattern that looks like a two-wire socket. Lightning Pokémon, Electivire. Electivire is created by the strange prop evolution. Its power generation is proportional to its heart rate. When the heartbeat increases, the power generation will increase. The power generation is the highest level among electrical Pokémon. When it is fully charged, a blue and white ember will burst violently between its two horns. Only one elite-level Electivire can provide a huge city with 1 year's worth of buildings. All electric. To tell you the truth, your mission in a month will be against a powerful electric Pokémon, so your Pokémon must be trained to resist electric attributes. Before Wuxin finished speaking, the newly released Electivire instantly beat his chest and stamped his feet, and the electric ember splashed everywhere, and thunder roared all around. Electivire's tail instantly grabbed everyone's Pokémon, including Honchkrow. Every Pokémon subconsciously struggled to break free, but the powerful force made them keep flapping, but they couldn't break free. So strong. This is the voice of every Pokémon caught by Electivire's tail. Release your main Pokémon, let Electivire's lightning chains tie them up, and train them to resist lightning paralysis for a week. Wu Xion's cold words were spoken, and everyone's hearts were covered with a layer of haze. The previous 7 days were tidal body training, and the current 7 days have become resistance to lightning paralysis. Archer would rather promote new subordinates and spend a huge amount of money to improve the strength of us squadron leaders, rather than use the local Team Hone region captain of rockets. I think the game between the various factions within the organization is inevitable. Heiyu secretly thought, after all, there are several captain-level figures in the base, and it is rumored that they almost have the strength of quasi-elite. But no matter what, this is a good thing for them, whether it is the high-tech combat uniform or the green potion that improves strength these days. These are all real benefits, and they were not accessible to them before. Instead of worrying about the arrival of the unknown, it is better to seize the current benefits and quickly improve strength. Only by being strong can we deal with all unknown dangers. The few people present are all superiors among superiors, and naturally understand these principles, so they have no complaints. However, the only thing that makes everyone a little worried is more or less, their Pokémon have flying or water attributes. Facing the violent and dangerous lightning, there will inevitably be some dangers, and the Electivire in front of them is obviously also a superior level Pokémon. Just from the power it exudes, it is only half a chip weaker than the Dragonite. Chapter 184, Resisting Paralysis, Extra Chapter for the Great God Certification of Huairun, who gave a big reward. Even if it is exaggerated a little, this Electivire can take care of all their Pokémon alone. After all, the restraint of the electric attribute is here. What's more, the bright superior level peak level is enough to crush all the Pokémon present. Most of the Pokémon present are hovering around level 41 to 43. In comparison, the level advantage of Electivire, which is close to level 60, is too great. On the beach, a golden shiny is shining all around, arcs burst, and Electivire's surroundings are full of the body is wrapped in boiling violent lightning, and several lightning chains like chains are tied to all Pokémon. Intense sparks are shining, and powerful volt currents are transmitted to Pokémon through lightning chains. Even the air is filled with golden arcs, like electric snakes, constantly bursting and jumping. On the beach, Pokémon are lined up in a row, and behind them are all tied a golden chain. As the Electivire controlling the chain bursts out, countless manic lightning is instantly transmitted by the chain and penetrates into the body. Nidoking, Nidoqueen, Gyarados, Golduck, Venusaur, Pidgeot, including Black Feather's Crawdaunt and Sharpedo. All Pokémon wailed in pain, among which Nidoking and Nidoqueen were slightly better. They had the ground attribute and were immune to the electric attribute skills of the same level. But if the level difference was large, as it was now, they would also suffer a certain degree of damage. Although the damage was not fatal, the lightning attack that penetrated the body was enough to make them extremely painful. The other Pokémon were in even more pain. They were naturally restrained by the electric attribute because of their water or flying attributes. Now they had to face the most feared thing, which was not only a test of the body, but also a test of the soul. The 4 Black Feathers stood by the cliff, looking at the steep mountains on the beach below, and a faint feeling of pity flashed in their hearts. They felt sorry for the damage done to the Pokémon, and also hoped that Pokémon can improve, and at the same time, overcome the fear of electric attributes. This may be the complex feelings that every trainer has. Except for a very few truly vicious people, most people, even criminals walking in the black zone, have certain feelings for their Pokémon, and even bonds. But at the same time, every trainer hopes that his Pokémon can become stronger. This is not only the trainer's own expectation, but also the wish of every Pokémon. In this world, every Pokémon has the idea of becoming stronger in his heart. Except for a very few due to the influence of characteristics or genetic defects, becoming stronger is almost an idea engraved in the blood of every Pokémon. Wuxin, who was standing aside, interrupted the warm scene of everyone and said, "Okay, your Pokémon will not have any problems. My Electivire will control the strength. Next, you will also have tasks." Before he finished speaking, Wuxin suddenly took a step forward and kicked the twins directly. His move was so fast that no one expected it. Although the twins tried their best to block, they were knocked to the ground in just a few moves. Just when Heiyu was confused, Wuxin stood up and killed him. Rose cursed and was about to release Pokémon. "Don't release Pokémon, use close combat skills." Wuxin shouted and interrupted Heiyu's action. When everyone heard this, they roughly understood what Wuxin meant. He wanted to train their close combat skills? Grey personnel like them who walk in the dark area have more or less mastered some special means, so close combat is definitely not weak, but it is not certain how strong it is. After all, this world is still dominated by Pokémon. Everyone just trains in close combat a little to prevent it from becoming a shortcoming. After all, the shortest piece of wood often determines the amount of water in a barrel. After showing it a little bit and knocking down all 4 people, Wuxin pointed to a factory on the plain below. "Your next training location is there. This will be your most unforgettable week." Wuxin's eyes were full of meaning, and everyone was a little confused. At this time, a beast roar suddenly broke out in the factory. It was the roar of Pokémon. Heiyu's hair stood up, and he had some guesses in his heart. Everyone walked to the door of the factory. With the sound of creaking, the door slowly opened, and finally revealed the face of the factory. There were Pokémon imprisoned in iron cages. Although the level of Pokémon is not strong, the breath emitted by them is mostly below level 20, but Heiyu's expression suddenly darkened. Rose, who was secretly observing, muttered, "Haishan, what's with that expression? It's just a few Pokemon, you are too timid." Heiyu didn't argue with him much, but just said unhappily, "I hope you can still laugh later." Next, Wu Xin took away all the Pokeballs of everyone and took them back for safekeeping. At first, several people were a little reluctant. After all, how could such private things be handed over to outsiders? Until Wu Xin took out a password box and said bluntly, "Do you think I will be interested in your few broken Pokemon? If you don't do it, quit the special training immediately, so that I can report to Master Archer and find someone to replace you." Everyone had to do it obediently, but Heiyu kept a miracle eye and secretly took away a Pokeball of Sandil Ball, stored in the space equipment. This is his long-standing habit, never leaving his life in the hands of others. The space equipment of several people are backpacks and belts, only his is a ring, so it is very easy to disguise. Sure enough, before everyone asked Wuxin questions, the Raticate imprisoned in one of the iron cages was suddenly released. The Raticate with bloodshot eyes and murderous eyes ran towards this side quickly. A Raticate is not big, not small, and is 0.7 meters tall. For humans, generally, as long as they are hit, they will die. Even low-level Pokemon cannot be resisted by human power. I saw that Raticate's front teeth instantly became sharp, and at the same time condensed gray-brown energy. Bite skills. The people who lost Pokemon were obviously a little panicked. But after reacting, they also instantly realized the significance of this special training, fighting with Pokemon in the flesh. Although the level of Pokemon is not high, only about level 10, it is still a severe challenge for everyone. Heiyu reacted the fastest and ran back first, taking out a crossbow along the way and constantly firing back at Raticate. Unfortunately, all the crossbow arrows he shot were hit by Raticate's fatal front fang crunch, and the broken crossbow arrows fell to the ground, awakening everyone from shock. The other three also quickly scattered, and did not forget to draw the daggers or flying blades from their waists. Facing this Raticate, which is only about level 10, people would hardly take it seriously under normal circumstances. For them, it is just an ant. But now everyone has to be 12 points alert, because if they are not careful, they may die here. Chapter 185 Jengar. 7 days have passed quietly again. 14 days have passed since the special training. During this period, Pokemons would go to the beach every day to train against paralysis lightning. The most painful one was the twin Pokemon Gyarados. With water and flying attributes, it is the most afraid of lightning among all Pokemons. It is 4 times weak electricity, and it does not usually take special poke blocks to resist lightning like Kuroyu's Pokemon. It has not been specially trained in resisting electricity attributes. Therefore, it is no longer as majestic as before when facing lightning resistance training, but often shows a fearful expression. The other Pokemons are not much better, and they all have more or less injuries. But fortunately, Wuxin also considered this point and brought special medicines to eliminate Pokemon's hidden injuries. Therefore, Pokemons train harder. Pokemons are like this, but what about Kuroyu and the other 4? In the early morning, the sun was high in the sky, and the sunlight warmed the whole ground. In the gloomy factory, the dark iron door slowly opened, and 4 figures stumbled out of it. 3 men and 1 woman were more or less injured and bloody. The most serious ones even needed each other's support to walk. Wuxin stood on Dragonite's back, overlooking the people below in the sky, and said, "Yes, you really didn't disappoint us. Although there are no Pokemon in the factory that are higher than level 20, there are many of them. You can kill them with your bare hands. In close combat, you are barely an entry level." At this time, the twin brothers who supported each other couldn't suppress the rage in their hearts. God knows how the 4 of them have been these days. Entry level? Then explain to me what it means to be proficient. The twin brothers gritted their teeth and said that it was obvious that he tried his best to suppress the rage in his heart. But it was not his fault. After all, he was the most seriously injured among the 4 people. He stumbled and walked, and it seemed that his feet were seriously injured. Wuxin did not explain, but just waved his hand. A large number of medical staff in white coats walked out of the 2 pavilions in the factory. Yu subconsciously tensed up and made a fighting posture. Then he realized that he was too nervous and relaxed. This special training is really unforgettable. Recalling the various excitements of fighting with Pokémon close combat, and the feeling of being free from life and death at any time, Yu took a long breath and sighed. Everyone received treatment on the spot. Yu is now completely exhausted and can only let these medical staff do whatever they want. Wu Xin looked at this scene with satisfaction. In the next 7 days, everyone continued to receive close combat training and quickly became familiar with the role of high-tech combat suits. It must be said that this kind of combat suit can indeed greatly improve the human body. After wearing it, both the defense attack and speed have been greatly improved. Originally, it was difficult for everyone to deal with a level 20 Pokémon together. After wearing the combat suit, one person can easily kill a level 20 Pokémon alone. At the same time, the combat suit also has lasers, protective shields, and other high-tech. Yu has also thoroughly seen the background of Team Rockets. Only the branch of Hone region can have such a thing, so what about the headquarters of Team Rockets? Known as the Underground Master of Kanto region, it is indeed worthy of its reputation. Bang! A white figure splashed from the branch and punched down. The sand shrew on the ground instantly let out a painful wail, curled up into a ball, and the scales on its body were stained with blood. But the figure in the white protective suit did not seem to let him go. He raised his hand and chopped down again. Yo! The sand shrew screamed in pain instantly, but before he could break free from the white figure, he punched again. Smashed his head instantly. The white figure pressed a button on his left arm, and the combat uniform on his body instantly turned into daily clothes, revealing his true face. It was Yu. This combat uniform is really useful. Yu just sighed, and saw the beach, and the emergency assembly signal was instantly issued. He hurriedly activated the combat uniform again, and his whole body was wrapped in white combat uniform again. It was just wearing such a heavy combat uniform, but it didn't feel heavy at all, but very light. With light footsteps, the speed was faster than some Pokémon, and it rushed to the beach at a high speed. After these 20 days of training, you should have understood the importance of this mission. Next, we will carry out the last training. Wu Xin raised his head, said to everyone, use the Pokémon in your hands to have an unregulated wild melee with my Gengar. As soon as the voice fell, before everyone could react, Rose instantly drew out a dagger and threw it at Wuxin. Hehe, not bad, you learn quickly. A purple fat man like a ghost appeared under Wuxin's feet, and he punched the dagger away. Everyone also reacted, and now it has begun. Hurrying to disperse in all directions, pulling away, and not forgetting to release Pokémon at the same time. During this period, Yu also unexpectedly glanced at Rose. This woman is still as dangerous as ever. Sharpedo, Water Jet, acceleration characteristics are ready at any time, Crawdont Swords Dance Enhancement. At Yu's command, the 2 Pokémon responded quickly. Facing the peak of the superior level, Gengar, he had to treat it with caution. Everyone also used Pokémon, either to attack or to enhance, but without exception, the target was Wuxin and its Pokémon Gengar. Gengar smiled, and the fat body floating in the air flashed slightly. With both hands, a purple energy ball was condensed, and it was thrown hard, attacking everyone. The first to bear the brunt was naturally Gyarados at the front. Following the trainer's command, he tried to use Bite to directly block the ball. But as the sharp teeth bit into the energy ball, the imagined collapse did not occur, but the energy stimulated by the energy ball became larger and larger. At a certain moment, it exploded. Boom bang! Dust filled the air, and Gyarados, who was originally flying in the air, fell to the ground. Everyone looked and found that Gyarados' face, especially his mouth, was damaged beyond recognition. Just one blow killed a superior level Gyarados instantly. Looking at the purple fat figure, I saw that Gengar was still grinning, showing a mouth full of white teeth. A harmless look. Everyone looked solemn. Hey-Yu would not give him this opportunity. Just now he said that it was a wild fight without rules, which proved that attacking trainers was also possible. Sharpedo, speed up and go around to attack that person from behind. Crawdaunt, cooperate with others from the front. Crunch delays Gengar. The blue shark head rushed out instantly, and waves of air rolled behind it, and the whole body was wrapped in water and rushed out. Chapter 186 The Power of God. Wuxin seemed to have seen Hey-Yu's intention, but he was not panicked, but silently commanded Gengar to resist the pressure from the front. Thunderbolt, Earth Power, Razor Leaf, Muddy Water. Various skills attacked Gengar, who floated in the air calmly, his red pupils flickering, and he laughed strangely. The weird laughter made everyone shudder. Gengar opened his hands again, and dozens of shadow sneaks condensed and rotated in the air, like a falling meteor, falling in front of everyone's horrified eyes. Use Protect! Everyone ordered the Pokémon. At this moment, Gengar finally freed his hands, facing the Sharpedo who tried to sneak attack Wuxin, and saw his small short hands condense dark energy again, and a ball of strange light hit Sharpedo. Confuse Ray. Sharpedo's original sense of direction became confused instantly, and he rushed left and right on the beach. Unable to tell where the target was. Falling into a state of confusion. The entire battlefield was one-sided. Gengar alone suppressed the 8 superior level Pokémon of 4 people. We can't go on like this, we must cooperate. Hey-Yu frowned and said to the 3 people. The 3 did not respond, perhaps because of the previous friction, there was still a gap between them. But Hey-Yu could clearly feel that the command of Pokémon was obviously more compact than before, and it was obvious that there was a tendency to cooperate, but it was just not said out loud. Hold Gengar, we will fight him directly in close combat. Hey-Yu roared, and the white combat uniform on his body instantly covered his whole body. He stepped on his feet suddenly and attacked Wuxin. The 3 people also reacted instantly. Yes, there is no rule in the wild fight, but it doesn't say that combat uniforms cannot be used. They also copied Hey-Yu one after another, and 4 white figures surrounded him on the beach, attacked Wuxin in the middle. As for Gengar, he was held back by 8 superior level Pokémon. Although they could suppress them, they could not be defeated in a short time. Wuxin turned his head and looked around. His expression was emotionless and no emotional fluctuations could be seen. The 4 rushed towards Wuxin in the center at the same time. While rushing, Hey-Yu secretly took out a poisonous spike with purple mist in his palm. It was not a deadly poison, but a paralyzing toxin. After all, it was just a sparring match. I don't want to hurt Archer's confidant at once. Wuxin also put on combat uniforms, opened his palms and shot out a laser, and everyone also released protective shields to resist. At the same time, they used the lasers of combat uniforms to bombard each other. Just like that, at sunset, a strange picture appeared on the whole beach. Gengar fought 8 Pokémon alone and seemed to be at ease, while in another battlefield, 5 white figures were constantly fighting, and they were inseparable. Movili City. Dear residents, according to the latest report from the Weather Institute, Movili City is about to experience a long period of thunderstorm weather. Please take precautions before going out. In extremely bad weather, please try to stay out as little as possible. The radio station in Movili City is constantly broadcasting this news. At this moment, the sky above the entire city has long been covered by dark clouds, accompanied by bursts of lightning and thunder, and violent storms instantly swept the entire city. On the top floor of Zijin Gym leader Watson was looking at the sky worriedly, muttering, "Are those people in the Alliance finally unable to bear it? There are also various underground dark organizations that want to come and get involved." Just when Watson felt sad, there was a knock on the door. It was his direct disciple. "Master, the Alliance has sent a senior investigator." Watson heard the report from his apprentice and went to receive him with a strong sense of rage. "Tell them to go to the meeting room, I'll be there soon." A conference room. At this moment, almost all the important figures in the entire Hone region gathered here. Elite masters, gym leaders, and alliance leaders. A classical blonde beauty lifted her purple skirt, rolled up her hair and said, "Are you sure it's from New Violet?" A red-haired young man with a mohawk hairstyle who looked like a bad boy said, "Bonnie Elite, this is not wrong. This is a report from the Weather Institute. The thunderstorm has no impact on the surrounding sea areas. It seems to be only aimed at Movalee City." After the red-haired youth finished speaking, he fiddled with the shrunken poke ball in his hand. The classical blonde beauty known as Bonnie Elite nodded thoughtfully, and then looked at Watson sitting in the main seat with a deep meaning. At this time, a senior investigator of the Alliance said, "According to our investigation team's guess, there should be something wrong with the New Violet." As soon as these words came out, the entire conference room fell silent, and everyone secretly looked at Watson. In the Alliance, everyone has heard of Watson more or less relationship with the legendary sacred beast Ray Cow. Based on the fact that Ho-Oh has not appeared for many years, and the news heard from all sides, these important figures of the ancient families behind them have all made some small plans. After all, who in the world does not want to master the power of God? Humph! Watson snorted rage to express his dissatisfaction. "No one knows New Violet better than me. Movalee City was just a backward city at the beginning. It was me who led the gym reform and city construction, and step by step made Movalee City second only to Evergrande City's first economic city. Now the Alliance is going to kill it. I warn you again, it's just an ordinary underground power plant, don't even think about it." Watson slammed the table and roared angrily. Since he became a gym leader, he rarely showed his emotions like this. "Oh? Leader Watson, are you warning me?" the representative sent by the Jenny family asked with interest. Watson looked around the conference room. The four elites were out, the top leaders of the Alliance were out, those ancient families were out. Now even the Joy and Jenny families are planning to take over Ray Cow. He. Watson's fat and bloated body collapsed on the chair, making a sad self-deprecation. "I'm not warning you, I'm admonishing you. The power of God is not something humans can master. I tried this many years ago. Only by being there can you feel the power of God. Besides, don't forget, it's Ho-Oh the Lord's personal guards." Watson was still making his last struggle, trying to persuade those who were planning to attack Ray Cow, but unfortunately they were blinded by greed and did not take Watson's warning seriously. That was the power that belonged to the gods, who wouldn't want to get it? Besides, the god was only injured. In recent years, Watson has been buying healing treasures in various markets, and they were able to collect intelligence on this matter. As the saying goes, a featherless Ho-Oh is worse than a chicken. Everyone wanted to give it a try, not only those dark organizations walking in the gray area, but also various factions within the Alliance, and the ancient elite family. Chapter 187 Completely Tie Up Team Rockets. The special training that lasted for nearly a month finally ended. The four members of Kuruba dragged their tired bodies back to the city. Although they were tired, the results were gratifying. Not only the Pokémon, but also Kuruba himself made great progress. First, Sharpedo broke through the superior level. Counting the Ace Crawdaunt, Kuruba now has 2 superior level Pokémon. He is no longer a beginner superior level trainer. You know, there are also very big differences among superior level trainers. Some have only 1 superior level Pokémon, while others have 6 superior level Pokémon. For example, Wuxin, the opponent is also only a superior level trainer, but the opponent's one Pokemon is enough to defeat Kuroba's team. Wuxin's 3 superior level peak Pokemon alone are enough to make him stand out among trainers of the same level. So it's far from the strength to be proud and complacent now, Kuroba said while lying on Team Rocket. In the dormitory of HQ, he looked up at the ceiling, raised his arm slowly, and held the air. Team Rocket's dormitory is not small. Compared with the matchbox house of Team Rocket's soldiers, this dormitory not only has hundreds of square meters, but also has complete supporting facilities. After all, it is the residence of the squadron leader. Even if this is the unimportant home branch with less resources, it can still reach a better level than the ordinary room in the small Pokemon Center. In the corner, 2 special devices occupying more than 20 square meters stand. They are the convenient pools of Sharpedo and Crawdaunt, the water attribute Pokemon, and the hot sand of Sandil. Among them, a special prop floats in the convenient pool, which is the sea tide aromatherapy. The fragrance emitted from it makes the whole pool ripple with a unique smell. Even Heiyu, who is resting on the bed in the bedroom, can vaguely smell it. Wearing the sea tide incense can play the role of mystic water, increasing the power of water attribute moves. But if you put the tide incense in the water where water attribute Pokemon live for a long time, it can play another role, slowly increasing the speed of Pokemon's level increase, or even slightly improving its qualifications. Of course, the increase is definitely not as good as the one that Heiyu had prepared before potion. For example, if Sharpedo's talent was originally 100, then the talent potion specially prepared by Heiyu for him can raise his talent to 130 or even 140. And the sea tide incense, even if you soak it every day and smell it every day, can only raise it to about 110 in a year. But there is one advantage of sea tide incense, which is that it can be used by multiple Pokemon at the same time, and it is not a one-time single consumable like the talent potion. After Heiyu's 2 water attribute Pokemon have raised the talent of sea tide incense to the limit. You can sell it and you won't lose too much. If you find a suitable buyer, you can even make a small profit. Of course, there is no loss during this period. The quality of the props will slightly decrease with the use time, and the spices in the incense need to be replenished frequently. Therefore, it can't be raised to a very high level, otherwise it would not be his turn to buy this prop, and it must have been monopolized by various high-level people long ago. Heiyu lay on the bed and looked at Poe. The first thing that caught my eye among the various messages on the common Pokédex was the city news, with a long-term thunderstorm weather warning hanging high on the homepage. When Heiyu returned to the city, he saw that the people on the street were in a hurry, and with the murderous atmosphere in the black market, it looked like a storm was coming. Thunderstorm has powerful electric attribute Pokemon. Heiyu vaguely guessed something, but he couldn't be sure of his guess. Heiyu replied to some of his friends, such as Mei, Chuyu, etc. These 2 little girls sent messages to him every day, and Heiyu chuckled and responded one by one. After finishing everything, Heiyu ordered a dinner, and after eating, he hurried back to bed to rest. Han Crow still stayed in the corner of the room. Night was his home court, and darkness was its synonym. Heiyu had always entrusted the responsibility of night watch to Han Crow with confidence. Umbreon carefully took out the Pokemon from the Pokemon ball, looked at Heiyu who was wrapped in a blanket, and finally chose to sit down next to the pillow, curled up and fell asleep. In the dim room, the golden light pattern on Umbreon's skin emitted a faint glow. The next morning, he woke up slowly. Heiyu received the message from Archer's badge to gather in his office. He didn't have time to eat breakfast, so he packed up and walked out of the accommodation area. The Team Rocket's soldiers he met along the way all saluted Heiyu respectfully. After all, he had the squadron leader badge hanging on his chest. In this base, there should be no more than one captain, so the squadron leader is often this group of Team Rockets. The highest position that Rocket's soldiers can see. Master Archer, your subordinate Haishin requests to see you. Yu stood in front of the door and knocked gently. "Come in." Archer's voice came from inside the room. Yu pushed the door lightly and walked in. He lowered his head slightly and observed the figures of the other 3 people in the room. Yu said respectfully, "Hello, Master Archer." Although he knew that Archer might not care about these basic etiquettes, Yu had to do it. If you do it, Archer may not notice it. But if you don't do it, Archer will definitely remember you. "Well, I called you here today mainly to ask about the special training. How is it? Are you satisfied with Wu Xin's arrangement?" Archer first showed a gentle smile, then crossed his hands and asked with interest. How dare everyone say they are not satisfied? Wu Xin is Archer's direct descendant. If they are not satisfied, wouldn't it be a disguised way to say something bad about Archer? Satisfied, satisfied, satisfied. Everyone responded. But what they said was indeed the truth. They have made a lot of progress in the past month, not to mention the resources that Pokémon enjoy to improve their strength. The battle suits given to them are enough to make them ecstatic and very satisfied. Well, this mission is my personal secret mission, but because it is too important, I have to take some protective measures. Archer clapped his hands after he finished speaking, and soon, Wu Xin walked out of the secret door of the room with an expressionless face. He slowly took out 4 small square instruments, each about the size of a basketball. Wu Xin glanced at everyone and said, "Take off your disguises and enter your fingerprints and facial information." Everyone was shocked. After reacting, they instantly understood that this was a token of surrender. If you record it, won't you be completely tied to Team Rockets? Yu thought in his heart. But if I don't record it, I'm afraid I won't be able to walk out of this door today. Chapter 188 Storm is Coming. After a few seconds of tangled thinking, Yu stepped forward immediately and decided to join Team Rockets. Not only because the current situation is pressing, he has no choice. More importantly, it is because it should be easier to stand out on Team Rockets. In the league, seniority, background, backing and origin are important. If he really wants to climb alone in the league, it should be difficult to climb to a high position. It is necessary for both the black and white worlds to assist each other. And the most important thing is that the league's the blockade of various information and knowledge resources of the lower layer is too severe. My purpose in this world is nothing more than to stand out and become stronger. Yu is not a pedantic person and must follow the white path of the Alliance. If he can't make it in the White Path Alliance, he can also completely fall into the Dark Organization and become a glorious Team Rockets members. Thinking of this, Yu's eyes flashed with determination. He was the first to step forward and press his fingerprint on the small instrument. Yu could feel a slight tingling pain. He raised his hand and saw that his blood was also collected. Then, he entered all the facial information. Just when he thought it was over, Wu Xin on the side suddenly handed him a note. The last thing is the video. Just read it. By the way, remember to say your real name, don't say your code name in the organization. Yu took the note and saw that it was indeed some treasonous words. If the Alliance saw it, he would definitely be hanged. Yu looked at it more and more, but he still pressed the video device on the instrument. Yu have not been coerced in any way, and I am mentally normal. From today on, Yu, officially join Team Rockets and work together to overthrow the Alliance and defeat the oppression of the Alliance. Yu really didn't know what Team Rockets meant by such a long paragraph. Who in Rockets wrote this? Damn, what a talented writer. The Alliance is rotten, the Rockets are reborn. Yu knew that after he finished reading the above content, he would really be inseparable from Team Rockets. Whether it was the face, fingerprints, and blood information left before, or the video just recorded, once one of them was exposed, it would be enough to ruin his reputation and completely break his way in the Alliance. But he didn't regret it. In fact, when he was reading the note just now, he also had a moment of blood boiling. Even a cold-blooded creature like him could be like this, which shows how crazy Team Rockets are about it. Just like the last sentence, the alliance is rotten and the Rockets are reborn. Will there really be a new life? Hey, you didn't know. But the other three also stepped forward to collect fingerprints, blood, facial information, and video, without missing a single one. The only thing that caught his attention was that the three used their real names. The twin brothers, like him, only had a name but no surname. It was obvious that they were from the same civilian family as him. And Rose, the woman, actually had a surname, which seemed to be from a family, which made Hayu slightly pay attention. Very good, in this case, I can safely hand over the task to you. Archer waved his hand, and a few blurry photos were thrown on the table, attracting everyone's attention. The photos showed a violent storm, and a yellow figure flashed in the blur. This is your target this time, the legendary sacred bee stray cow. Wuxin explained to everyone on the side. But when he said this, the four people were scared. Are you sure that with their strength, they can go head-to-head with the sacred beast? Well, I don't want you to confront Ray Cow head-on. I just need you to collect some blood and hair while he's injured. Archer looked at the unbelievable expressions of several people and explained appropriately. However, this statement was even more surprising. Let the legendary sacred beast get hurt? Several people looked at each other silently and swallowed their saliva. Yes, we will definitely do our best to complete the task, no matter what they thought in their hearts. They must pretend to be loyal and willing to sacrifice their lives. Although Kuroba looked unbelievable on the surface, he was not surprised in his heart. It can even be said that it was a bit expected. I hope this mission can be safe and smooth. After leaving the office, Kuroba prayed silently in his heart. After returning to the dormitory in the accommodation area, Kuroba lay on the bed as soon as possible, a little dazed, and muttered, I just officially joined Team Rockets? You know, this is not like before. Before, his facial fingerprint information was not exposed, and he could abandon the identity of Team Rockets at any time. But now all his information is in Team Rockets' control, and recorded such a treasonous video, has been completely tied to this ship. Hayu smiled bitterly, and suddenly understood those people who were helpless in the historical memory of the previous life. But fortunately, I have become Archer's direct subordinate. As long as I can complete this task, I should be able to receive great training. With Wu Xin as a pearl, Hayu naturally has the motivation to work hard. Maybe he can get a quasi-god in the future? Just when Hayu was still worried about gains and losses, he didn't know that the entire Hone Alliance had already been in a storm. Various large-scale troop movements, and important figures were gathering towards Movali City one by one. Even ordinary residents could sense something was wrong, and they bought up all the food in the supermarket, and even raised prices. The various strange weather phenomena in Movali City also instantly occupied Hone region. Countless newspaper headlines. People speculated on the cause of this strange weather. Some people said that humans killed too many people, angered the gods, and thus sent down thunder punishment. Others said that it was a powerful electric attribute Pokemon that broke through the elite level, which caused the thunder to fall. But there is another rumor that attracts more attention, that is, the strange weather caused by the legendary holy beast Ray Cow. And it is also very detailed, and you can even see several blurry photos on the post. The photos are all a few blurry yellow figures captured in thunderstorms. For a time, people on the internet were panicked. After all, Ho-Oh disappeared for many years and never appeared, and even the various sacrificial facilities built for him by people did not work. Originally, a seed of doubt was planted in the hearts of countless people. Now as Ho-Oh Ray Cow, one of the guards, showed up, which naturally sparked people's curiosity. Even Kanto Johto and other regions sent diplomats to inquire about the situation. Especially the mayor of Ekrutique City in Johto region, who was already worried because there was no trace of Ho-Oh in Burned Tower for many years. Now there is a glimmer of hope, and he even went to Hone region in person. Chapter 189 Mandy Buzz Honchkrow has been leveling up very fast recently, even surpassing Umbreon at one point. Of course, the efforts of Pokemon themselves are indispensable, but the bigger reason is the green potion of Team Rockets and the dusk left in the body when it evolved. Stone Energy. The combination of the two has made Honchkrow's level rise rapidly recently, and he has reached level 38. I will go on a mission in a few days, Ray Cow, and I don't know how much danger there is. It's best to let Honchkrow break through the superior level, so that there will be an extra guarantee and trump card. Heiyu leaned on the edge of the bed, looking at Honchkrow who was alert in the corner, with a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Heiyu immediately checked the remaining rocket points in his current account. After selling the magnet props last time, there are still a lot left. Heiyu opened Team Rocket's redemption list, find the Pokemon materials column, search for materials related to evil and flying attributes. Finally, after careful selection, I chose a complete body of a quasi-elite Mandibuzz, and directly emptied all the rocket points in my account before I could reluctantly buy it. In less than an hour, the body was delivered directly to my door. After showing the ID card and signing for it, Heiyu moved the body into the room. At this time, Mandibuzz's body was stored in a special glass. Heiyu looked up and down at the body. It was very well preserved, with only a wound on the neck. It can be seen, most likely to be killed in one hit by a powerful Pokemon. Kuroya was amazed that a quasi-elite Pokemon could be killed in one hit. However, this was none of his business. His goal now was to dissect the corpse, extract useful parts, and then prepare a potion for Honchkrow to break through the level. Mandibuzz is currently the only Pokemon with evil and flying attributes found in the Pokemon world, and the other is his Honchkrow. In fact, Kuroya wanted to buy Honkrow's corpse at first, but unfortunately the highest level was only superior level. This Mandibuzz is quite sturdy, and it has strong pectoral muscles, so its heart activity should be relatively high. Heiyu kept gesturing in the air with a knife. This kind of anatomy class is also one of the necessary courses for trainers walking in the gray area. Heiyu carefully dissected the parts of Pokemon and extracted various materials. Mandibuzz's heart, Mandibuzz's eagle claws, Mandibuzz's crown feathers. It took Heiyu 2 hours to extract these materials one by one without damage. The most troublesome one was the heart dirty, to ensure that the activity inside is reduced while taking it out completely. It is a delicate job from beginning to end. First, extract all the active factors in the heart, retain the essence, and remove the dregs. The black liquid in the potion bottle surges, which is the purest evil attribute energy extracted from the heart. Crown feathers are often the most important feathers of a flying Pokemon, containing extremely pure flight attribute energy. The shadow on the windowsill gradually climbed, and finally, when the sun was shining at noon, Black Feather completed the simple preparation of the potion. To achieve the greatest effect, you need to let Pokemon complete a hearty battle. Only after that can you take it to play the full effect of the potion. Black Feather's mind moved, because he felt that he had made progress in the field of potions. This knowledge entered his mind, and the feeling of gradual enrichment was intoxicating. Outskirts of Movili City. The whole sky was shrouded in a shadow. Walking on the road planned by the Alliance, every trainer wrapped his clothes tightly and hurried. Black Yu looked at the grey hue nearby, and there were 1 or 2 police officers checking identities along the road. Why didn't I see Miss Jenny? Do you think that Miss Jenny, who lives a life of luxury, would come out in such bad weather? As expected, Heiyu was questioned, but fortunately, he was quickly released after the inspection. Strange, in such bad weather, there are still people running to the suburbs? A police officer looked at Heiyu's back, a little confused. Others were running from the suburbs to the city, but this person was just the opposite. Strange, strange. As the most qualified person in the team, Honchkrow naturally had some pride in his heart. Although Sandil joined the team later and the most qualified position was replaced, Heiyu still attached great importance to Honchkrow. Including Han Crow himself, he worked very hard. He would often unconsciously increase his training volume during training. Don't worry, Han Crow, I have seen all your efforts, I will definitely make you a true sky overlord. He half crouched and stroked Han Crow's soft black feathers. Han Crow looked at He for a while, looking directly into He's eyes, in which the confidence and eagerness to become stronger could not fade for a long time. He smiled with satisfaction. You never let me down, Han Crow. He led Han Crow into the dangerous wild forest. Facing the danger that could occur at any time, Han Crow fully prepared as a scout. Using powerful cleaning and night vision capabilities, he looked around vigilantly, facing the wild Pokemon sucker that could appear at any time. Punch. Sure enough, not long after entering there, a Pokemon attacked. It was a Sawsbuck. This Pokemon is quite special. It is a special Pokemon whose appearance changes with the seasons. Many people will look at Sawsbuck's horns to feel the change of seasons. It will change its residence with the change of seasons. People will feel the change of seasons through its horns. People think that the lighter the color of the light red flowers blooming on the horns, the more beautiful it is. People think that the thicker the branches on the horns are, the more beautiful it is. The more majestic. People think that the more majestic the autumn look is. Although Sawsbuck has many fans, few people like its winter look because it is more stable and easier to tame in winter, and it is also a good opportunity to become a companion. Autumn look. Sawsbuck in autumn is always brutal, and males will fight constantly. He's eyes lit up. The Pokemon fluctuations emitted by Sawsbuck are just about the same as Han Crow, making it a very suitable sparring partner. In this forest, this Sawsbuck is definitely a high-level hunter. It is estimated that many weak Pokemon have died tragically in its hands and become food. Facing the sudden attack of this Pokemon, He calmly commanded Han Crow. Han Crow, Tailwind, bless yourself, use Gust to attack remotely. Although Han Crow does not have the characteristics of mischief now, the memory formed by training skills for a long time is still retained. Therefore, Tailwind's speed is still not slow. Chapter 190 Superior Level. Facing the attack of wild Pokemon, Han Crow showed an excited expression. Fighting has always been his greatest interest. Gaga. Han Crow flapped his wings instantly, and a gust of wind was blown out on the left and right, attacking Sawsbuck below. Han Crow's current item is a sharp bird beak, which has a significant increase in flying skills, not to mention that it can also restrain Sawsbuck below. Sawsbuck shook the huge bird above his head. Two large bunches of maple red leaves, emerald green energy condensed on the top of the head, and rushed towards the incoming gust of wind. This is one of Sawsbuck's signature skills, Wood Horn. Among all the Pokemon discovered so far, only 3 types can learn this move, namely Skiddo family, Littlewood Spirit family, and finally Sawsbuck. This skill is not only a rare grass-type physical attack, but also has a power of 75, and can restore its own physical strength. He was not in a hurry and calmly commanded, use Drill Peck to fight it head-on. Sawsbuck directly used the wood horn to smash the 2 gusts of wind. At the same time, 4 deer hooves rushed towards Han Crow. Splash in the air. Han Crow's speed was so fast that he easily dodged the attack by turning sideways. At the same time, the crow's beak spun rapidly and stabbed into Sawsbuck's body fiercely. Bang! Sawsbuck fell directly to the ground, and blood oozed from the side of his body and dripped onto the ground. He staggered to his feet and looked at Han Crow in the air, with a look of rage on his face. This was a hot-tempered Sawsbuck, which was consistent with most of their autumn form's emotions. Spring was docile, summer was passionate, autumn was irritable, and winter was silent. Han Crow, use Sucker Punch, Dark Feather continued to order. Sucker Punch was one of the skills Murkrow learned after evolution to Han Crow, and it was also Dark's signature skill. It was famous for its fast attack speed. Hearing this, Han Crow flashed, and the speed of Tailwind was maximized, quickly approaching Sawsbuck, who had just staggered to the ground. In his horrified eyes, the black feather wings suddenly slashed, and the drill the wound Peck received was torn again, and a large amount of blood gushed out. However, the pain of the wound did not make Sawsbuck succumb. Instead, it made him more irritable and more violent. The deer hooves kept rubbing against the ground behind him, ready to go. Suddenly Sawsbuck splashed high, as if he was equipped with a spring, and actually jumped to the same height as Han Crow. After performing the bounce skill, Sawsbuck rotated in the air, vacated his body, and suddenly kicked out a jump kick skill with his hind legs. Han Crow calmly condensed the protect shield and easily blocked the attack, but Sawsbuck, who was still in the air, was in danger, because the air was often the most difficult place to dodge skills. Han Crow turned sideways, and a faint blue flame appeared on the surface of his body. He swooped down from the sky again, charging sky attack. Just as Sawsbuck was about to land, Han Crow directly hit Sawsbuck in the face. Seeing Sawsbuck, who had lost his ability to fight, Han Crow showed a disdainful look. With such little strength, he dared to attack. Yu hurriedly took out Pokeball, captured this rare Sawsbuck, but did not leave here, nor did he clean up the battlefield. The smell of blood was allowed to spread everywhere, attracting various Pokemon in the forest. Han Crow shouted excitedly. From the hoarse hissing, it can be felt that he has entered the killing state. Yu is very satisfied with Han Crow's state. But it's not enough. Han Crow's fight is far from enough. More wild Pokemon are needed to become the nutrients for Han Crow's upgrade, the stepping stone for his progress, and the pile of bones for his breakthrough. As more and more Pokemon are killed in this forest, the smell of blood nearby becomes stronger and stronger. Han Crow also fights with many Pokemon of similar strength. These Pokemon are all whetstones. Han Crow, use Sky Attack. Yu gave the order again, his cold voice without a trace of emotion. Ga! Han Crow cried out, his black wings shook, and the height of the hovering in the air instantly increased. The body glowed with blue flames, and it dived down again. Bang! After killing another wild Pokemon, Han Crow was full of confidence and was so excited that he couldn't suppress his boiling blood. Yu hurriedly asked Han Crow to leave this troubled place, because he could sense that there were more and more people watching secretly around him. Even with Crawdaunt guarding on the side, the pressure he had to bear was still great. Sure enough, not long after Yu and Han Crow left, countless Pokemon suddenly appeared in the surrounding grass, all attracted by the bloody smell. These carnivorous and highly aggressive Pokemon are expected to break out into a big battle, but all this has nothing to do with Yu, who has already left. Come on, Han Crow, drink this. Yu gently stroked Han Crow standing on the boulder. The feathers on his body were originally soft, but they were a little sticky because of blood and sweat. But at this moment, Han Crow didn't care about tidying up the hair he usually took care of. He used his crow's mouth to hold the potion handed by Yu, and swallowed it whole, including the bottle and the stopper. Crunch, crunch. As the potion absorbed, the energy gradually spread to various parts of the body. Han Crow felt a warmth all over his body, as if there was endless power in his body. As time went by, the power gradually gathered, and suddenly at a certain moment it suddenly rose. Ga! Han Crow flapped his wings unconsciously and flew up, showing the majestic posture of the Sky Overlord in the air. A momentum that suppressed the surroundings appeared, and Han Crow circled in the air with ease. The speed increased by more than one level compared with before. Only a black shadow could be seen flashing by, can't see his figure at all. Han Crow, superior level. Not bad, Han Crow, overtake the curve and catch up with your elder and second brothers. Yu can sense that the energy in Han Crow's body is still rising, and the effect of the potion has not disappeared. Yu thought to himself, Han Crow's breakthrough to the superior level can be regarded as a trump card in hand. It is not easy to expose it before the dangerous moment. Yu reminded Han Crow to remember to cover up the energy fluctuations in his body and not let others easily find out his level. It is always better to keep a trump card and be cautious. I don't know whether this mission can be completed safely, but after all, it involves a mythical beast like Ray Cow. Even if it is just a small matter of cleaning the battlefield such as collecting blood and hair, I am still a little nervous. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderclap sounded in the sky. At night, dark clouds gathered in the dim sky, gradually forming a severe thunderstorm. At this moment, it seemed as if God was angry and sent down a punishment from heaven. Countless movily the citizens of the city woke up from their sleep, looked up at the lightning in the sky, and became more and more uneasy. Chapter 191, A Gathering of Heroes. Outside the window, lightning and thunder, heavy rain. Just when ordinary people were still considering whether to go out today, in a corner of Team Rocket HQ that no one knew, Yu and his men had already hurriedly set foot on the road to New Zygen. I have already explained the precautions of the combat uniform to you. You only need to push the absorb button on your palm to directly absorb blood, hair, etc. into the storage box. Wuxin sat on the back of Dragonite and carefully instructed the four people beside him. Yu and his men looked at each other solemnly and nodded. They couldn't help feeling a little depressed, perhaps because of this kind of weather. Yu took out the human skin mask that he had prepared long ago, and the others also performed their own disguise methods, making more or less disguises in their appearance. Movily southeast of the city, here is the location of the underground power plant New Violet. At this moment, there are dark clouds everywhere, lightning and thunder in the sky, heavy rain is raging, and the water droplets and arcs in the air are intertwined, forming a natural rainstorm and lightning sight. The sea cliff not far away was affected by the thunderstorm weather, huge waves were constantly rising, and even the port was temporarily suspended. At this moment, here in New Violet, a group of heroes gathered. The Pokémon Corps of the Alliance has already lined up here, the trees in the surrounding mountains and forests are swaying, and Pokémon can be vaguely seen looming. In the air, a Magnezone full of power is floating. And on its back stands a bloated man in a yellow shirt fatty. Now that you are here, show yourself. What's the point of hiding? Watson stepped on the Magnezone under his feet, signaling to land. Although he looked bloated, he jumped down with a nimble figure. This is a flexible fat man. After the words fell, Watson's voice echoed in the valley. The figures hidden in the mountains and forests emerged one after another, including Gym Leader, ancient families, and even the four elites of the current Hone Alliance, two of whom were dispatched. Watson looked at the familiar faces one by one, and a look of heartache appeared on his face, because among these people, there were also several of his friends. Why? You all have to be so powerful. The power of the gods is not something that humans can control. Watson's face showed a rage, and he tried to persuade these people for the last time. As an electric-type trainer, although he was a gym leader, his Pokémon had reached the elite level. Ray Cow, the legendary divine beast of thunder, naturally attracted him deeply. However, when he saw the power that belonged to the gods, he instantly dispelled the thoughts in his heart. It was not something that humans could control. The panic of the power of heaven still lingered in his mind. It was a pity that Watson's hard work was in vain. When they found out that Ray Cow was injured, they had to try it anyway, otherwise they would be unwilling. This is also what people often say, often it is not the weakness of strength that defeats the strong, but the greed in the heart. Watson, you have worked hard and led Movili City to develop and reform, but now, that Pokémon has threatened Movili, the lives of millions of residents in the city, I have to take action. I hope you can forgive me. A cold voice came, and everyone hiding in the dark looked over, only to see a classical blonde beauty in a purple dress on the top of the mountain. Beside her was a Glolly, with a ferocious face and a hard ice body. The aura fluctuations emanating from her body were no weaker than that of Watson's Magnezone, also an elite-level Pokémon. Watson laughed and said with disappointment, Mr. Bonnie, even you are no longer in control of yourself? Standing on the top of the mountain, Bonnie let the wind and rain hit her body, blowing her golden hair, but when she heard Watson's words, her expression changed slightly. Finally, after a long time, he sighed and said in a complicated way, "Watson, you have contributed a lot to the Alliance. You have made great contributions, but you have also worked hard. As long as you don't stop me, I can guarantee it." Bonnie's mood at the moment was also very complicated. She originally didn't want to get involved in the intrigues and factional struggles of the Alliance. But there was no way. She was not alone. There was a huge family behind her. She enjoyed the family's blessing and resources when she was weak. After becoming an elite, she naturally had to give back. This is also the sadness of people from a family. They seem glamorous, but in fact, she was helpless everywhere. Even if she became a fourth elite, she would still be influenced to a certain extent. After all, those who ordered her to participate in this matter were all her elders and blood relatives. Among them were teachers who taught her carefully in the past and elders who watched her grow up. She could not refuse the requests of these elders in the family. "We can only take it one step at a time. I hope there will not be any big trouble." Bonnie has made up her mind. This time she will only show up but not help. Watson looked around with a complicated expression, and saw Sydney Elite next to a stone on the mountainside. "Fatty, don't be nervous. After all, you are my predecessor. I just come to join in the fun." Sydney looked cynical and weighed the poke in his hand. Ball smiled. Watson was relieved when he saw the two strongest elites on the scene expressed their opinions. From the attitudes of the two, they didn't want to fight to the death, and they were just here to support the scene. The real evil intentions were those corrupt forces of the Alliance hidden in the dark. The whole forest fell into silence again. There was only the sound of wind and rain, and the occasional thunder. In an inconspicuous corner at the foot of the mountain, 5 figures in white combat uniforms were whispering. "Master Wuxin, may I ask where Master Archer is?" Rose asked nervously. From her slightly trembling words, you can hear that she is not calm at the moment. After all, such a big scene is not something that small people like them can predict. Originally, she was a little bit uneasy feeling something, but when you are really there, you will feel scared in your heart, and pray that you will not be killed by the aftermath of the battle. Wuxin said in a deep voice, "When the time comes, the adults will naturally appear, stay here quietly." Seemingly seeing the nervousness of several people, he added, "These big shots will naturally be held back by someone, and you only need to deal with some people with similar strength. I will create conditions for you at that time." Wuxin's words made everyone feel a little relieved. If the sky falls, there will be tall people to support it. They just need to do their part. Those big shots are staring at Ray Cow, and they just need to collect some blood in the chaos. Yu tightened his combat uniform and looked at the figure on the top of the mountain, and he couldn't help but feel surprised. Isn't this the beauty in the food battle square that day? She is actually the 4th elite Bonnie. Chapter 192 Ray Cow. Before Yu could think about it carefully, the situation in the forest changed again. In the dark clouds, a thick pillar of lightning fell down, as if responding to the call, and collided with another lightning from the top of the mountain. The two lightning bolts intertwined with each other with a piercing roar. This power is worthy of the power of the holy beast Ray Cow. Many people in the dark were amazed by this scene. Kuroyu, hiding in the dark, looked deeply at the figure, which was a Pokémon like a saber-toothed tiger. It had saffron-colored hair all over its body, with black stripes similar to lightning dotting its sturdy body and strong limbs. It had a black orabug headdress on its forehead that extended all the way to the back of its head. Under its X-shaped blue beard, it had long fangs. Its long, lightning-shaped tail had an ember-shaped tip, and the purple fluff on its back was like a cloud, with arcs exploding from time to time, shaking the air. Ray Cow. The legendary sacred beast. It is said that Ray Cow is related to Ray Cow. The fierce Pokemon that descended with lightning, because it carries a rain cloud on its back, it can release lightning at any time. It has lightning-like speed in its body, and it will release the surging power in its body in the form of lightning while running around on the ground, sending out a thunder-like howl that will shake the air and the earth like a thunderbolt falling to the ground. But at this moment, its situation is not as good as described, so it still looks full of power, but the sense of weakness can't be covered up. Raikou actually fell into an injured state. In this way, countless people in the dark had their eyes straight, and their hearts were filled with burning greed. "Old man, I'm sorry for getting you hurt, are you okay?" Watson walked to Raikou with concern and asked. "Who?" Raikou roared, and the thunder in the sky fell to the surroundings again, and the whole mountain forest seemed to be washed, and countless branches broke. And some people in the dark also showed their figures one by one. Almost all of them were All the well-known big families in NN region have a strong monopoly in various fields. They even include some underground dark organizations and some lone wolves in the gray area who want to take advantage of the situation. The strength of these people is at least quasi-elite level, otherwise they would not have the courage, but more people are standing next to elite Pokemon. And all of them are looking at Raikou with greedy eyes, as if they have regarded him as prey, which makes Raikou feel a little uncomfortable. He, who has a bad temper among the three sacred beasts, roared. Roar! Raikou roared to the sky, and the whole body exploded with electric light. Countless electric currents covered the whole body, and a strong sense of oppression instantly swept the whole forest. "We have to fight side by side again." Watson sighed, and no longer hesitated, releasing his ace Pokemon one after another. Ampharos Raishu Naughty Thunder Eggmanectric. Counting Magnezone beside him, there are 5 Pokemon that have reached the elite level. This strength is second only to the group of elite strongmen below the 4 elites. Magnezone, Electric Field. Crackle. The arc flashed, covering the entire mountain forest, and the powerful electrical energy filled the air. Hayu looked at the arc flashing in front of him and woke up instantly. He didn't expect that the skill range of the elite Pokemon was so large that it could cover the entire mountain. The first to attack was a black-robed man hiding on the mountainside. He saw a Shiftry jumping in the forest, releasing similar Bullet Seed, Razor Leaf, and other various long-range skills harassment. Humph, just a quasi-elite. Watson's eyes flashed with disdain. If you don't step into the elite, you will never know what the gap in strength is. I saw Ampharos beside me let out a long cry, the front end of the tail flashed red light, the whole body was full of lightning, and it was still accumulating power. When the lightning accumulated in the body reached the peak, the lightning in the clouds suddenly roared violently, and a huge lightning column fell from the sky. Thunder Skill. This lightning column seemed to be equipped with positioning. Even though Shiftry kept changing his shape and jumping between the mountains and forests, it still hit him directly. "Shiftry, use Leaf Storm," the man in black robe shouted with a sharp voice. The voice was obviously specially disguised. I don't know if this person has learned a special voice-changing technique or borrowed some device. The sharp leaves rolled up gust, trying to resist the lightning column, but who knew that the Leaf Storm was instantly defeated as soon as the two skills collided. Shiftry took the blow directly, and the heart-wrenching numbness instantly swept through his body. After just a few seconds, Shiftry was completely lifeless. He died on the spot. Shiftry, who is at the quasi-elite level, couldn't even withstand a single blow in the face of the electric attribute of resistance at this moment. Everyone below the elite is an ant, and this saying has been realized. This thunderbolt strike is a warning to others. It really shocked some people who were ready to make a move, and made everyone understand that even if they were in large numbers, if they wanted to forcibly take Raikou from Watson, they would definitely have to pay a heavy price. Watson, the cheerful uncle who often laughed, also showed his decisive side. Everyone cast a fearful look again. But before everyone could react, someone tried to attack again, and 6 Pokemon of different sizes but similar appearance appeared. Reperier. 6 Reperiers surrounded Raycow and Watson in the mountains, and launched attacks one after another, beating the ground with chests and feet. Even Yu, who was hiding in the distance and peeking through a telescope, could feel the vibration of the ground, as if the whole mountain was shaking. Watson was naturally not a vegetarian, and he commanded Pokémon to launch the powerful electric attribute attack that he was proud of, with a thunderstorm with a strong destructive aura, blasted towards the surrounding Reperiers. The 6 Reperiers did not dodge or avoid, and were not afraid of the thunderstorm falling from the sky, allowing these skills to bombard them. Just when everyone was puzzled, the Reperiers seemed to be disturbed and pulled by a mysterious force, and the thunder with a strong destructive aura was actually absorbed directly into their bodies. Not only did the Reperiers not suffer any injuries, but their aura actually increased slightly. Lightning Rod characteristics. Lightning Rod, attracting electric attribute moves to oneself, will not be hurt, but will increase special attack. This word emerged in the minds of everyone present, including Yu, who was secretly observing. And not only one, but 6 Reperiers have Lightning Rod characteristics. It is completely prepared to specifically restrain electric attribute Pokémon. It seems that the person behind this is definitely well prepared and has spent a huge amount of money to cultivate 6 ready-made Pokémon elite level Reperier, and all of them have Lightning Rod characteristics. Absolutely a big deal. Reperier, which is made of ground and rock, is immune to most electric attribute moves. Even elite-level electric attribute Pokémon can hardly cause much damage to it. Now with the addition of a Lightning Rod, it is even more powerful. Chapter 193, Struggling to Hold On. On the front battlefield, Watson's Pokémon are all held back by Reperier. People hiding in the dark have taken action one after another. The one rushing to the front is a huge Aurabug snake, Steelix. Because this Pokémon has lived in a high-pressure and high-temperature environment underground for a long time, its body is harder than any metal, so it rushes to the front and withstands most of the attacks. When it rushed down the mountainside, the Aurabug covering Steelix's body had already been broken, and there was almost no intact body on its body. But his mission has been completed, because at this moment countless small Pokémon have already attacked Raycow. Lucario, Bullet Punch. Charizard uses Dragon Claw. Ursaring, Thrash. At this moment, the field was already in chaos, with all kinds of skills flying everywhere. In the middle of the mountain, even though Watson desperately commanded Pokémon to resist, he still couldn't avoid missing. A flash of lightning flashed in Raycow's eyes. He roared with rage, and countless electric currents covered the surface of his body, counterattacking these daring Pokémon who tried to kill gods with mortals. Raycow was surrounded by thunder, and with the launch of Thunderbolt skills, it spread to the surroundings, repelling countless Pokémon below the elite level. And on the front battlefield, a total of 3 Pokémon were not affected at all. They noticed the fluctuations emitted from their bodies, which were among the best even in the elite level. They were a Lucario, a Charizard, an Ursaring. Watson on the side could only anxiously watch Raycow fight 1 against 3. All his Pokémon were held back by these people and he couldn't get out to support them. I really wanted to hit you with a Thunderbolt. Watson gritted his teeth and roared rage. But this did not affect the 3 Pokémon's attack on Raycow at all. Lucario quickly stepped forward, not afraid of the thunder in front of him. His arms were gradually covered with white light. With a sharp chi, he punched Raycow with one punch after another. Charizard was not like Lucario so calm, he was a flying attribute, but he was still a little afraid of lightning. The huge wings behind him flapped, and he flew into the air to avoid lightning. At the same time, his claws were covered with cyan energy, exuding the dignity of the dragon type. Ursaring in the front was not like the other 2 Pokémon, who more or less dodged. It took the attack directly from Thunderbolt, staggered and fell to the ground, with arcs of electricity on the surface of its body. Thunderbolt actually triggered the paralysis state. Ursaring lowered his head, and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He stood up instantly, ignoring his injuries, and beat his chest and stamped his feet crazily, and the momentum on the surface of his body continued to rise. The paralysis state triggered the perseverance characteristic. Perseverance: if you become abnormal, you will use perseverance and your attack will increase. Roar. Rei-Kao was barely able to deal with the siege of 3 Pokémon. From time to time, some other long-range skills flew over here. It could only continuously release lightning with a destructive aura. Rei-Kao, who was already injured, quickly ran out of energy. Damn you guys! Watson's face showed a burst of rage again, because he found that these people had no intention of fighting to the death, just to hold him back. And the facts proved that these people did it. There were dozens of Pokémon besieging him, most of them were quasi-elite level. Watson naturally didn't take this level seriously, but couldn't stand the large number. Looking at Rei-Kao, who was struggling to support, Watson felt regret for the first time. Sometimes he would think, if this Rei-Kao was not the one from Bell Tower, if he was not Ho-Oh as one of Ho-Oh's personal guards and one of the Pokémon resurrected in Bell Tower, the 3 sacred beasts continue to supervise humans and walk around the world instead of the disappeared Ho-Oh. In fact, just like the 3 sacred birds, Rei-Kao, Entei, and Suicune are not the only ones. They also have their own tribesmen, but they are rare and do not show up in front of humans. Of course, these ordinary tribesmen are not divine beasts. They are just legendary Pokémon, but they do not have the priesthood. Although they have divinity and belong to legendary Pokémon, they are not divine beasts because they do not have the priesthood. Only the strongest one in the entire tribe can be called a divine beast and obtain the authority of God. This is also the reason why Watson feels regretful. When he met the injured Rei-Kao, he also thought about taming it, but he met the one who had the priesthood. Watson knew that the divine beast could not be tamed because the authority held by each mythical beast is closely related to the rules of the Pokémon world. Even if only one link is missing, it may cause a disaster, and in serious cases, it may even lead to the destruction of the region. So even though there are several Rei-Kao in the data that humans have mastered, humans still dare not subdue them. The reason why so many people covet this time is because in everyone's opinion, the Rei-Kao that can be injured is definitely not the one with the divine position. Even if Watson explained it many times, he could not dispel these people's doubts. After all, in their opinion, you, Watson, as an avid fan of the electric system, are so obvious that you want to occupy Rei-Kao alone in private? Ho-Oh, Master is disappointed. Human greed is evil. Suddenly, a rough and intermittent voice sounded between heaven and earth. This voice seemed to come from everyone's heart, not from the ears. Telepathy. Everyone was surprised that this Rei-Kao could actually telepathize, but at the same time, many people were thinking about the meaning of the words. After all, this involves Ho-Oh. Watson seized the opportunity when these people were thinking, looked at Rei-Kao, and made a decision in his heart. Roar. With a roar that resounded through the sky, the thunder on Rei-Kao's body suddenly erupted, and endless lightning surged out. These lightnings gathered into a thick lightning column and rushed directly towards the 3 Pokémon on the opposite side. The 3 Pokémon were caught off guard by this sudden attack, and they flew backwards one after another, hitting the mountain wall heavily, making a dull sound. Rei-Kao looked up to the sky and roared at the sky. The sound was like thunder and deafening. With its long roar, an invisible pressure emanated from its body, with Rei-Kao as the center, and quickly spread to the surroundings. This pressure was like a gust of wind, sweeping across the entire mountain forest, making all living beings feel an unspeakable fear. This is the pressure from God to mortals. Howl. Above the sky, thunder rolled in the layers of dark clouds, as if to tear the world apart. Just a few seconds later, a huge crack appeared in the sky, like a ferocious beast opening its bloody mouth. Watson was excited and shouted loudly, "Guys, direct your lightning to Rei-Kao and give him a hand." As soon as the voice fell, the 5 elite-level Pokémon around Watson activated their skills at the same time, directing their own lightning power to Raikou continuously. For a moment, 5 lightnings of different colors intertwined in the air, forming a colorful lightning chain, and finally gathered on Raikou. Raikou was bathed in this powerful lightning power, and the lightning on his body became more and more dazzling. Its aura also continued to rise, becoming more powerful. Chapter 194 Chaos. Roar. Raikou roared again, his body boiling with thunder and lightning, and jumped up towards the thunderstorm in the sky. Running towards the tear in the sky. We can't let him escape, otherwise all our efforts will be in vain. Someone suddenly shouted on the hilltop. Hearing this, those who originally wanted to wait until the end to make a move and reap the benefits could no longer hold back and made their moves. Across the hilltop, various colorful skills burst out, colliding with each other, and violent explosions continued. These Pokémons all faced at the fleeing Raikou. He used skills to block him. However, before the attack could get close, it was destroyed by the thunder surrounding Raikou. Lightning pillars continuously fell from the clouds in the sky to block them. Just as Raikou was dragging the thunder and fleeing towards the horizon, a purple figure flashed by at high speed. Its speed was no slower than Raikou, who was running with the power of thunder. A purple blade flashing with the light of a cross flashed by, and Raikou was instantly hit by this attack and fell from the sky. Cross poison. The tear in the sky slowly closed, and Raikou lay on the ground wailing, with a faint purple mist on the surface of his body. The attack just now turned out to be a rare poison attribute skill, and Raikou was hit by this attack and fell into a poisoned state. Only then did everyone have time to look at the figure, and saw the purple figure flashing in the sky. Shadow, vaguely able to see the shape of a Pokémon. Crobat. Wu Xin and the 4 people hiding in the dark watched the ever-changing situation in the field, already swallowing their saliva. Their hearts were extremely nervous. The elite-level battle just now had already stunned them. Among them, even He Yu, who had been prepared in his heart, was still amazed. Is this the elite-level battle? Far more exciting than the last time he was in Rusturf. The power that Tunnel had seen was even greater. It was Master Archer who made the move. Wuxin's mouth curled up slightly, and he looked at Crobat in the sky, and said excitedly. Raikou staggered to his feet, looked at the purple figure in the sky, and lightning flashed on his body again, but before he could launch an attack, the toxic embedded in his body attacked again. Roar. Raikou's roar was no longer as powerful as before, but revealed a sense of weakness. Everyone was ecstatic when they saw this, and once again commanded Pokémon to attack Raikou, and the power was far greater than the last time. Raikou struggled to support himself with the powerful power of thunder, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that he was obviously at the end of his rope and could not support himself for much longer. Lucario, or a bomb, a middle-aged man in a blue expedition suit, commanded expressionlessly. Lucario. He raised his hand and condensed a ball of blue light with intense energy, and fired it towards Raikou. Bang! This attack really hit, and the dull explosion sounded again in the forest. When the smoke dissipated, Raikou had already staggered to his feet, and traces of blood oozed out of his body and dripped onto the ground. The moment the golden blood dripped onto the ground, it instantly scorched the nearby grass, and traces of lightning appeared. The blood of the gods seemed so different. Raikou looked up and glanced at Watson reluctantly. Turning around, he roared, dragged his tired body, and jumped into the depths of the mountain, with sparks flashing continuously. Raikou fled in a hurry. Hurry up and chase him! Someone shouted again in the mountains. Everyone released their flying Pokémon to chase forward. Their greed had already blinded their hearts. For a moment, all kinds of flying Pokémon hidden in the mountains flew out. Salamence, Altaria, Pidgeot, Skarmory. Countless flying Pokémon flapped their wings, performing various acceleration skills, chasing the spark running on the ground in the distance. The thunderclouds in the sky gradually weakened. Although there was still a trace of arc in the air from time to time, it was obvious that there was no longer the suffocating feeling before. In an instant, the whole mountain forest fell into silence. Heiyu looked at the pool of golden blood in the field, pressed the switch, and the combat suit instantly wrapped his whole body, ready to go. Don't worry, there are definitely people hiding nearby. Wuxin squinted his eyes and looked at the forest. Sure enough, before he finished speaking, a sneaky black figure slipped towards the pool of golden blood. But before the black figure got close, another icicle fell from the sky and nailed the figure to the ground. The people hiding in the dark no longer disguised themselves, and they all appeared and rushed towards the pool of golden blood. All the big shots went to chase Ray Cow, and the remaining soldiers naturally fought for the pool of blood. Although it was only a few drops of blood, it was the legendary god, the blood of Ray Cow. If it was taken by an electric attribute Pokemon, it would definitely be a baptism of transformation. Maybe it could make a Pokemon with ordinary qualifications instantly have the posture of elite. Of course, no one would do this. After all, the scientific research value of this blood is much higher than its own value. I guess Team Rocket's collected this blood for scientific research. I'll hold them back, you guys collect the blood directly, and when you're done, reunite according to the pre-arranged plan. Wuxin said in a deep voice, released his Dragonite, put on combat uniforms to cover his body, and rushed out directly from the hidden mountains and forests. Heiyu released Crawdaunt and Sharpedo, and ran towards the pool of blood in the middle with light footsteps. The strange costumes and actions of the four people naturally attracted the attention of many people, and they all flew over here with skills. Crawdaunt and Sharpedo were not vegetarians either, and they all blocked these skills for Heiyu. However, Heiyu keenly observed that there were arcs of electricity flashing in the air, making the Pokemon's movements slightly stiff. This should be the traces left by Ray Cow. No wonder Wuxin wanted to train their Pokemon to resist paralysis. Just the traces left by Ray Cow were enough to affect the movements of Pokemon. If there is no special training for this, I am afraid that even the pool of blood cannot be approached. The death, we can't let this group of people succeed. In the forest where the fighting was still going on, they reached a consensus in an instant and launched an attack on the four people of Heiyu who were collecting blood in the middle. In an instant, countless fire, lightning and frost rushed towards the four people of Heiyu. Wuxin turned his head to look at the four people who were collecting blood and said, Dragonite, use Protect to protect them. Dragonite's cute expression became serious, and his little wings like an angel quickly flapped and flew closer, while holding up a huge green protective shield. Jengar, Shadow Sneak, Electivire, use Thunder, Rapidash, Flare Blitz. Wuxin was not panicked at all when facing the attacks of this group of small fish. As a leader among superior level trainers, all his Pokemon were at the peak of the superior level. No matter how many Pokemon besieged him, he was not afraid. Chapter 195 Sneak Attack. Heiyu felt a little relieved when he saw Dragonite protecting them in the protective shield. Although their combat suits had an automatic shield function, no one knew how long they could last. In comparison, with Dragonite, who was only a quasi-god at the peak of the superior level, people would feel more at ease. Heiyu quickly approached the pool of golden blood. As soon as his fingertips approached, an arc of electricity exploded in an instant, and the crackling sound scared everyone. Oh my god, is even this blood so evil? The twin brother complained first. Everyone agreed with him, but they were still moving fast. The absorber on the combat suit was activated instantly. A dark hole appeared on the palm of their hand, and the four of them slowly sucked the golden blood into the storage space of the combat suit. Damn it, we can't just let these people take the blood of Ray Cow away. That's right, let's work together. Even if he is a quasi-god, so what? An ant can kill an elephant. Flamethrower Hydro Pump Icicle Strike Flash Cannon Flame Vortex Ice Beam Psy Beam. For a moment, the command voices in the whole forest came one after another, and dozens of Pokemon attacked Dragonite at the same time. The people who were collecting blood noticed it, and their hair stood on end. Even though they were hiding under the protective shield of Drago Knight, they still silently turned on the protection function of their combat suits. It's not that they don't trust Drago Knight. After all, they have personally experienced the power of Drago Knight. It's really that this picture is too scary. The overwhelming skills are flying towards you. This kind of thrilling feeling cannot be felt unless you are there. The ground has been completely absorbed, and only a pool of grey soil is left. The scorched grass around it can prove that a pool of blood of gods has dripped here in the past. Retreat! With a loud shout, the four of them ran away in different directions, and Yu also released Han Crow, who had just broken through to the superior level. Han Crow had just broken through to the superior level, and his speed soared to a higher level. With the help of Tailwind, he flew away from the mountains and forests in a few breaths. Wuxin looked at the Pokémon that were about to chase Yu and the other four, and said, "If you want to chase them, have you asked me?" After saying that, he threw out 2 more Pokeballs, which turned out to be 2 more superior level Pokémon. Including the 4 Pokémon that had been released long ago. 6 superior level Pokémon. New Violet, as the thunderclouds weakened, the sky gradually returned to its former azure color, and the sun shone on the earth again, as if nothing had happened. However, only the faint golden light and the group of chasing Pokémon behind him could prove that the thrilling battle just now was not illusion. In the dim forest, a figure in a black robe was shuttling through the complex terrain at an astonishing speed, with light and agile footsteps, and every time he tapped the ground, a splash of water would be created. Hoo hoo hoo! The meeting place is ahead, I hope everything goes well. Yu panted, and at the same time did not forget to be alert. Just as they were preparing to meet up, there were bursts of Pokémon fighting sounds in the forest ahead. Yu's spirit was instantly tense, and he put his whole body into a fighting posture and approached carefully. Han Crow, you hide first. Yu first asked Han Crow to hide, and then slowly approached the place where the fighting sound came from. Nido King, Nido Queen, use double earth power. The twin brothers gave orders at the same time. The target of the 2 Pokémon attacks was Rose's Pokémon Venusaur. Venusaur uses Razor Leaf, Pidgeot uses Twister. What exactly do you 2 want to do? Don't forget, we are still carrying out Archer's mission. Just even if there are any private grudges, they must be settled later. Rose hurriedly commanded to resist, and her chest kept rising and falling, revealing a pair of snow-white peaks, but no one appreciated it at the moment. The twin brothers smiled and looked at each other, but did not answer Rose's question, but just commanded Pokémon to increase the intensity of the attack. Gyarados, use Ice Fang. Golduck, use Psybeam. The huge Gyarados was seen running around in the forest, cutting off countless short tree roots while swimming. The ice-colored mist rose on the sharp teeth, opened the ferocious dragon mouth, and raised it to Venusaur's body. This attack not only brought frostbite of ice attribute, but also a strong tearing feeling. Golduck's red gem between his eyebrows flickered slightly, and a beam of colorful light was launched, attacking Pidgeot in the sky. Psybeam and Twister collided, and the originally violent storm dissipated instantly, leaving only a wisp of breeze, while Psybeam hit firmly. Pidgeot was unstable, flapping its wings, barely maintaining low-altitude flight. Venusaur was also resisting the pressure brought by the 3 Pokémon head-on, and the battle situation at this moment was already one-sided. Seemingly feeling that he had a sure win, the younger twin brother couldn't help but taunt again. I originally thought that the pretty boy Haitian would come first. But I didn't expect you to be so impatient to fall into the tiger's mouth. The younger twin brother was the first to speak and teased. Rose heard a hint of unusual meaning from this, and rage asked, "What do you mean by this? I tell you, you'd better stop it quickly, or I will definitely report you to Archer-sama when I go back." "Bah, do you really think that we 2 brothers were scared? Bitch, I've been annoyed with you for a long time. As long as I kill you, I can report to Archer-sama that you died during the mission." We will naturally take all the credit for this. As long as we can hold Archer Sama's thigh, why worry about not being able to mix well in Team Rocket's? The two brothers laughed wildly, but before they could be proud for a few seconds, a faint fragrance suddenly floated in the air. Among them, the twin brother Shinichi, who reacted faster, hurriedly held his breath, but it was too late. A strong feeling of dizziness came to his mind. Oh no, it's a drug. Shinji also reacted, but his body gradually became weak, and he fell to the ground with a plop. Rose's flaming red lips showed a mocking smile, and said disdainfully, "Why are there so many nonsense in the field? You are too young to fight me." The Pokémon without the trainer's command are naturally no match for Rose, but even if the escaped Gyarados is not counted, there are only 3 Pokémon left, and it took Rose a long time to deal with them. Pidgeot, you did a good job. This time the breeze stirred up the poison without attracting attention. The control of wind power is superb. Rose's delicate and charming face showed a long-lost smile. She is proficient in poison, and her Pokémon are naturally good. Release the poison and mix it into Pidgeot's twister skill, and slowly send it into the enemy's mouth and nose through the breeze. The battle situation that was originally a rout was reversed in an instant. This is the charm of field battles. Often until the last moment, you never know who the winner is. Just like now, when Rose was cursing at the 2 male corpses below, a black shadow flashed by quickly. Swish! A gust of wind swept in. Just when it was about to hit Rose's head, Pidgeot on the side reacted instantly, and the huge wings were instantly lifted up, directly scattering this small gust of wind. Chapter 196 Purple Pill. Who? The sudden attack woke Rose up instantly. Her mocking face suddenly became panicked. Her fox eyes were wide open, looking around in the dark for the person who attacked her. At the same time, she did not dare to be negligent and quickly activated her combat uniform. Her plump body was tightly wrapped by the blue and white clothes in the blink of an eye. Hankro? Haishian, it turned out to be you. When Rose found the figure of Hankro, the image of the cold boy appeared in her mind. When Heiyu saw that Hankro's sneak attack was ineffective, there was a trace of surprise in his eyes, and he had a clear understanding of the reaction speed of this Pidgeot again. After waiting for a while, Heiyu simply stopped disguising himself. The opponent even activated the combat uniform. It was not realistic to kill the trainer by sneak attack. He could only defeat the opponent's Pokémon from the front. Shua! Heiyu jumped down from an ancient tree, followed closely by Crawdaunt and Hankro. Just when he was about to touch the ground, a breeze appeared under Heiyu's feet and he landed steadily on the ground. Hey, it's you, I guess you heard the conversation just now. The twins wanted to deal with you, but I took their attacks for you. Rose's delicate face showed dissatisfaction, and even a charming complaint in her tone. Heiyu just watched quietly without saying anything, but the solemnity in the air became stronger and stronger, which froze Rose, who was about to greet him with a smile. Oh, my brother Haitian, don't be so serious, I just took the disaster for you. Why don't we go back to Team Rocket HQ, let's have a detailed discussion and have an in-depth discussion. Rose showed a charming expression, with a seductive light in her eyes. But Heiyu was keenly aware that Rose did not take the initiative to mention the attack on her just now, which made Heiyu more convinced that the other party was now at the end of his strength. Heiyu laughed sarcastically and said confidently, "Put away your poison. Do you think I will be as easy to deal with as those 2 idiots?" As early as the first fight, Heiyu had experienced the power of the other party's poison technique, so he naturally would not take it lightly. He was extremely vigilant every time he came into contact with them. After speaking, Hankro on the side also understood Heiyu's meaning and flapped his wings directly to blow away the imperceptible toxins in the air. The wind spread to Rose's side, blowing up her wine-red hair, and her snow-white swan neck was instantly exposed to the air, and at the same time, it was also exposed. There are 2 special devices around the neck, which look like some kind of poison secret medicine. Heiyu raised his eyebrows, and he didn't expect to find something special. This woman is really like her name, a rose with thorns, full of danger all over her body. Heiyu's eyes gradually became colder, and Rose also noticed this subtle change, and couldn't help swallowing her saliva, and fine sweat appeared on her snow-white skin. Haishan, I can give you all the credit this time. In addition, I can also offer all my wealth. How about letting me go? Rose seemed to know that she had fallen this time and it would not end so well, so she simply exchanged interests with Heiyu. She was really flexible. Facing a person who attacked you and wanted to kill you a second ago, she could still talk to him with a smile. But the more she did this, the more Heiyu was determined to kill her. Otherwise, letting the tiger go back to the mountain and raising a tiger will cause trouble. Sooner or later, you will be hurt by the tiger in the future. Haha, if I kill you, all the credit will naturally be mine. As for your wealth, you don't need to give it to me, I will take it myself. There was a smile on Heiyu's face, but the murderous intent in his eyes could not be concealed. Crawdaunt, water jet followed by shell blade. Umbreon, use helping hand. Sharpedo, water jet followed by ice fang. Honchkrow tailwind boost everyone. Heiyu instantly gave orders to all Pokemon, and all of them went out together. Except for the weaker Sandil, this is already his strongest lineup at present. Of course, Umbreon will not rush to the front, but will follow Heiyu's side at any time for close protection, and use various transformation skills to assist harassment and support. After all, in a field battle like this, the safety of the trainer is always the first priority. Venusaur use Leech Seed. Breloom use Mach Punch to block Sharpedo. Sunflora use Sunny Day. Pidgeot, use Air Cutter, attack that Honchkrow. Boom! As Rose finished speaking, the Pokemon of both sides moved together, and the battle collision occurred almost in an instant. Both of them commanded a full-scale field lineup of more than 4 Pokemon, which was a great test of the Pokemon's independent combat ability and the trainer's ability to control the battle situation. It was a pity that the battle was not evenly matched, which made Rose's heart sink to the bottom. After all, her Pokemon had just experienced a battle, and its physical strength had been exhausted, and it still had a lot of injuries. Damn it, Venusaur caught this with Vine Whip and Eat It. Seeing that the battle was in a state of defeat as soon as the fight started, Rose knew that if she didn't try to reverse this situation, then only death would be waiting for her. She took out a purple pill directly from the space equipment, and her eyes flashed with obvious pain. This was something she got from a Team Rocket's coder, and for this reason she became the other party's lover. She originally wanted to keep it for a year, Team Rocket's internal trial again. Heiyu also clearly saw Rose's action, but because the distance was too far, plus the night lights were dim, so he was too late to stop it. I saw that Venusaur, who had taken the purple pill from Swallow, suddenly had a trace of scarlet mist on his body surface, and his body expanded rapidly, obviously larger than his original size. The momentum on his body was obviously rising continuously, and it was still climbing. Heiyu also instantly understood the effect of the pill, and thought to himself that it was not good. In this case, while Venusaur has not digested it, solve other Pokemon. Crawdaunt, help Sharpedo deal with Breloom. Umbreon, use Attract to interfere with Venusaur. Honchkrow, use Sky Attack directly, target the 2 Sunflora behind. Since it is impossible to stop the Venusaur from taking the pill that temporarily enhances its strength, then we can simply deal with other Pokemon that are in the way while the effect of the medicine has not been completely absorbed. Especially the 2 Sunflora, the sunny day that opens at the same time is a great boost to Venusaur. A small part of Venusaur's combat power is on the 2 Sunflora, not to mention the cooperation of its characteristic chlorophyll. Chapter 197 Fierce Battle. Honchkrow had just broken through the superior level, which was an extremely exciting moment. He had been hidden as a trump card by Heiyu before, and it was not used in the blood battle of Ray Cow. Therefore, he had been extremely coveted in his heart for the battle. He roared and rushed to the sky quickly. A faint blue light ignited on the feathers of his body, and he fell from the sky like a firebird. A divine bird, falling from the sky. Han Crow's tail was still dragging a faint blue light and shadow, and it landed like a cannonball. Boom! Sunflora, use protect! Rose shouted hoarsely, not caring about her originally charming and enchanting image. Until the smoke dissipated, Rose's originally nervous expression suddenly darkened. 2 Sunfloras of more than 30 levels used protect at the same time, but they couldn't withstand the attack of this Han Crow. Why shouldn't it be? Rose was puzzled and looked towards Han Crow with a puzzled look, only to find that the fluctuations emitted by Han Crow were not weaker than those of her Venusaur, and it was also a superior level Pokémon. Superior level? I didn't even notice the sneak attack just now, it's hidden so deeply. Rose almost gnashed her teeth as she finished these words. The information asymmetry caused her to misjudge the strength of Pokémon. Yu smiled slightly. This was one of the purposes for him to let Han Crow hide his energy fluctuations at any time. There was no time to sigh, because the other battlefield was still extremely fierce. Sharpedo was wrapped in the turbulent water. With the acceleration characteristics and the momentum of the skills, he attacked Breloom. At the same time, the shark mouth did not forget to condense ice attribute energy, and a wisp of frost mist emerged. When approaching Breloom, it raised its mouth and bit. The abyss-like shark mouth brought unparalleled pressure, not to mention that Breloom's level did not even reach the superior level, so naturally it could not hold on for long, and his whole body was bitten and scarred. Especially the 2 huge lacerations on the legs, which were full of ice chips, and a strong frostbite swept the whole body. Breloom, paralysis powder. Breloom made a final resistance, shaking its tail to emit golden powder. Yu's eyes moved slightly, and he ordered Han Crow to blow away the powder while letting Umbreon secretly absorb some of it into his body. The change in the battle situation only took a few tens of seconds. In a short period of time, only Pidgeot, who was struggling in the air, and Venusaur, who was still absorbing the drug, were left on the field. As for Breloom and the 2 Sunfloras, they all lay on the ground, their lives unknown. But correspondingly, the physical strength of their own Pokémon was also consumed very seriously, especially Han Crow. Because he took Yu to escape from the mountains and forests of New Violet, he flew for several hours and his physical strength was extremely consumed. In addition, at the beginning of the battle, all members had to maintain the tailwind state. In the past, they could barely support it by just assisting, but now they had to carry out the main attack. Especially when using Sky Attack, a powerful move like this, with all the above combined, Han Crow's physical strength may have reached its limit. But even so, Kuroyu is still the one who has the upper hand. Crawdaunt, Swords Dance, quickly strengthen yourself. Sharpedo, use Ice Beam to try smack down Pidgeot. Han Crow, come back and recover your physical strength first. Kuroyu noticed that the opponent's Venusaur seemed to be about to wake up, and his momentum was rising steadily, as if he was about to reach level 50. That's why Kuroyu quickly ordered the Pokémon to adjust their status to face the next fierce battle. Crawdaunt danced a familiar war dance, but compared to the original dance, it was obviously more intense. Just then, the Venusaur, which had completed the energy absorption, finally stood up. It was originally too big, and it seemed to have grown again. Like, it suddenly jumped a little taller. Umbreon, use the synchronization feature to transmit the paralysis state to Bulbasaur. Yu ordered instantly. The paralysis state will reduce the speed of Pokémon. At present, there is still some residue of Sunny Day used by the 2 Sunfloras, and the characteristics of Venusaur's chlorophyll have not completely disappeared. Prepare to die Venusaur, Petal Dance, Pidgeot use Twister. Rose had a crazy smile on her face. Yu heard these 2 familiar skills again, and instantly remembered the Twister battle on the beach. Another combination skill. Countless petals floated in the air, and as the pen sculpture's Twister was involved, a flower storm was formed again like last time. It seems that I can only use that trick. Yu glanced at Han Crow, whose physical strength had recovered a little, and said in a deep voice, "You snatch on Crawdaunt and Sharpedo." Yes, it was the snatch tactic that defeated Kikuta in the abandoned power plant. This trick is also the strongest strength that Yu can exert at present. Superior level Han Crow uses snatch to go through Crawdaunt's sword's dance state and Sharpedo's acceleration state, combined with his own tailwind skill and a physical attack racial value of up to 125. Han Crow once again turned into a killing machine. But this time, he must fight quickly. Although snatch can bring countless increases, every additional increase is a rapid consumption of physical strength. The load brought by so many states, if it lasts for a long time, may cause irreversible damage. Han Crow, Sky Attack, charge into the storm. Blackfeather's emotionless voice came out. Han Crow transformed into a light blue firebird again and plunged into the flower storm. But in just a few seconds, the flowers that were originally all over the sky suddenly caught fire one by one and finally burned to ashes. Han Crow, the instigator of everything, was rushing towards Venusaur at an exaggerated speed. Pidgeot in the air tried to intercept him, but even with his amazing reaction speed, he could not keep up with Han Crow's flying speed. At this moment, a bright blue meteor passed through the sky. Bulbasaur. Venusaur tried to summon more flowers from the flower bag behind him again, but unfortunately the flowers that swept in once again ignited the strange blue flames. In the end, he could only look at him desperately. Han Crow fell down with a bang. The entire battlefield fell into silence. Rose looked incredible. She didn't expect that even Venusaur, who had taken pills and increased his strength at the cost of his potential, couldn't resist. Pidgeot, who was already exhausted, was hit by Crawdaunt's ice beam at the same time. His whole body turned into a huge block of ice and fell from the sky. When Rose saw this scene, her hair stood up and her heart was thumping. She was more nervous than ever. At this moment, she no longer had a Pokémon in her hand and became a weak woman with no power. "No, no, Lord Krishna, please spare me. I am willing to be your slave and leave you a mark that belongs to you." Rose's face was ashen at the moment. She seemed to have anticipated her own ending. The originally proud woman at this moment, Zi actually began to beg for mercy. She took off her combat uniform and quickly unbuttoned her shirt, revealing two mouth-watering snow-white peaks. Her delicate thighs kept intertwining, and she gently kicked off her shoes, revealing her delicate and attractive toes. She explained an indescribable attract captivate. The appearance of this ever-changing witch surprised Yu a little. She was indeed a woman who could bend and stretch. She was indeed a charming woman. But at the same time, she was also a dangerous woman with thorns all over her body. Yu didn't say anything, but just sneered at the corner of his mouth, but his appearance seemed to make Rose regain some rationality. "No, Tien, you can't kill me otherwise. Viper will not let you go. I am his woman. He will come to you to avenge me, and you can't resist an elite strongman. As long as you spare my life, I can." Rose moved out the last supporter with a horrified face, but unfortunately, before she finished speaking, a wave of energy hit her instantly. The charming woman who was still lying on the ground with half-dressed clothes was instantly blasted into ashes. Chapter 198 Zorua. Team Rocket HQ, a luxuriously decorated office. "Oh? You mean the three of them were attacked by the enemy on the road and are in danger?" Archer looked at the respectful Yu in front of him, a little surprised. Asked. Yu knelt on one knee very sensibly and said, "I, Tien, dare not deceive you. My Pokémon is Han Crow, who is good at flying. Therefore, they asked me to lead Ray Cow Blood back to the base first." Yu had to do the whole act. Yu simply gritted his teeth and released Han Crow, who had broken through the superior level and was ready to be the trump card. "Please send a rescue team, Archer. I believe the three of them are still struggling and waiting for rescue." Yu's expression was sincere, and there was no trace of falsehood. In fact, it was true. The forest where the three people's bodies were buried had been completely destroyed by him, disguised as an attack. Even if he went back to check now, he could not find any traces at all. Yu was confident to say such a big word. Archer sat at the desk, still wearing the white suit. He noticed Yu's actions and paid a little attention, but he did not express his opinion for a long time. He just quietly flipped through the book in his hand, a book. Time passed quickly, and half an hour passed quickly. Yu kept kneeling on one knee until Han Crow could no longer hold back, and Archer put down the book in his hand. Looking at Yu, he said slowly, "Repeat the process of this mission again." When Yu heard this, he was shocked in an instant, and his mind was working fast, frantically recalling the lie he had just made up. At that time, we were protected by Master Wu Xin in the valley. After collecting blood, the four of us broke out separately. Yu's memory was very good, perhaps due to his previous life. He repeated the lie he had just made up again. After saying this, Archer really smiled and said, "Tian, you did a good job, and you have made a contribution to this mission. Last time I took a shiny pica from you, and this time I will naturally compensate you." As soon as Archer finished speaking, Wu Xin pushed the door open from the secret door beside him, holding an ordinary red and white pokeball. Yu once again respectfully called out Master Wu Xin, but he did not kneel on one knee, but slightly bent over to show respect. Yu stared at the pokeball closely. He knew that once he accepted it, it would mean that he would be completely under Archer's command from now on and become a direct member of the other party. In the faction of Team Rockets, he would naturally belong to Archer's faction. This was of course a mixed blessing for Yu. The blessing was that he could be valued and cultivated by an elite, but the worry was that this elite was a member of the Dark Force Team Rockets. But now he could not make a choice alone. Yu took the pokeball with gratitude, and kept saying nice words as if he didn't need any money. Archer nodded imperceptibly and waved his hand to signal Yu to leave. Without hesitation, Yu left with Han Crow, leaving only Wu Xin and Archer in the room. Archer looked at Wu Xin with interest and said, "Do you believe what he said?" Wu Xin was stunned at first, then reacted and said, "I don't believe it. Although what he said is very realistic and has been tested by you, sir, there are still too many details and loopholes. We only need to send a quasi-elite psychic Pokemon to find out the truth." After saying this, Wu Xin looked at him with a searching look, but Archer shook his head slowly. "No need. Whether it's the truth or a lie, as long as he can be used by me, I don't care about his little tricks in private." Archer stood up slowly and looked out the window with deep eyes. There was the residential area of Team Rockets, and a boy with Han Crow beside him just entered. Yu returned to team after returning to Rocket's dormitory. He sat on the bed, closed his eyes, and carefully recalled the conversation with Archer just now. He was secretly glad that he didn't reveal any flaws, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he knew that the lies he made up would not withstand careful scrutiny, he couldn't come up with a more appropriate excuse in such a tense situation. So, he could only choose to take a risk and hope to pass it smoothly. Yu knew that his current situation was like a gamble, and winning or losing was full of uncertainty. But walking in the black area, everyone has to make more or less bets. Life is not like a progress bar. As long as you work hard, you will get more. Sometimes you have to take a different approach and make a gamble. In fact, his guess was correct. In Team Rockets adheres to the principle of the survival of the fittest and the rule of the strong. Even if Archer learns the truth about his killing of his companions, it is unlikely that he will take any severe punishment measures against him. After all, Kuroba completed the task brilliantly and proved his ability, which is undoubtedly his greatest asset. For the twin brothers and Rose, they eventually died at the hands of Kuroba, perhaps because they were not as skilled as others. Even if Archer finds out about this, he will probably only call them waste with contempt, and will not show any regret. On the contrary, he may be very happy to have discovered a genius like Kuroba. The only thing to worry about is it was the viper that Rose had brought up before she died. I heard her say before she died that this was an elite warrior, and Rose was actually his woman, viper? Heiyu frowned, and was obviously in a bad mood. Ga. Han Crow's hoarse hissing woke Heiyu up from his thoughts. Heiyu glanced at the nervous Han Crow and said, "From now on, we will be on Team Rockets can be considered to have a foothold." This mission made Heiyu clearly realize the fierce battle between elite-level strong men. The scene that shook the world and destroyed the world is still vivid. Whenever I think of it, my heart can't help but tremble. On the internet, some people are still their conspiracy theories, claiming that many wealthy consortiums rely on money to secretly control the entire world. Heiyu originally had doubts about these claims. After all, he had personally witnessed the influence of those top families. However, when he recalled this thrilling elite battle, all doubts disappeared, and everything seemed so ridiculous. In such a world, money is important, but in the face of truly powerful forces, what can more wealth do? In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy nasty plot is futile. This is reality, cruel and true. Strength after all, this world is based on strength. Heiyu clenched his fists, and his determination to become stronger has never been so firm. Suddenly, the red and white pokeball on his waist shook. Heiyu then recalled that this was the reward promised to him when Archer took away the heterochromatic Piku. Heiyu pressed the button, and a red light flashed. A Pokemon that looked like a fox cub appeared. Zorua. Chapter 199 Illusion Features. Yo! Zorua's body is gray-black, his pupils are light blue, the hair on his neck is black, and the limbs, the area around his eyes, and the flame-like hair on his head are all dark red. The eyes of ordinary Zorua reveal sinisterness and cunning, but the little fox cub in front of him looks timid. Heiyu tried his best to show a kind expression and said, "First meeting, welcome to my team Zorua." Before Heiyu could react, Zorua's hair stood up instantly when he heard this, and he kept drilling into the corner, as if he had seen something terrible. Yo yo yo! Heiyu couldn't help but hold his forehead, thinking in his heart, isn't this too timid? Heiyu was going to change a Pokeball for Zorua. As his future main Pokemon, how could he stay in the red and white Pokeball? Luxury Ball must be arranged. Heiyu was just about to take out his Pokeball to replace it, but Zorua still looked like he didn't want to get close to him. A beam of red light shot out, but Zorua dodged it with a dodge. Oh my god, this reaction speed is good. It seems that he has a good talent. Heiyu was a little surprised. The Pokeball in Heiyu's handball shot out another beam of light, but Zorua still dodged it very flexibly. His short tail slapped the bedboard and jumped back and forth on the wide bed. Yo yo yo! Zorua shouted happily, as if he was playing a game. Hey, the little guy is really good at hiding. Finally, Zorua still couldn't escape the fate of being caught. He was grabbed by the back of the neck by Heiyu and lifted up directly from the bed. Yo! Zorua gave up the resistance, made a wronged growl, and shrank his body together, revealing only his blue-green eyes, which were like gems. The big eyes of Bling Bling blinked. Okay, I'm doing this for your own good. You don't have to rest in that simple house anymore. I'll change you into a luxurious villa. Heiyu said to the little fox earnestly. After changing Zorua's residence to Luxury Ball, Heiyu took out the Pokemon Pokédex and put the shrunken Luxury Ball into the back. Beep beep. Zorua, an evil fox Pokemon, transforms into the opponent's posture, astonish the opponent, and often transforms into a silent child. Level 5, Gender, Male, Attribute, Evil, Characteristics, Illusion, Height 0.7 meters, Weight 13 kilograms, Excellent Qualifications, Excellent Energy Control, Excellent Nerve Reaction Speed. Mastered Skills, Grasp, Glare, Pursuit, Fake Tears, Torment, Hone Claws. Inherited Skills, Sucker Punch, Dark Pulse, Extrasensory. After reading the information on the Pokédex, Heiyu looked indescribably satisfied. This Zorua completely made up for his current Team Wu's weaknesses. Lack of special attacks. Although Zorua's final evolution type Zorua can use dual blades, after all, his special attack racial value reaches 120, and his physical attack is not low, as high as 105. But even the comment given by Pokédex is extremely outstanding in energy control, so it is undoubtedly more suitable for special attack. Zorua's trump card move Night Daze is a special attack, and according to the current research in the Pokémon world, this is Zorua's exclusive move, excluding Lunala, a mythical beast currently unknown to humans. Heiyu released Zorua, looking at the timid little fox in front of him, his heart was full of love, and he couldn't help but hold it in his arms and ravage it fiercely. Hi, Zorua, you will be a general in my team in the future. Zorua's cunning eyes flashed with a trace of speechlessness. Why does it feel that this new owner is a little too enthusiastic? Although he thought so in his heart. But on the surface, Zorua still had that timid expression, and even performed fake tears skill, squeeze out 2 tears. This is a little Pokemon who is born to act. Yo. Ah Zorua, are you drooling from hunger? Seeing the wetness on his clothes, Heiyu couldn't help but exclaimed. Team Rocket's special training ground. Zorua, how can you become stronger if you keep avoiding battles like this? Don't you want to evolve into the majestic Zorua? Having just joined the team for a short time, Heiyu couldn't wait to drag Zorua to the Team Rocket's training ground to demonstrate his skills. And now, he is Pua Zorua who has just joined the team. Heiyu's expectations for Zorua are actually very high, not only because of his love for evil Pokemon, but also because of the memory of watching a movie in his previous life, which makes him have a good impression of this Pokemon. If Zorua can evolve into Zorua, he will definitely become one of his most capable warriors. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. This Zorua didn't seem to be enthusiastic about fighting and had no desire to become stronger. Perhaps the only advantage it had was its quick reaction speed? During lunch, even though the food hadn't been put on the plate, Zorua's short hands intercepted the poke blocks in the air. In the blink of an eye, he stuffed them into his mouth. This extremely skillful action made Heiyu open his mouth wide. Oh my god, how can you be more greedy than Umbreon when he was a child? This was Heiyu's exclamation at the time. Zorua's fox ears drooped, looking a little dejected, and his furry ears trembled slightly. His eyes were moist and bright, like 2 crystal-clear sapphires, emitting an innocent and attractive light. It seemed that little pearls would appear in his eyes in the next moment. This pitiful look made people feel pity and wanted to hug him tightly. But after half a day of getting along, Heiyu also realized that this guy was not as timid as he was when he first met. He was just acting. Okay, don't use fake anymore. Tears skill. Heiyu waved his hand, feeling speechless. Finally, after promising 3 primary dark poke blocks and 10 chocolate bars, Zorua immediately changed his expression and showed his cunning smile. Yo. Zorua, who was slumped on the ground, stood up immediately, stretched out his short furry hands, and looked like he was asking for food. What, you said you want to inspect the goods first? Heiyu weirdly took out the chocolate bar he had prepared in advance from the space equipment, which was also one of his special food and also Eevee's favorite dessert. A little bit of dark ingredients and some spices that can enhance the taste of food are added. Zorua actually seemed to be really afraid that Heiyu was cheating. He tapped the chocolate bar, sniffed the smell, and finally took a small bite. After confirming that it was correct, he nodded with satisfaction. Seeing this anthropomorphic appearance, Heiyu could only sigh again at the power of illusion's characteristics. It has just passed the larval stage, and it can mimic human behavior. I don't know how long it will take for Zorua to transform into a human appearance. Chapter 200 Crab Claw Hammer. After a transaction, Zorua reluctantly began to use the skills he had mastered. Yo! Zorua groaned in grievance, and instantly revealed a pitiful look, and the big tearful eyes squeezed out 2 drops of tears. Oh my god, you can use fake tears skills so easily. Heiyu's tone was full of despair. After all, the practicality of this skill is too low. It is almost impossible to encounter it in life or in battle. Is there any skill that can attack? Hearing Heiyu's question, Zorua tilted his head, and his fox ears trembled again. His big eyes kept turning, as if he was thinking. Yo! Zorua seemed to have thought of it. 2 short furry hands quickly stretched out their claws to dig the soil, splashing dust. This is grabbing, right? Heiyu's tone was a little speculative, but at least he saw it this time, but the power seemed not as fast as his own hand digging the soil. It almost had no killing power. Then, Zorua held his breath again, and then spit out a small black beam from his mouth. Pop! A wooden target, shattered directly. Heiyu was very happy this time. As expected from the Pokédex, Zorua's talent in close combat is indeed average, but in long-range attacks, especially special attacks related to energy control, he is definitely a talent with superior talent. Then, Zorua showed Glare, Torment, Pursuit, Hone Claws and other skills one after another. It's just that with its level 5, the power is pitifully small, but it still makes Heiyu's eyes light up. Zorua, your goal today is to smash these 10 targets with Dark Pulse. Heiyu quickly issued training tasks, mainly targeting targets that would not resist, training the accuracy and mastery of skills. Of course, the deeper purpose was to train Zorua's passion for training. After all, becoming stronger is an idea engraved in the bones of every Pokémon. Once stimulated, it will be unstoppable. At that time, there is no need to use food captivate or trainers to whip. Pokémon will train to become stronger by themselves. After placing Zorua, Heiyu released the other 5 Pokémon. The training ground he was in was from Team Rocket. The luxurious training ground specially rented in HQ, so there is no need to worry about not being able to perform. Unlike Zorua, who needs to be carefully taught, the 5 Pokémon are very conscious and self-motivated to carry out various trainings. This is a habit that has been formed for many days. Heiyu only needs to control them in the general direction. Sandil, the strength of the dragon type lies in its domineering and slight suppression of any attribute. This is called dragon power. Heiyu saw Sandil training hidden power and went up to explain it to him to a certain extent. When opening the blind box, Sandil was very lucky to get the dragon attribute hidden power. Power. Dragon attribute is the most domineering of all attributes, and is synonymous with rare, noble, and powerful. Dragon attribute moves are also one of the most difficult moves to train, especially for those Pokémon with non-dragon bloodline. But Sandil must overcome these difficulties, because in its final evolution type Crocodile, it will learn the dragon attribute's signature move Outrage. Therefore, it is necessary to lay a good foundation early in the Sandil period, and the perception of dragon attribute energy must be put on the agenda. For this reason, Heiyu also provided a certain degree of assistance, in addition to collecting some dragon. In addition to videos of teaching skills of Pokémon, he also made some poke blocks that can help people feel the dragon energy. However, the master can only lead the way, but the practice depends on the individual. Therefore, Sandil needs to work hard in this regard, but fortunately, his Pokémon itself is also very competitive and the training is also very hard. Heiyu is also very pleased. In addition to Sandil, the other one is Crawdaunt, and the symptoms of the two are almost the same. They both encountered bottlenecks in skill training. The reason why Crawdaunt has become a popular Pokémon among civilian trainers is that the racial value distribution is reasonable. The 120 physical attack racial value, combined with the adaptability characteristics, forcibly pulls up the strength. But it is also matched with another signature skill Crab Claw Hammer Claw 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 Claw. Crawdaunt kept waving her claws in the center of the field, and water splashed from time to time. It was a pity that she had repeated this action thousands of times, but she still couldn't find the feeling to hit the crab claw hammer. Just when Crawdaunt was distressed, she suddenly recalled Heiyu's careful teaching in her mind. Crawdaunt, remember this skill, the key is the word hammer. Imagine you are holding a hammer and smashing it hard. Hammer smash. Crawdaunt seemed to have found something in a trance, and suddenly looked at the wooden stake in front of her. Her ferocious eyes suddenly shone, and she raised her huge claws, and the beautiful water flow gathered and smashed it down suddenly. Bang! The hard wooden stake broke. Crawdaunt officially learned the signature skill crab claw hammer. Crawdaunt, now you are the real complete body. Heiyu, who was watching from the side, couldn't help but sigh. The 100 power crab claw hammer, and it was self with a level 1 critical hit probability. Combined with Swords Dance once, it can bless rainy days, adaptability, the system, and mystic water. Tisk, 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 this power is unimaginable. Just after everyone finished training, Heiyu looked at Zorua in the corner and saw that this cunning little fox was sleeping beside a wooden stake, holding a chocolate bar in his hand tightly in his furry arms. Tick-tock. The saliva from the corner of the little fox's mouth dripped to the ground. It's a pity that it can still sleep peacefully in such an uproar environment. Heiyu was actually a little impressed. After all, this is also a special talent, right? But no matter what, slack off is wrong, not to mention that you took my chocolate bar and didn't finish the training properly. Heiyu grabbed Zorua's neck from behind again. This furry feeling is very comfortable. No wonder so many rich people like fox fur. Zorua, who woke up, covered his eyes with his hands and curled up, leaving only a pair of fox ears on his head, trembling slightly, but still did not let go of the short hand holding the chocolate bar. Aren't you hiding your ears and stealing the bell? Heiyu was also amused by this cute look. In fact, he is usually serious, but in this dark and depressing Team Rocket HQ, it is a good experience to have such a cute little thing to adjust his mood. Zorua. Yo? It's okay, but remember to wipe the corners of your mouth next time. Yo yo.